Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting tech tutorial where you build and deploy a full stack Twitter clone completely from scratch using React, Next.js, TypeScript, Supabase and other modern web development technologies. Now in this project, you're not just going to be writing code, you're going to get detailed explanation and we're going to explain everything step by step without skipping any step. And you're going to learn all the best practices when building a full stack React application. So whether you're a beginner or not, it's actually something for you to actually learn in this video. Now with that being said, I'm going to show you what we are going to build in this video. First of all, users will be able to create tweets in this application. So right here I can say this application is amazing. I can select an emoji. Users will be able to select emojis. So I'll select an emoji. I'll select this happy emoji. Then I'll click on post tweets. And you can see that immediately the tweet gets reflected in the UI. Okay, this application is amazing. Now users can like and unlike their tweets. They can also view their tweets. You can see right now we are actually viewing this tweet in the tweet view page. Users can add comments to their tweet and say this was really nice. Now click on post comment. You can see that the comment gets added, and you can see immediately the comment is added. It reflects right here, and you can see the comment count is going to increase to 1. Now users can actually delete their tweet if the user that is logged in was the one that actually created the tweet and the comment. They can delete their comment and they can delete their tweet. So I want to delete this comment. You can see that the comment actually gets deleted. I will now have this tweet now has 0 comments. Now users can actually delete their tweet. So I'll click on delete. It's going to actually delete this tweet. It's going to bring us back to the home page. And when a user clicks on a tweet to view the tweet, now this is going to be rendered on the server. This post view page is going to be rendered on the server. So you're actually going to learn React server component how to render content in the server with Next.js. And also we're going to build and implement a full authentication system where users are going to have profiles. You can see right now this user's name Egbon John, then the username John, and you can also see the user's profile picture. Now I'm actually going to log out the user and actually create a new user. So I'm going to log out this user, and you can see when the user is logged out, the user can no longer see their profile. Also they cannot see the create tweet input. Okay, and also they cannot actually like a tweet if they are not logged in. So let's actually log in a new user. So I'm going to log in. I'm going to click on sign up a new user. I'm going to call the user John at gmail.com. Then the password of this user, I'll say 000000000. I'm going to sign up this user. It's going to say sign up successful. Now when a user signs up for the first time, it's going to check the user's profile. Now if the user doesn't have a profile, it's going to bring that user to the setup profile page, like a callback page where the user can actually set up their profile. So right here you can actually type in the user now. Say this user is going to be John Doe. Then the username is going to be John Doe. Then right here you can select the user's profile picture. So I'll select a profile picture. I'll select this picture right here. I'll select this one right here. I'll click on open. Then I'll click on continue. And then it's going to say profile created. And then it's going to route us back to the home page. And when we log in this user, you can see the user's profile picture right here. The name John Doe, the username John Doe, then the profile picture of the user. Now let's actually create a tweet with this user. I'm going to say build and deploy a full stack Spotify clone. I'm going to add some emojis. I'll search for a rocket emoji. And then I'm going to select an image for this. So I'm going to select, if I go to my downloads, I'll scroll down. I'm going to select this right here. I'll click on open. Now when the user actually selects an image and the user wants to post in his application, the user can actually preview the image they are trying to actually post. Then you can click on post tweets. I see immediately the user posts the tweet, they can actually see the tweet in the home page. Okay, now users can actually like other users' tweets. So I'm going to like this right here. You can see this one is not actually 3 likes. You can actually view their own tweets. They can comment on their tweet and say this project was nice. I'll click on post, and you can see that the comment gets reflected here. Also the count gets updated 1 comment. Now, if you are excited about this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people just like you who are going to find it helpful, and basically just consider it as a very little way of you supporting this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next project we are going to build together on this channel. Let's dive into it. We're going to be starting this project from absolute scratch. So right now, the only thing I have in my Visual Studio Code is this empty folder right here. Okay, so first of all, let's actually set up Next.js. So I'm going to head over to nextjs.org. I'm going to click on Get Started. It's going to bring me right here to the documentation. I'm going to go to installation. And you can see right there the system requirement for you to actually install Node.js. And before you begin, you have to have Node.js version 18.18 and above in your machine. And also you need to be on a Mac OS, Windows or Linux operating system. Then I'll just scroll down, copy this command right here. Then I'll go to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just open up my terminal. I'll paste the command here, and then I'm going to say /. I'm basically telling the command to actually create this project inside this folder. Don't create a new folder, create a project inside this folder we have right here, inside our empty folder. So I want to click on enter. It's going to say need to install following package, create next app at 15.4.6. I want to click on Y and I'll click on enter. Then it's going to ask us if we want to use TypeScript in this project. Yes, we want to use TypeScript in this project. Would you like to use ASLint? I'll say yes, I want to use ASLint. TailwindCSS, yes. Would you like your code inside the SRC directory? Yes. Then would you like to use app router? Yes. Would you like TurboBack? Yes. Then no. And now it's going to actually start installing all the dependencies we need. Now after it's done installing, we're going to have these files right here. Okay, then I'm just going to run npm run dev to actually run this server. So npm run dev to spin up a local development server. Then I'll just follow this localhost 3000 right to actually open up our project in a web browser. And that's actually going to open up this project in a web browser. Okay, now this folder we just created, and this is actually going to be our starter files. Okay, so I'm going to close up this terminal. I'll close this up. Then I'm going to go to my src folder. I'm going to get rid of some of the code we are not going to need for this project. So first of all, I'll go to the page.css file. I'll just get rid of everything here. I'll get rid of everything. I'm just going to return a h1 tag. It's going to say hello. I'll save that. Then I'll also go to my globals.css file. I'll get rid of everything here, excluding this import TailwindCSS, because this actually was linking TailwindCSS to our project. So we're actually going to need this import TailwindCSS right here. Then I'll head to my layers.css file, and this layers.css file is basically the layers of this file right here. Okay, so even later on in the video, I'm going to teach you how to actually create your own layout file. For the title, I'm going to change it to the title of the page. It's going to be Twitter clone. Then for the description, I'll say Twitter clone by Egbon Tech. I'll save that. Now I'm going to head back to the web page. You can see that those files are actually gone. Now I have this text right here, hello, and then our title of the web page up here we have Twitter clone. Cool. So first of all, we're going to set up our custom color that we're going to use in this project. So to do that in Tailwind version 4, it's very simple. So we're going to go to our globals.css file. Down here, we're going to say add theme. Now in between this opening and closing squiggly bracket, we're just going to paste in the colors we want to use right here. Okay, then I'm going to save that. Then with that, we can actually start working on this project. So I'll close up this layout file. I'll head to my page.css. I'll get rid of this import image from next image. I'll also get rid of this h1 tag. Then I'm going to create a div. This div, we're going to give this div a class of h screen, which is basically a height of 100 vh. I'll give it a display of flex, items of center. Then we'll do justify content of center. Inside this div, we're going to create another div. Add a Tailwind utility class of PG background, a maximum width of 300 pixels. Give it a width of 95%, a padding of 12, and a rounded of LG. Okay, I'll save that. Now head back to the web page and we have that box right here, but the background is white, so I'm going to change the background to white. So to do that, I'm going to go to the layout file. Go to layout file. I'm just going to add a Tailwind utility class to this. I'll give this a bg of background. I'll save that. Yeah, we now have a background of black, which means we don't really need the background of black we gave to this right here. We don't need this background of black anymore. I just get rid of this. So what we are trying to create right now is this form input right here. This is what we're actually designing right now. Okay, so inside this, we're going to create a h2 tag. This h2 tag is simply going to send into x. I'll give this a Tailwind utility class of font bold. I want the text to be bold. Text of 3XL, then a text of primary text. And you can see that when we are making use of our custom color, right now this primary text is one of our custom colors. Okay, you can see it right here, primary text. But when we are making use of these colors, we don't have to call the color. Okay, we don't have to call this color, just call primary text, secondary, background, just like that. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page and you can see that text right here, sign into X. Cool. Now after this h2 tag, we're going to create a button. And this is going to be the button to actually send in with the Google. For first of all, we're going to have an image in here. It's going to be the Google image. I'll just import this image tag from next image. Close this up. Then the SRC is going to be, it's going to go into our images folder. Because inside our public folder right here, we have a folder called images, which has all the images we are going to use for this project. Now, these images are going to be available. I'm going to leave a link to them in the description if you actually want access to this image and you want to actually code along. Okay, this image tag is going to point to Google icon.png. Sorry, png, not ong. The alt is going to be Google icon. I give it a width because we have to give it a width and height property. So Next.js image component doesn't scream at us. A width and height because it wants to know the width and height of the image. I'll save that. I head back to the web page and we can see that icon right here, that logo right here. Okay, so let's add some Tailwind classes to this. I'm going to give this a width of 6, height of 6. Object, I'm going to give it cover, object of cover. Okay. And that's actually going to ensure that this icon is actually styled. Cool. So next we're going to add a text close to the icon. After the icon, there's the image. We're going to add a span. The span is simply just going to say send in with Google. So let's quickly add some styles to the button. I'm going to give this button a Tailwind utility class of bg width, a width of full as width of 100%, margin top of 8, height of 10, a display of flex, justify, I'll give it center, items, I'm going to give it center, a gap of 2, a cursor of pointer, and on hover, I want it to have a background of bg gray 200. I'm going to save that, check out the output, and you can see that this actually styled. So I'm just going to give it a rounded because I want it to be circular. Okay, so I'm going to give it a rounded. I'll give it a rounded of full. That's going to ensure it's going to be circular at the edges. Cool. So next we're going to create this line right here. It's going to say this is going to divide the auth login from the credentials login. This line right here. Okay, let's do that. So after this button, I'm going to create a div. I give this div a display of flex, items, I give it center, then margin vertical, I'm going to give it 6. Inside this div, I'm going to create another div. We'll give this one a Tailwind utility class of flex grow. And we are basically giving this div a flex grow of 1, okay, a height of 1 pixels, and the background of border. Okay, now this background of border is coming from one of our custom colors called color border. Okay, remember we only need the name, we don't need the color before the name. Okay, we don't need border, we need the name border. Okay, so the background of this div is going to be bg border. Cool. Cool. So I'm just going to create two of these. So I just drag this down, and in between these two, I'm going to create a span. I'm going to give this span a class name of mx4, text of md, and a text of primary text. Then inside this span, I'm just going to say or. I'll save that. And when I save that and head back to the web page, you can see we have that divider right here. Or cool. So now we're going to create the input. So let's do that. Now after this div, we're going to create an input. It's going to be of type text. I'm going to have a placeholder of phone, email, or username. Then we're going to add some Tailwind classes to this. First of all, we're going to give this a width of full, a bg of background, outline, we're going to give it none, a rounded of md, a padding of 4, we give the placeholder a text of secondary first. This is one of our custom colors. I'll give it a border of border, which is basically one of our custom colors too. I'm going to save that, head back to the web. You can see that we have the input right here, okay? And we cannot actually see the text when we type on this input. So what we are going to do, we just give the input a text of white, okay? And that's going to ensure that the text we type inside this input is actually white. After this input, we're going to create the submit button. It's going to be a button that's going to have a text in there of continue. Then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. I give it a text of white, a width of full, a margin top of 8, rounded of full, height of thin, display of flex, items of center, justify, center, gap of 2, cursor of pointer. On hover, I want this button to have a bg gray of 200 and a font of semi bold. I'll save that and check out the output, and we have that button right here, but it doesn't have the white background. Let's fix that. So I'm going to give it a bg of white. Now since we are giving it a background of white, we're going to change this text of white to text of black. I'll save that. Then after that, I want to create this forgot button right here. So what we are going to do is just copy the same button. We're just going to drag this down. Then we're going to remove this bg of white. We'll get rid of this bg of white. And also this text of black. This text of black is going to be a text of white. Then we'll just add a border. And the border color is going to be border of our border color. Okay. Save that. Yeah. And we can see that right here. And we have to give this a, when we hover, we have to give it a text of black. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say on hover, when someone hovers on this, I'm going to give it a text of black. And obviously the name of the button is going to be forgot password. So I'll say forgot password. I'll save that. So finally, we just create this right here. Don't have an account, sign up. Let's quickly do that. So to do that, I'm just going to create a div after this button. I'll give this div a Tailwind utility class of test, secondary, first, and the margin top of 8th. Then inside this div, we're going to create a span. This one is going to have a margin right of 1. Then here we're going to have don't have an account. So I'll say don't. Now I'm going to use a HTML entity. So I'll say ampersand APOS have an account. After this span time, I'm going to add a link. So I just import that from next link. The href of this link is not going to point anywhere because we are basically just creating the UI. So I'll use hash. And the title is going to be sign up. Then I'm going to add a Tailwind utility class of text primary. I'll save that. And we can see that item right here. Don't have an account. Sign up. Cool. So then we've created the sign-in page. Let's check if it is responsive. Yeah, it's actually fully responsive. Okay. So next, we are going to start creating the home page. Now, before we do that, we have to actually create a layout file for this home page right here. Now, when we click on this post right here, you can see that we have a post view page that's going to show the individual post. Okay. Now, when we click on this post view, you're going to notice that the left sidebar and the right sidebar are still there. Okay. So we're going to create a layout file in such a way that the left sidebar and the right sidebar are always going to be visible. They're always going to be right there. Okay. Now we'll go back and see right now that they are still there. They're going to be there for the home page and also for the post view page. But for the authentication page, that's the login page, we're not going to have this left sidebar and this right sidebar. Okay. So which means we are not going to make use of this general layout file. We're going to create our own layout file. So let's do that. So first of all, I'm going to create a folder. I'll just close this up. Create a folder inside my app folder. I'll call this folder home. And inside this home folder, I'm going to create a file. I'll call this file page.tsx. RFC. I'm going to change this P letter to capital. Okay, because when we use RFC snippet to create this, it's going to be lowercase. And in Next.js, when you are creating a page, the page has to export a component, and the component has to start with, all components have to start with uppercase. Okay, cool. So in here, I'm just going to return a h1 tag that's going to say hello. This is the home page. I'll give this a Tailwind class of text white, so we can actually see it in our dark background. Then I'm going to go to the home page of our project. I'll go back to my project. Then I'll just say slash. Now say home. I'll just go to slash home. Now these are easy it is to actually create pages in Next.js. Unlike React, where we have to make use of React router, we just use file-based routing in Next.js. Cool. So what we want to do is actually create a layout. Okay. Now to create a layout, remember that in our app folder, the root folder of our app folder, we have a layout file here. We can actually use this layout, and the properties or whatever elements we add to this layout is going to trickle down to this whatever pages we have inside this home folder, because this is in a higher order. Okay. But the problem is that we don't want the layouts to actually have any effect on this sign up page. Okay, we don't want any of those sidebars in this sign up page, so we're going to create a new layout inside this home folder. So I'll create a new layout, say layout.tsx RFC, and I'll just change this to capital letters L. Cool. Then in here, we're just going to output the children right here. Okay, the children. And we obviously have to tell TypeScript the kind of data type this is. So let's do that. If you are using JavaScript, you don't have to do this, but I'm actually using TypeScript, which means I have to actually specify the type this is going to be. So right here, I'm going to say children. It's going to be read only. Children. React node. Okay, just format this, and that's going to actually get rid of that TypeScript error. Cool. Now we have this layout file. Now, whatever page you create, like this home page right now, whatever content this home page has is going to be displayed right here where we are calling these children. Okay, so right here, I'm going to say this. I just add a h1 text. I'll say this is the layout for the home page. Just add some styles to this. I'll give this a class of text white. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You can notice right now we have that right here. This is the layout for the home page. Now this text right there is going to be displayed in every page we created inside this home directory. Okay, cool. And that's how easy to actually create layouts in Next.js. So I'm going to get rid of this. I get rid of this. I don't need this h1 tag right here. Don't need this. Instead, I'm going to create a div. This div is going to have a class name of margin right of 2. For medium screens and above, it's going to have a margin right of 10. Now, when I hover on this, you can see right now that for screen size that 760 pixels and above, it's going to have a margin width of 40 pixels. Okay, so that's what this is going to do. For XL screens, I'm going to have a margin right of 110. For large screens, I'm going to give it a margin left of 100. We'll do a manage left of 12 for small screen devices. I give it a min height screen, which is minimum height of 100 VH, min height screen. I'm going to give it a border, then a border color of border. Okay, and this border is one of our custom colors we created initially in our globals.css. This border color right here. Cool. And lastly, give it a margin bottom of 20. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You can see that container we just started right here. You can see the edges right here. So now that we have this right now, we can now fix our left sidebar at the left hand side and fix our right sidebar at the right hand side. Okay, cool. So let's do that. So I'm going to create a new file. First of all, just get rid of this text right here. Just get rid of this text. For now, I just want this to return an empty div. Okay, I'm going to work on this home page later because this is actually going to be the home page. And I'm going to create a new folder inside my SRC folder. I'll call this folder components. And the first component we're going to create is going to be our left side bar.tsx RFC. So inside this left side bar, first of all, I'm going to create an aside. Just create an aside. I'll give this some Tailwind utility class. I'll give it a position of fixed, a left of 0, a top of 0, a width of 50 pixels. Now this is going to be the width for mobile devices. And for last screen and above, we're going to give it a width of 400 pixels. I'm going to add a padding of padding 1. For last screen, I'm going to give it a padding of padding 4. I give it H screen, which is a view height of 100 VH. Then for last screen, I'm going to give it a padding left of 30. Cool. So I want to add a background to it so that I can actually see the BG of red 700. I'll save that. And when we go back to the web page, we cannot actually see that left side, but I think that's because we've not actually imported that component in our layout file. So let's quickly do that. So I'll just go to that layout file. Now up here, remember that this div right here is for this div at the center, okay, which means our sidebar has to be outside that div. So up here, we're going to add our left sidebar. Just call that left sidebar right here, left sidebar. I'll save that, and that's going to ensure that we can actually see that left sidebar right here. Cool. But the left sidebar is not going to have a background of red. I just wanted to use it to demonstrate so you can see where it actually occupies. So I'll just get rid of that background of red. I'll save that. Yeah, the left sidebar is actually there. So inside this left sidebar, first of all, we're going to add a paragraph tag. We'll give this paragraph tag a Tailwind utility class of margin bottom of 6 and a text of width. Then here we're going to actually add an icon, and we've not actually installed any icon library, so let's do that. So I just open up this terminal. I want to create a new terminal. Then down here I'm going to say npm install React icons, and that's actually going to import React icons in our project. Okay, so I just close this up. Now if you actually want to see that, I'll just go to our package.json. You can see all the dependencies we are working with: Nest, React DOM, and we just added React icons. Cool. So I'll close this up. So in here, I'm just going to call an icon. The icon is going to be far x Twitter. I'll save that, and we should be able to see that icon right here. All right, so I'll just increase the size. I'll give it a size, give the icon a size of 30. Let's check that out. Yeah, this is actually better. Looks better this way. So next, I'm going to create these links right here. Okay, I'm going to create these links. Let's do that. So I'm going to create a div. After this paragraph tag, I'll create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind utility class of space y of 2. After that, I'm going to create a link. I'll just import this link from Nest link. Then the link is not going to go anywhere, so I'll just pass in hash in there. I'll give it a Tailwind utility class of text of width, a display of flex, items of center. For last screen, I'm going to give it a gap of 3, a padding of 3, a rounded of full. And on hover, I want this link to have a background of BG hover. And this BG hover, I'm getting that BG hover from this color right here, this custom color we created. Then inside the link, I'm going to have an icon. This first one, I'm going to have an icon. The icon is going to be go, home, fill. We're going to give it a size of 32. Then I want to create a span. This span is simply going to say home. By default, this is going to have a Tailwind utility class that's going to be hidden for small screen devices. For large screen device, it's going to have a display of inline, a text of XL, and for this particular one, this particular link, we're going to give it a font of bold. I'll save that. Check out the output, and we can see we have that link right here. I want to hover on it, see how cool that's looking. All right. So what we are going to do is that I'm just going to create these other links, and I'm just going to return to actually save time. I've actually added them. The second one is going to be explore. You can see the icon we're using, iOS search outline. Then the next one is going to be the notification link. You can see the icon we're using, build bell. The next one is going to be messages. I can see the icon, be envelope. Then communities, BS people, premium, FX Twitter, far X Twitter, then profile, far red user, then more. You can see the icon here, td.circle horizontal. Cool. So I'm just going to save this. I'll head back to the web page, and don't forget to actually import these icons. Okay, so after actually writing this icon, you have to actually import these icons from React icons. I'll go back to the web page, go back to our project, and you can see we have those links right here. Cool. So there's going to create that post button that's going to be underneath here. Let's do that. So after this, I'm going to create a button. This button is simply going to say post. I'll give it a Tailwind utility class of hidden. We don't want this to be visible for small screen device. For large screen device, I'm going to give it a display of block because we only want it to be visible for large screen devices. Okay, I'll give it a BG of white, a text of black, a padding of 3, a width of full, margin top of 3, a font of bold, rounded of full, and cursor of pointer. Okay, I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. We can actually see that post button right here. But I won't take this to small screen device. You're going to see that we cannot actually see that post button. Cool. And you can see right now that only the icons are going to be visible. Remember that we gave this, in this div, we gave these past span tags a display of hidden for small screen device. So these span tags are not going to be visible for small screen devices. Okay. And also you can see right now that that post button is not visible. But we have to actually create another button for the small screen devices. So let's do that. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio. After this button, I'll create another button. This button is going to have an icon in it called feather from React icons. I'll give it a size of 20. Then I'm going to add some Tailwind utility classes to this. First of all, I'm going to give it a BG of primary, padding of 3, margin top of 3, rounded of full, cursor of pointer, text of white, and LG of block. Okay, and LG for large screen device, we want this one to be hidden. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that for large screen device, you cannot actually see the second button, but when we go to small screen device, you can actually see that feather icon and that button right here. Cool, just like you see on the original X website. So finally, you are going to create this right here, this profile right here. Let's actually do that. So we're going to create a div for that. After this button, I'll create another div. This div is going to have a class name, utility class of margin top of 10, text of white, display of flex, justify of between, and items of center. Inside this div, I'm going to create another div. It's going to have a display of flex, items of center and a gap of 2. Inside this, I want to add an image tag. I just import that image from next image. The SRC is going to point to images / profile .jpg. Then the auth text is going to be profile pic, and the width and height of this image, the original width and height, just give it 500. Then height, I'll give it 500. Okay. So that Next.js doesn't scream at all. So I'm going to add a Tailwind utility class. I give it a width of 10, a height of 10. Object, I'm going to use cover, which is object fit of cover. Then rounded of full. I'll save that. Let me actually check out this one, and we can see that image right here. Cool. After the image, I want to create a div. This div is going to have 2 paragraph tags in there. The first one is going to say Egbon Tech. Then the second paragraph tag is simply going to say at Egbon Tech. I want to add some Tailwind classes to this one. I'll give it a font of semi-bold. I also add for this one too. Give this one a text of secondary text. That's the text color of secondary text. This color right here, secondary text. And also I give it a font of light. And finally, I only want this to be shown for last screen device, so I give it a display of hidden. Then for last screen, I'm going to give it a display of block. So I'll spell that block correctly. Block. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and we can actually see those items right here. Not Egbon tag for that at Egbon Tech. Cool. And we can actually see. So next, we're going to add that 3 dot icon that's going to be right here. So after this div that contains this image and the paragraph tag, I'm going to add an icon. Name of the icon is going to be dot horizontal. It's going to be hidden by default, so I'll give it a Tailwind class of hidden. Then for last screen device, I'm going to give it a display of block. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that right here. And with that, we are done with the left sidebar. And when we go to small screen device, you can see it's actually fully responsive. Okay, that's how easy it is to create a responsive layout with Tailwind CSS. So next, we're going to start creating this right hand side. Okay, this right sidebar. So let's do that. So I'm going to create another component. Inside my components folder, I'll create a component called Rightsidebar.tsx RFC. Then I'll just get rid of this div. Then inside here, I'm going to create another aside tag. I'll give this one a class name, a Tailwind utility class of fixed. Right, we're going to give it 0. Top, we're going to give it 0. A width of 450 pixels, a padding of 5, a height of 8 screen, which is basically 100 VH. Padding right, I'll give it 20. Then for small screens, it's going to be hidden. Then for extra large screen, it's going to have a display of block. Okay, I want to give this a BG of red so you can actually see it. Head back to the web page, and we cannot see that. That's because we've not imported that component into our layout. So down here, after this div, underneath here, I just call the right sidebar. And this children we are outputting is going to be in between this div right here, okay? But the left sidebar and the right sidebar, it doesn't matter how you position or place them, they are already fixed, okay? The left sidebar is fixed to the left hand side, the right sidebar is fixed to the right hand side. I'll just format the document. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we can see that right sidebar right here. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of that background color. Don't need the background color, just added it so we can actually see it. Inside this aside, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind utility class of text, white, flex, items, center. Give it a gap of 2, border, then a border color of border, add a padding of 2 and a rounded of full. And this is what we're actually trying to create right here. This right here, this input right here. Okay. Now inside this, the first of all, I'm gonna add an icon. It will be IO search outline. Then underneath that, I'm going to add an input. It's going to be of type test. It's going to have a placeholder. I'm simply going to say search. Okay. I'm going to add some Tailwind utility classes to this outline. I'll give it none. And a width of full. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and we actually have that input right here. You can actually tap on this input. Cool. So after this div, we're going to create another div. That's still going to have a Tailwind utility class. First of all, we're going to add the border. Then the border color is going to be border. Give this a padding of 4, a text of white, margin top of 5, and rounded of LG. Now inside this div, I'm going to create a h3 tag. I'm going to have this in there. Subscribe through premium. I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. I give this a font of bold, a text of 2XL, and a margin bottom of 4. After the h3 tag, I'm going to have a paragraph tag. I'm going to have this text in it. Subscribe to unlock new features. And after that, I'm going to create a button. I'm simply going to say subscribe. We add some Tailwind utility class. First of all, I'll give it a margin top of 4, BG of primary, a text of white, a padding vertical of 2, and a padding horizontal of 5, a font of semi-bold, cursor, I'm going to give it pointer, and finally a rounded of full. I'll save that. Let's check out the output, and we have that div right here. We have that container right here. Cool. Subscribe to premium, this text and this subscribe button right here. Next, we're going to create this other one. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to create another div. After this div, I'll just wrap up this div. After this, I'll create another div. Give this div a Tailwind utility class of border. Then the border color is going to be of the border color, one of our custom color, obviously. Give it a padding of 4, a text of white, margin top of 5, and rounded of LG. Okay. Inside this div, we're going to have a h3 tag that's going to say who to follow. Then after the h3 tag, we're going to create a div. This is going to have a display of flex, a justify of between, items, center, margin bottom of 6. Then after this div, I'm going to create another div. This div is going to have a class name of flex and a gap of 2, and also items of center. Then inside this div, I'm going to add the first image. So it's going to be the first one, because we're actually recreating this right here. So this is going to be the first one. Add an image. Just import that image from next image. The SRC is going to go into images folder. And it's going to point to image 1.jpg. Then the up test is going to be profile pic. Then you have to specify the width and height so that Next.js does not scream. So I'll say width 800, then height I'm going to say 800. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we have that image right here, but the image is extremely large, so we have to add some Tailwind classes to this. I'm going to give the image a width of 10, height of 10, object of cover, rounded of full. That's way better. But we've not actually styled this h3 tag. Let's quickly do that. First of all, I'm going to give the h3 tag a margin bottom of 4, a text of 2XL, and a font of bold. and that's actually way better. Cool. So I'm gonna add the two text for this image. Okay, so after this image, I'm gonna create a div. So I have two paragraph tags in there. First paragraph tag is gonna have this in there, Zara Anaya Patel. Second paragraph tag, simply gonna say at Zara. Then I'm gonna give the div a class name of text white. Then I'll give this particular one a Tailwind class of text secondary text and a font of light. I want the font to be lighter. Save that, head back to the web page, and we can actually see those items right here. Cool. So after this div right here that contains the image and these two paragraphs, we're going to create a button. I'm simply going to say follow. Add some Tailwind utility classes to this. I'll give it a BG of white, a text of black, a padding vertical of 2, padding horizontal of 5, font of semi-bold, cursor of pointer, and a rounded of full. I'll save that. Check out the output, and we see that button right here. Follow. Cool. So I want to create more of these, so I just wrap up this div right here. I think it's specifically this div right here. I just grab this up. Now I'll create more of these links. Just drag this down. 1, 2. Okay. Then I'm gonna update them. And this second one is going to be image 2. Then the name, so Zaya Anaya Patel, is going to be Henry Dixon. Then it's going to be at Henry for the handle. And the next one is going to be, I'll get rid of this name, it's going to be Olivia Scott. Then the image is going to be image 3. Then it's going to be Ath Olivia. I'll save that. And we have those items right here. Cool. So with that, we are done with the sidebar. So let's start working on this main content right here, the home page. And for the home page, I'm going to have this right here. We're going to have this input right here that we're going to use to actually create posts. We'll start working on the back end, but we're not working on the back end in this particular project. And also, we're going to have this right here, this post right here that we're going to add code. So let's start working on that. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio. I'll go to the home page. Now, inside this home folder, this page.css file, this is my home, is going to be acting as my home page. So I'm going to click on that. Cool. So right here, create a div. This div is going to have a class name of border, and the border color is going to be border. I'll give it a height of 14, and display of grid, a grid cause of 2, which basically grid template columns of 2, repeat 2 min max 01 fr in CSS, and then we'll do a text of white. And inside this div, we're going to have a button. This first one is going to say for you. We're going to add some Tailwind classes to this. I give it a cursor of pointer, a font of semi-bold, and on hover, I give it a BG of hover. Now just copy this and drag this down. Then instead of for you, I'm going to say following. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I just go back to our project. You can see we have just added those buttons right here, for you and following. Cool. So then we're going to create this input right here that users will be able to use to create posts. Now, this input now, we are going to be writing lots of logic when we start actually creating posts, because obviously I'm going to create a full stack build for this. We're going to actually create posts and a backend. Now, in that full stack build, we're going to be creating lots of logic to actually send posts to the database. Okay. So we have to actually create a component for this. Okay. So let's do that. So I'm going to create a new component. I'll call this component create post.tsx. RFC. Get rid of this text right here. We're going to give this div a display of flex. I'll give it a Tailwind utility class of flex. Gap, we're going to give it 4, a padding of 4, add a border, then the border color is going to be border. Then you're going to have an image. So I just call the image tag from Next.js. I'll import that from Next.js. the image is going to point to the images folder, and it's going to point to profile.jpg. Then the auth is simply going to be profile pic. I'll give it a width of 500 and height of 500. I'm going to add some Tailwind utility class to this. Give it a width of 10, a height of 10, object, we're going to use cover, a rounded of full, and then a shrink of 0. Okay, so that the image doesn't shrink, okay, because of the input. So we're going to add an input at the side of this image. So after that, I'm going to create another div. I give this div a Tailwind utility class of width full. Then I'm going to add a text area. This text area is going to have a placeholder of what's happening. I'm going to add some classes to this. I'll give it a width of full, a text of white, a placeholder text of test, secondary text, outline none, text of XL, resize of none, and I think that's about it. So I'm going to save this. I head back to the web page, and we cannot actually see the input. Why can we not? Okay, we've not actually imported that create post component into our home page. So let's go to our home page and actually import that component in. So down here, I'm going to say import create post. I'll just import that in, save that, head back to the web page, and we have that component right here. I can actually type on that component, but I cannot actually see what I'm typing. I still have that outline. What's happening? So I'll go back to the create post components, outline of none. I didn't add the none. Outline, I'll say none. Yeah. Then also a text of white. I'm going to give it a text of white so we can actually see the text we are typing in this text area. Yeah. So next we are going to create these right here, these icons right here, and this button right here. So let's do that. So after this div, I'm going to create another div. I give this div a Tailwind utility class of flex. Justify, I'm going to give it between, justify between, padding vertical of 4, items of center, a border of top, and a border color of border. Okay, inside this I'm going to create a div, and that div I'm also going to give this div a display of flex. So I'll give it a Tailwind utility class of flex and a gap of 3. Then I'm going to create a div that's going to hold each of the icon. It's going to have a class of text primary and a cursor of pointer. In this particular one, the icon is going to be CB photo. I'll give it a size of 20. I'm going to save that, head back to the web page, and we have that icon positioned here, not underneath this. What's actually happening? Okay, gap. Okay, I think it's supposed to be inside this div, not on outside of that div. It's supposed to be inside the div that houses the test area. So I'll just paste that in here. Okay, I'll save that. Yeah, it's going to be inside the div that houses this text area, the container that wraps around this text area. Cool. I'm just going to copy this and drag this down multiple times. I'm going to actually add 3 more icons. This one is going to be far, reg, face, smile. This one is going to be IO, location, outline. This one is going to be ROI, calendar, schedule line. I'll save that. head back to the web page, and we're going to have those icons right here. Okay, cool. Then next we just create the post button. After the div that wraps around this icon, we're going to create a post button, let's call this post. I give you the Tailwind utility class of text of black, bg of white, padding vertical of 2, padding horizontal, I'm going to give it 5, a font of semi-bold, cursor, I'll give it pointer, and a rounded of full. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we can see that post button right here. Cool. And next, we want a situation when we type on this, okay, when there's a value in this input, that's only when we want the user to be able to actually click on this post button right here. Now, if you check out the finish page, you're going to notice that when we tap on this, you're going to notice that the color of the button is going to change, which means the button is actually active now. You can actually click on the button to actually create a post, okay? So let's actually do that. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. First of all, I'm going to create a state up here. First of all, make this component a client component. So I'll say use clients. Now I'm going to create a state const post set post is equals to use state from React. And by default, it's going to be an empty string. Then we're going to connect this post state to our test area, okay? So right here, we're going to say this is going to have a value. Our test area is going to have a value. There's going to be the post states. And on change for our text area, on change, we want to fire an arrow function that's going to take an event. Then we want to set our post so the event.target.value. And that's going to ensure that whenever we tap on this input right here, it's going to set whatever we type on this input to that state. Okay, so if you type THA, our post state is going to be set to THA. Okay, next we're going to create a variable to actually determine if the input is actually empty. So now I am saying const. I'll call this is disabled. It's going to be equals to post.theme. Okay, which means when the post is empty, this is going to actually return true. But when the post is not empty, it's going to return false. Now we don't want the users to be able to click on the post when the user has not tapped. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to render 2 buttons. The first button we can actually use to actually send a post to the backend, while the other button is not going to have any function hooked up to it. Hold down, then I'll just cut off this button. Now I want to say disabled. Is disabled. And if that's true, then I want to render this button, but this one is not going to be BG white. It's going to be BG secondary text. Then if the button is not disabled, then we're going to display this. Okay, now this one right here, this one we're going to hook up our function to actually send a post. Okay, so when the user did not type on the input, the user is also going to see this button that's actually dormant. Okay, we're going to save that. Now you're going to notice that the button is actually inactive when we type, not when we don't type. What's happening? Why is that? Okay, that's because we said disable equals to post.trim. We're going to check if the post.trim is equals to an empty string. Okay, if the post.trim is equals to an empty string, the button is going to be disabled. I'll just go back here. The button is button, but when we type on it, you can see that we can actually see the button is now active. Cool. And what we are going to work on is I want to click on this photo icon. I want to be able to upload a photo. Okay, when I click on that, you can see that we have a photo right here. Cool. Then we can also cancel and also delete the photo. Let's actually work on that. So down here, I'm going to create an input. Down here, just create an input. Input that's going to be of type file. Get rid of this. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page, and the input is actually there. For some reason, we cannot actually see it. I won't click on it. You can see we actually have an input here. I don't know why we cannot actually see the input, but it doesn't really matter because we are not going to be clicking on the input. We are going to be clicking on this to actually upload a file. So we have to reference this icon to this file input we just added. So to do that React, we have to make use of the useRef hook. So up here, I'm going to create a ref. Up here, I'm going to say const file ref is equals to use ref. By default, the ref is going to be null, and the type is going to be HTML input element, or is going to be of type null. Then we're just going to import the useRef hook from React. Cool. So down here, we have to actually connect that ref to this input. So we're going to say the ref is equals to the file ref we just created. Okay. And also want to actually hide this. So say give this a class name of hidden with Tailwind, which is basically just giving it a display of none. Now next, what we want to do is I want to click on this photo icon. I want it to actually activate and actually open the file. Okay. So basically what we want to do is I want to click on this file icon. It's going to reference to that file input we just created. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to add an onClick event to this. So I'm going to say onClick. I also want an arrow function that's going to say file ref dot the current dot click. Okay. That we won't click on it, it's actually going to reference to that input. So when I click on it, it's going to reference to that input right there. I can actually select a file. Okay. Cool. So now that we can click on that photo, I can actually select a photo. So what we want to do is I want to be able to preview the image. Okay, I want to be able to preview the image in the web page so that a user can see the images selected from their devices. So what we are going to do, we're going to actually design that. Okay. So after my test area, I want to create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind utility class of height 60. For medium screens and above, I'll give it a height of 100, a rounded of LG, overflow of feeding. I give it a border, and I give it a border color of border. Then I give it a margin bottom of 10 and a position of relative. Then inside this div, I'm going to add an image. Just import that image from next image. I think we've already imported next image in. Yeah, we already have next image here. Then the SRC is going to be, I just point to any image. I just use this images / profile dot jpg. Then width, I'll give it 500. Height, I'll give it 500. Then for the Tailwind utility classes, height of full, width of full, object of cover. I also have to specify auth there. So I'll say auth. There's going to be, I'll just say preview image. I'll save that, and we should be able to see that image right here. Okay, cool. So next we're going to add that cancel button that's going to be at the top right corner. So let's do that. Inside this, I'm going to create a button. Give this button a Tailwind utility class of absolute. I'll spell that absolute correctly. Top of 5, right of 5, BG gray of 600, width of 10, height of 10. Sorry, not width of 0, width of 10, height of 10, a text of 2XL, rounded of full. I'll give it an opacity 50. I'm going to use opacity 50, and a cursor of pointer. Okay. Now inside this button, we're going to actually add an icon. This icon is going to be RX cross 2. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and we can see that button right here. Okay. But we're just going to position the icon at the center of the button. Let's do that. So to do that, I'm just going to give the button a display of grid. I'll give it a grid display, then place items, and we'll use place items center. I'll save that. Yeah, it's actually at the center now. Now, we don't want this to be shown here by default. We only want this to be shown when the user actually uploads an image. So what we are going to do, we're going to create a state. So up here, create a state. I'll call this state const image preview. Then set image preview is equals to use state. Okay, and by default this is going to be null, because initially if we don't have an image uploaded, the state is going to be null. But when we have an image uploaded, it's going to be a string. So we're going to say this is going to be of type string, or it's going to be of type null. Now I'm just going to scroll down. Then I'm going to say if the image preview is actually set, that's only when I want to display this container. So I'll just wrap this container that has this image in there. I'll say image preview ampersand. That's only when I want this to be rendered to the UI format the document. I'll save that. I won't go back to the web page. We can no longer see that. That's only going to be visible when we actually upload a photo, and it's not visible. That's because we've not handled the image upload. When we select an image, we've not actually handled it. Let's quickly do that. So we're going to create a function to actually handle when we select an image. So up here, I'm going to say const handle file change is equals to an arrow function. And this is going to take an event that's going to be of type react.change event. It's going to be HTML input elements. Then in here, we can simply get our file. Say const file is equals to events.targets.files. I just want the first one, okay? Because when we select an image, the image is going to come in as an array of objects. Okay, since we are selecting one image, we're going to have just one object in there. So we want to specify that we just want the first one, which is going to be at index 0. And we have to add optional chain to this because the files could be possibly empty. Then I want to check if we have a file. If this file variable is set, then I want to set the image preview to url.create object URL. Then I'll just pass in the file in there. Okay, and this is actually going to create a temporary URL you can use to actually view the image and preview the image. Okay, and we are setting that our image preview states to that temporary URL we're actually creating for the image. Then finally, we are going to hook up this function we created to handle a file change. When you select a file, we're going to hook up that function to our file input. Okay, so down here I'm going to say on change, run a function called handle file change. So I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. I'll just refresh the web page first of all. Then I'll just select a file. I'm going to select this file, open, and you can see now we have an image right here. Cool. I'll select another file. I'll select this one, open, and you can see we have another image being previewed in our browser. Now what we want to do next is that I won't click on this X right here. I want to actually delete the image. Okay, so let's do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function for that. So up here, I'll create another function. I'll call this function remove image is equals to an arrow function. Now whenever this function is called, it's simply just going to set our image preview back to null. Okay, then we're going to set our file. First of all, check if firef.current, then it's going to be firef.current.value. I'll set it to an empty string. Then we have to hook up this function to that X button. So I just scroll down. Then where's that button? This button right here. Then I want to say on click. I just want to run this function right here. I'll save that. Now head back to the web page. Now we can actually click this to actually remove the image. We can select another image again. Then we can actually click on this to remove the image. Cool. So when we are trying to create a post, we did this validation that we can only see the post button when we type on this. Okay, but we also want to see the post button when we upload a file, because sometimes the user may just want to just post an image. Okay, so when the user uploads an image, we also want the user to be able to post just the image without typing here. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're just going to go back to that variable created. This variable created is disabled. Then we're going to say and if not image preview. Okay, cool. So when I head back to the web page, when I select an image, you can see right now that the post button is on. When I type right here, you can see the post button is active. And so when I select an image, you can see the post button is also active. Cool. So finally, we are going to work on actually selecting icons. Okay, when we click on this emoji icon, I want to be able to select icons. Okay, that's something like we can say fire. Then we'll just search for fire in our emoji. Then we'll just click on that. You can see that right here, fire. So let's actually work on that. So I'll just get rid of that. Go back to my project. Then to do that, we have to actually install a library called Emoji Picker. So I'll just open up this terminal. And down here, I'll say npm install Emoji Picker for React. Enter. And that's going to actually install Emoji Picker for us. I'll just close this back up. Then I'll go to my package.json. And I can actually see that dependency right here, Emoji Picker React version 4.13.2. Cool. Close this up. Then now we can actually make use of emoji in our application. So I'm just going to scroll down. After this post button right here, I'm going to actually create a div. And this is going to have a Tailwind utility class of fixed, z of 10, top of 50, left of 1/2, left of half, width of 90%, a maximum width of 2xl, and a negative translate x of 1/2. The inside is the original call my emoji container, emoji picker container, emoji picker from React. I just import that from React up here. You can see I'm actually importing this emoji picker from emoji picker React. Okay, I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we can see that emoji picker right here. Okay, you can actually see the emoji picker right here. So let's quickly add some styles to this. So I'm going to go back to this emoji picker. First of all, I want the theme to be black. So I'll say theme is equals to theme. I just import that theme in from emoji picker, then dot dark. That's going to ensure that this is going to be actually in dark mode. Cool. Then we're going to add some styles to it. So I'm going to give it some styles. Say style. I'll give it a width of 100%, and then I'm going to give it a background of black. And finally, we only want to see this emoji picker when we click on that icon. Okay, so we're going to create a state up here. I'm going to call this state const show picker, then set show picker is equals to use state, and by default this is going to be false. Then we can use this show picker state to conditionally render that emoji picker. Okay, then we'll just cut this up for now. Then we're going to say if show picker is set to true, then only then do we want to render this JXS right here, which means only when we try to select an emoji icon, that's only when this is going to be rendered true. So we're going to hook up a function to this smiley icon right here. We're going to say on click. I want to run an arrow function. I'm going to set show picker to the opposite value, show picker, basically just toggling the state from true to false and false to true. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'll just refresh the web page first of all, so that all those styles are actually applied. Then when I click on this, you're going to see it's going to actually open up this emoji icon. When I click on it again, it's going to close it back up. It's only going to be rendered when the show picker state is set to true. Cool. And finally, when we actually click on an emoji, we want the emoji to actually be selected in our text area. So let's do that. So up here, I'm going to create a function const on emoji click is equals to an out function. Now this function is going to take an emoji data, which is going to be of type emoji click data, and I'll just import that from. I'll import that from emoji picker react. I'm importing that type from emoji picker react. Okay. Then in here we can get access to our post state. So I say I want to set my post state. Remember that our post state was actually being rendered inside this text area. Okay. So I'm going to get the previous value. I'll call it previous. Then I'm going to say the previous value. Then I want to concatenate it with the emoji data.emoji. Now we have to actually hook up this function to our emoji picker. So I'll just scroll down. Then inside this emoji picker, and I can say on emoji click, we want to run this function on emoji click. Cool. I'll save that. Then when I go back to the web page, when I select an emoji, you can see the emoji is actually it's not selected. So I'll just refresh the web page. It's actually working, but I'll just refresh the web page. Click on this. When I select an emoji, watermelon, it gets selected. You can see the emojis are actually there. Okay? So we can see right here, you can see deploy. Then we can just search for a rocket icon. Look at the rocket icon, click on rocket icon. You can see right here, deploy. Cool, get rid of that. Now with that, we're actually done with this create post component. So next, we're going to start creating the post. Okay, this post right here and this image is right here. Let's actually do that. So I'm going to create another component. I'll call this component post.tsx rfc post. I'll get rid of this. Now inside this post component, I'm going to create a div that's going to represent each of the posts. I'll give this some Tailwind utility classes. So I'm going to have a px of 4, padding horizontal of 4, padding vertical of 2, a display of flex, a gap of 3, a border of bottom, and a border color of border. Then I'm going to add an image. I just import this from next image, and the image is going to point to images/image 1.jpg. Then the auth text is simply going to be profile pic. I'm going to give it a width of 100 and height of 100. I'll just save that, head back to the web page, go back to our project, and we cannot see it. That's because we've not actually imported that component to our home page. So let's go to our page.css file in our home page. Then we just have to import that right here. So down here, I want to say post. Save that, and we should be able to see that right here. Okay, let's quickly add some Tailwind classes to this image. Go back to the post component. Go back to that post component. I'm going to add some. Let me just format this. Add some Tailwind classes to this. I give it a width of 10, a height of 10. Object, I'm going to use cover, rounded of full, and a shrink of 0. I don't want the image to shrink. I'll give it a shrink of 0. And after this image, we're going to create a div. This div is going to have a Tailwind utility class of with full. And inside this div, I'll create another div. This one is going to be flex. It's going to have a justify of between. Give it a gap of 1 and a text of xm. After that, I'm going to create another div in here. This div is also going to have a Tailwind class of flex. It's going to have a gap of 1, items, center, items. I'm going to place it at the center, then text of xm. And inside this div, we're going to have 3 spans. The first one is going to have this right here, Zara Anaya Patel. The second span is simply going to say Zara. Then for the last span, we're going to have 4 hours. I'll give this one a Tailwind utility class of text width, font of bold, a test of secondary text. I also give this one a test of secondary text. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we can see those items we just added. I'm going to add that icon that's going to be at the edge right here. Let's quickly do that. So after this div right here, I'm going to add an icon. It's going to be BS3 thoughts. I'll just give it a Tailwind class of text secondary text. Save that, and we should be able to see that icon right here. Okay, cool. Now we can add the post text and also the post image. Let's do that. After this div, I'm going to create a link, or the post text is going to be a link you can actually click to actually view the post. It's going to have a href. Now for now, it's not going to go anywhere, but it's actually going to go to the post view page. Okay, but for now, just leave it as hash. I'll import this from Nest link, and I'll give this a Tailwind utility class of text white, margin vertical of 2, and a display of block. So I just give it block. Then as for the post text, I'll just paste this right there. Okay, then after this link, we're going to have another link. This one also for now is going to just be, the href is going to be hash. Then this one is going to be an image actually. So I just add an image in there. Image tag. SRC. That's going to go to the images folder. Then it's going to point to post1.jpg. And the alt text is going to be post image. Give it a width of 1800, height of 1800. Then I'm going to add some Tailwind utility classes. I'll give it a height of 70. For medium screens and above, I'm going to give it a height of 130, a width of full, a rounded of LG, border. Then I'll give it a border color of border. Then objects, I'm going to use cover. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we should be able to see the image and the post we just added. Cool. And you can see that border around the image we just added right here. So finally, we're going to create these reactions right here. Okay, let's actually do that. So after this link, I'm going to create a div. This div is going to have a Tailwind utility class of flex, justify, between, and margin vertical of 4. Then I'm going to create a div. This div is going to have a Tailwind class of text secondary text, display of flex, items of center, gap of 1, then on hover. I want this to have a text blue of 400, and also I'm going to give it a cursor of pointer. Then inside this div, we're going to have an icon in here. The icon is going to be far, reg, commit. Then after that, we're going to have a span. I'm going to have a Tailwind utility class of text sm, and simply just going to say 1.5k commits. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we should be able to see that right here. When we hover on it, you can see that blue color on it. Cool. So let's just create the rest. So I'm just going to copy this div and drag this down 1, 2, 3. That's 4 times. We actually need 4. And the next one is going to be fi repeats. Fi repeats. I just add 7.5k here. Next one is going to be far edge. Hats. Add maybe this one 2.5k. And for the last one, we're going to have think stats. Yeah. Then this one, just make this one 5k. I basically just had coding values here actually. So just make it on 5k. And you can see we have them right here: total comments, total retweets, total likes, and total views, I think. So now I'm going to add this one right here, this bookmark icon. So just go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just copy this and drag this down. And for this one, we don't need a span, so I just get rid of the span. Then the icon is going to be far-fetch bookmark. Far-fetch bookmark. Then I give it a size of 20. Save that. You can see we have that icon right here. Cool. So now we're just going to create more of this post. So I just go back there. I'll wrap this up. I'm going to wrap this up. I just drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. And we actually have more of this right here. Cool. And with that, we have successfully created this home page. We can actually type on these inputs. We can actually select an image. We can select an image. The image gets shown to the user. The user can see the image they are trying to upload. The user can click on an emoji, select an emoji, can say fire. Then I can search for a fire emoji. Click on fire. You can see right now the emoji gets added. Cool. And close back the emoji. I just get rid of this. And we are done with the home page. So next, we're going to start creating the post view page. When we click on a post, it's going to show the post view page. Okay. So let's actually work on that. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to create a new page. Just close this up. So first of all, I'll create a new folder. I'll call this folder post. Inside this folder, I'm going to create another folder. And this folder is going to be post ID. And the reason I created this like this using these square brackets because this is going to be dynamic wrapped. Okay, each post is going to have a unique ID that we're going to use to pull the post from the database. Okay, so when the user creates a tweet, the tweet is going to have a unique ID, and that's the unique ID that's going to be displayed in the URL that we're going to use to actually pull in the post when we start working on the back end. All right, so inside this folder, I'm going to create a page. Call this page.csx. RFC. Just change this to capital case. Then I'll just give this a Tailwind utility class of text white. Text white. Let's actually visit this page. And to visit this page, remember that we have a folder home/post/the ID. Okay, so let's actually visit the page. So it's going to be the home. Then we're going to say /post, then /. Now, this is a dynamic route, which means you can type anything right here. Okay, so I just click on enter. And you can see right now we have that page we just created right here, that page text right here. Okay, page. So we are at the post page. Okay, and we can actually use another URL. We can use something random. And you can see that we are still at the post page because this is a dynamic route. Now, when we start working on the back end, we're going to actually use the unique post ID as a URL. Then we're going to get that post ID with Next.js. Then we're going to use that post ID to actually get the post we're trying to view. Okay, cool. So I want to get rid of this text. Get rid of this. I'll create a div. Inside this div, I want to create another div that's going to have a Tailwind utility class of flex, justify, between, items, center, margin bottom of 3, px of 4, and padding vertical of 2. After that, I'm going to create another div. This is going to have a Tailwind utility class of text of white, display of flex, items of center, and gap of 3. I'll save that. Now what we are trying to create is this right here, this header right here. Okay, they're going to have this icon, this post right here, also this reply button. Now this post right here is going to be using a function in Next.js called website.back. Okay, so what this does is that it's going to go to the previous page we were in before we actually clicked on this post. So previously we were at the home page, so when we click on it, it's going to go back to the home page. So I'm going to actually teach you how to do that. For now, I'm going to create a button. This button is going to have an icon. It's called far arrow left. Add a Tailwind class of cursor pointer. And I'll give this a size of 20. After this button, I'm going to have a span tag. I'm simply going to say post. I'll give this span tag a Tailwind utility class of font bold text XL. And after this div, I'm going to create another button. After the div that holds this button and this span, create another button. This one is going to be reply. I'm going to give it some Tailwind classes. I give it a border. Then the border's color is going to be border. Rounded. I'm going to give it full. PX of 4, PY of 1, and a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I'll just go back to my project, and we can see that button right here, but we cannot actually see the reply text plan. So I'll just give it a text of white. So I'll give this a text of white to ensure that text inside the button is actually white and we can actually see it. Cool. I won't click on this button right here. I actually want to go back to the home page. Okay, so I want to use something in Next.js called Wrapter.back. Okay, so that's what we want to do. But what I'm going to do, I want to create a component for this button, because if I decide to make use of that Wrapter.back in this page, it's going to make the entire page a client page. Okay, and I don't want that. I don't want this entire page to be a client page. So what we are going to do, we're going to create a component for this. So I just go back to my Visual Studio Code. I want to create a component. I call this component go back button .tsx rfc, and this component is simply just going to return this button right here. It's going to return just this button. So I just paste that button as a return JSX right here. Now import this icon, format the document, save that. Then in here, I just have to import that component, go back button. Just going to import that component. Then we can get rid of this icon right here. Save that. Now when I head back to the web page, nothing's really going to change. Okay. So now I want to add the function to the button. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. First of all, I'm going to get router from Next Navigation. I'm going to say const router is equals to use router. I'm going to get that from Next Navigation. Then on click of this button, when someone clicks on this button, on click, I want to fire an arrow function. I'm simply going to say router dot back. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, we're obviously going to get an error because we've not specified that this is going to be a client component. We're using router in here, so I'm going to say use clients. I'll save that, and that should actually get rid of that error for us. Yeah. So now when we click on this, it's going to go back to the home page. Okay. Now when I try to click on any of these links, it's not going to really do anything. Remember, we've not actually updated these links to actually take us to the post page. Let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to go to my components. I'll go to post component. Then right here, where we have this hash for the first post, I'm just going to say this is going to go to this /home. Remember that inside our home, we have this inside our home folder / we have it in the post folder. Then we're going to pass in the dynamic URL. And this is just for testing. Then /home /post, sorry, spell that post correctly, /125. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'll just click on this right here. You're going to say /123, and also when I click on the image, it's going to be /125. Cool. And when I click on this, it's going to go back. That's what the router.back function that we added is actually going to do. So next, we're going to create this right here for the post view page. Now you notice that this right here is actually similar to the individual post. Okay, so you're just going to reuse that. So I go to my post component. I go to my post component. I'll just copy one of these. I'll copy this first one. I just copy this. Then I'll just go to my post page. Then I'll just paste that. After this div right here, I'll just paste that right here. I just import these icons. I import this in. I import this in. I import this in. I import this in. Then also I import this in. And we don't need the icon here. We just need a div. So I just change this link to div. Change this to a div. Then I get rid of the href in there. I import this from next image. Then also I'll get rid of this link. I'll replace it with a div. Get rid of this href. And for this one, just import this icon from React icons. Cool. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, head back to our project, and we should be able to see that right here. Okay, cool. So next we're going to add this reply input right here that users will be able to reply to it. Okay, so it's basically the same thing with this one right here. It's basically the same thing with this component right here, but we're just going to change a little details. So I'm just going to go back to that. I'll create another component. I'll call this one reply post.tsx. It's going to be similar with this, so I just copy everything from here. We're also going to need the emoji picker. Then I'll paste that in this reply post component. Okay, but we have to change a few details so this actually matches with this component. So instead of post, I'll just call this reply. So we're going to be replying to it. Set reply. Sorry. Instead of post here, it's going to be the reply states. Then I'll scroll down, update the rest. Instead of set post, it's going to be set reply. Then down here, instead of post taken, it's simply going to be the value is going to be the reply state. Then we're going to set the reply to event.target.value. Yeah, I think that's about it. Cool. I'll save that. Now we have to actually import that component to our post page. So I'll just wrap this up. I'll wrap up this div. Then down here, I'll just call that reply post component we just created. And we are not actually exporting the component. Remember that we didn't change the name of the component to it's the create post. So we're going to change this. We're going to change this to reply post. That's why we could not import it. It's not exporting the reply post, it's exporting the create post. So here we can say reply, and we're actually getting that right here. Click on that. Format the document. I'll save that and I'll head back to the web page, and we're gonna have that reply right here. We can actually type on it. Cool. We can select an emoji. We want to reply, so we can select an emoji. And what we are going to do, we have to position this emoji picker. You can see when we click on this emoji picker, it's going to cover up that smile icon. We're going to click to close it back up. So we're going to position this differently. Okay. So I'll go back to that reply post. Now, instead of we positioning this, we are positioning this. We're giving it a position of top 50. I'm going to give it a top of 10 instead. I'll save that. Yeah, you're going to see that we can actually click on this to open and close it. Cool. So next, what we're going to work on in this post view page is going to be the comments. Okay, we're going to actually see the list of comments right here. So let's actually work on that. So I head back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to create a new component. I'll call this component comments.tsx. RFC. I'll get rid of this. I'm going to notice that this structure right here is actually similar to this right here, okay, without the image. So we can actually reuse this post.jsx. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll just go to my post page. I'll copy this right here. I'll copy this. Then I'll just paste that in here. Okay. Then I'll just get the import statement. So it's that post page. I'll get the imports. Then I'll paste that up here. Also, we have to actually import next image. Now save that. When I head back to the web page, we should be able to see we cannot see that. I think that's because we've not actually imported that comment component. So let's actually go and do that. So I go to my page.tsx. So I'm just going to import that comments. Okay, I'll save that, and we should be able to see that comments component right here. Cool. So all we have to do is just get rid of the image. So I'll just get rid of the image. I'll get rid of this image. Okay, I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. You can see that we have the comments right here. So basically we actually want to, so we're just going to copy this, just close this up, then I'll just drag this down. Then I'll format the document. I'll save that, head back to the web page. I'm going to notice that we actually have 2 of this comment right here. Cool. And we can type on this and you can see that everything is actually working fine. And I'll check if this is responsive, and it's actually fully responsive. Okay, this is actually fully responsive. So now that we're done with all the UI we need for this application, we can actually start working on the back end. So first of all, we have to set up Supabase. I'm going to head over to Supabase. I'm going to click on Start Your Project. It's going to bring us right here. And right here, you can click on a new project. So I'm going to click on a new project. I'll click on New Project. Then I'm going to name this project Twitter Clone. And for the password, I just generate a password. I'll generate a password. It gets generated. For the region, you have to pick a region that is closer to you, okay? Now, for me right now, the closest region to me is West Europe, Paris, okay? So I'll click on that. And after that, I'll just click on Create a New Project, Create New Project. And that's going to start creating a new Supabase project for me right here. Now, after the project is created, we're going to scroll down. You're going to see the credentials we need to actually connect our project to the Supabase project right here. So let's actually do that. So first of all, I'm going to create an environmental variable. I'll first of all create an environmental file. To do that in Next.js, I'm going to say .env.local. And here I'm going to say Next public Supabase URL is going to be equals to, I'm going to copy that Supabase public URL, which is this right here. I'll click on copy. Then I'm going to paste that right here. Okay. And after that, I'm going to say Next public Supabase anon key. Now we're going to copy the public anon key from Supabase. Use this right, this API key right here. We'll copy that. Then we are just going to paste that right here. Okay. So after writing the credentials, we have to actually link the 2 projects. Okay. So first of all, we have to install Supabase. So I'm going to open up this terminal. Go to this terminal right here. Then I'm going to run a command to actually install Supabase to our project. I'm going to say npm install. And I'll just copy that from Supabase. Where is that? Just copy this Supabase and Supabase JS. Then I'll paste that right here. npm install Supabase JS. I'll click on enter. And with that command, we've installed Supabase to our project. Now to actually check if this was correctly installed, we're going to go to package.json. You can see the dependencies we are working right here. You can see right here at Supabase JS. The package has been installed successfully. Great. All right. So after that, we're going to create a new folder. I'll call this folder lib. Inside this lib folder, I'm going to create a file called Supabase client.txt. Then down here, I'm going to say const Supabase URL is equals to. Now we're going to make use of the environmental variables we created right here. These environmental variables, because the reason I created this, I don't want to actually hard code this. I can actually do something like this. I can copy this, then I'll just paste that right here as a string, okay, and it's actually going to work fine. But we don't want our credentials to be exposed. That's why we are using environmental variables to actually store these credentials. Then we just load them from the environmental variables. Now to actually load environmental variables in Next.js, we're going to make use of process.env. Then we're going to call the name of the environmental variable. So I'll just copy this from here. I'll just copy this. Then I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay. After that, I'm going to get the anon key. So it const Supabase anon key is equals to process.env. Then I'm going to copy the variable name for this next public anon key. And mind you, when you're actually making use of this, you always have to use next public. Okay. If you don't use next public, it's not going to work. It's a rule in Next.js. So I'll just paste that right here. Next public Supabase anon key. Then down here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to create a Supabase instance. Supabase is equals to create client. I'm going to import that create client from Supabase. Then we're going to pass in the credentials. We're going to pass in the Supabase URL. Then we'll pass in the Supabase among key in that order. Okay. And to get rid of this TypeScript, I'll just add an exclamation mark right here. And that should get rid of that error. Great. So we are basically creating this instance right here, but we are not actually exporting this instance. Right now, we cannot make use of this Supabase instance in any way in our application. So what we are going to do back here, we're going to say export const Supabase. Great. Now with this, we'll be able to make use of this Supabase instance anywhere in our application and actually query our Supabase backend. Okay. So next, we're going to start working on authentication, creating user, logging in user, and also creating user profiles. First, we're going to start with actually registering a new user. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call this folder services. Inside the services folder, I'm going to create a file. I'll call this file auth.ts. So we're going to write the code to actually create a new user in our Supabase project. So down here, I'm going to say const sign up user is equals to an async function because this is going to be a network request. Now this function is going to take two arguments. It's going to take an email, which is going to be of type string, and it's going to take a password that's going to be also of type string. Then inside this function, we're going to make use of a try catch block since this is a network request. Now when we get an error, we just want to console.log the error. I'll name the error unexpected error. Then we're going to return an object that the error is going to be unexpected error occurred. Please try again. Great. Then inside the try, I can actually make a network request for our Supabase project. So I can say const. I want to destructure the values is equals to await Supabase. And this Supabase we are making use right here is a Supabase instance we created inside our library right here. This Supabase client, this one we are exporting right here. That's the instance we are making use of in this auth.ts. Now say supabase.auth.sign up a new user .sign up. Now we're going to use credentials for signing up the user. So the credentials we're going to use is going to be the email and it's going to be the password. Then we can destructure out the values. I want to destructure out the error. I only need the error. Then I want to check if I get an error. I'll say if error. If we get an error, then we want to return an object that the key is going to be error. Then the value is going to be the error dot the message. Okay, just like that. Great. So I'll just format this document. And now we actually created this function, but this function is not being used. So to actually ensure we can use this function anywhere in our application, I'll call this function, I'll pass the email and password to actually sign up a new user. We have to export the function. So back here, I want to say export const sign up user. Okay, great. So now we've created a service function. Let's actually work on actually sending the data from our sign up page. And I don't think we've created a sign up page because when we created this UI, we created a sign-in page. Okay, so let's actually create a sign-up page. First of all, I'm going to make this input email and then password. Let's do that. So I'm going to go to my page.css file, go to my src app page.csx. So I just scroll down. I'm going to duplicate this input. I want two of these inputs. The first one is going to be the email of the user. I'll just get rid of this. Then the second one is going to be the password of the user. So I'm going to say password. I'll save that, and that should actually give us two input right here. Great. Now for this one, the first one, I'm going to add a margin bottom. So I'll give this one a margin bottom. I'm going to do 4. I'll save that. That should add a margin between these two inputs. I'll just increase the margin to 6. Margin bottom of 6. Yeah, it's better this way. Great. Now we have to actually create the sign up page. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to my src folder, my app folder. I'm going to create a folder. I'll call this folder auth. And inside this auth, I'm going to create a folder called sign up. And inside this folder, we're going to create a file called page.tsx. Then I'll just copy all the code from our sign up page. I'll just copy everything. Then I'll paste that in this sign up page. Great. Okay. So now we have to go to that page. So to do that, I'll just go to my URL. I'll say, remember we created the folder called auth. Inside that folder, we created a file called sign up. So I just go to that page right here. And you can see we are in the sign up page. So we're just going to update the details. First of all, I'm going to, instead of sign in to X, it's going to be sign up to X. Then I'm going to get rid of this Google button for the sign up page. I'll get rid of this divider. Then down here, instead of don't have an account, it's going to be already have an account. Then it's going to go to the sign in page, and for the href it's going to be slash, which is basically the home page. And also for this one where we have this right here, the href is going to be slash /auth / sign up. Great. So when we go back to our sign up page, I'm just going to add a margin bottom to this text right here. I'll give that text for my sign up page. I'm going to give that text a margin bottom. Margin bottom is 12. Yeah, that's actually better this way. Now when I click on sign in now, it's going to take me to the sign in page where users can actually sign into their account. When I click on sign up, it's going to take me to the sign up page, and we can get rid of this forgot password for the sign up page too. I'll just get rid of that forgot password. Yeah, great. So we actually want to sign up a new user. So let's actually handle that. So first of all, we're going to create state for our email, and then for our password, and also for our error message. So up here, I'm going to create a state. So first of all, I have to make this a client component. I'll get rid of this image. I'm going to say use clients. Then down here, I'm going to create a state. Say const email set email is equals to the use state hook from React, and then by default this is going to be a string. Then we can say const password set password is equals to the use state hook from React. Okay, and by default it's going to be an empty string. So then we'll create another state, const message set message is equals to use states, and this also is going to be by default an empty string. Great. So now we have to actually link the states to the input. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to say this input is going to have a value. It's going to have a value that's going to be the image state, and on change of this input, on change, I'm going to run an arrow function. It's going to take an event, and then we're going to set our image state to the event.target the value of the input. Great. Now what this is going to do is that it's going to set our image state to the value we type in our input. If we type something like this in our input, THE, it's going to set our state to THE. Okay, so we're going to repeat the same thing for our password. So I'll just copy this. I'll head to the password input. I'll just paste that right here. Then instead of the value being email, the value is going to be the password. And also I'm going to set the password to event.target.the value. Great. So we have already linked this state right here to this input. All right. So now we actually have to display the error message. So I'm going to create that. So up here, I'm going to create a paragraph tag, and this paragraph tag is going to be error. Then I'm going to add some styles to this. I'll give this a Tailwind class of BG primary, a padding vertical of 1, a margin bottom of 4, a font of semi-bold, and lastly text of center. Okay, I'll save that. Head back to the web page. We're going to see we have that error right here. Error. Great. Now we only want this to be shown to the user when we have message in our message state. Okay, so first of all, we're going to put that message state right here. We're going to say message. Now when we tap on this message state right here, when we type here th, whatever we type, whatever the state of that message is going to be outputted right here. But we don't want it to be shown to the user by default. We really want it to be shown to the user when we actually have, when the message state is not an empty string. So we're going to check, we're going to say if we have message in the message state, only then do we want the user to see this message right here. Okay, great. When we save that, you're going to notice that we can no longer see that right here. It's only going to be visible when we have a message in that message state. So next, we're going to wrap the input and the button in a form. Okay, so I'll just cut this. I'll create a form tag. Then I'll just paste them in here and get rid of this action. Then I'm going to create a function that's going to fire when we actually submit this form. So up here, I'm going to say const sign up is equals to an arrow function. And this is going to be an async function. And it's going to take an event. And this is going to be of type React.form events. Okay. And when we submit the form, we want to prevent the default behavior of the form. So we'll say event.prevent the default behavior of the form. Okay. Now, what this is going to do is going to ensure that when we submit the form, the page is not going to be refreshed. Now, by default, when you submit form, I'll just comment this off. When you submit form in HTML forms, when I type here and I type here, when I submit the form, the page is going to be refreshed. You can see the page is refreshed, but we don't want the page to be refreshed. We want to actually handle this form submission using JavaScript. So we have to prevent the default form behavior. So we have to say events.prevent default. And we'll go back to the form. We'll type here and we'll type here and we'll click on continue to submit the form. The form is still submitted. That's because we've not actually added the event handler to our form. So down here we can say on submit, we want to run the function sign up. Okay, now I'll test that again. So I'm going to type here, and when I click on submit, you're going to notice that the form is no longer going to be submitted because we are preventing the default behavior of the form. Cool. So after this, we have to do a little bit of validation. So we're going to check if email.trim, or that's basically we want to check if there's no email. Okay, and we're adding this string so that user cannot use blank spaces. User cannot do something like this. Okay, that's why we're adding that string to it. Then also we have to check if no password dot trim. Now if any of this return true, which means one of these fields is actually empty, we didn't fit in one of these fields, then we want to set our message state to all fields are required. Okay, then we're going to stop executing the function. So we just say return. But if the input is not actually empty, the user fit in the email and password, then down here we want to actually send the email and password to our Supabase backend to actually create a new user. So down here I can say const results is equals to, I'm going to await sign up user, which is the service function we created right here. This service function we created sign up user to sign up a new user. Then remember this requires two arguments. It requires two arguments, an email and a password. So we're going to pass in the email state, then we're going to pass in our password state, just like that. Then we're going to check if results.error. If we get an error, remember that when we created this function up here, the function is going to return an error when we have an error from Supabase, and also when we have a network error, it's going to catch the error and also return an error. The only time it doesn't return an error is when we have success, when the user was successfully created. So basically, we're just going to check if we have an error. If we have an error, then we are going to set our message to that error. Or if we don't have an error, which means the user was created successfully. So then I'm going to set my message state to results.error. Okay, great. Else, if the user was successfully created and we don't have an error, then I want to set my message state to sign up successful. Okay, I'll save that. we can actually test this if this is actually working. First of all, I want to try to submit actually filling the email field. I click on continue. You're going to see all fields are actually required. I want to type in this email field, say egbon@gmail.com. Then the password, I just use 0000000. I click on continue. Then we're going to get a Supabase error. Email address egbon@gmail.com is invalid. That's because the Gmail I'm actually using is actually a random Gmail. It's not a valid Gmail address. Okay. So to solve this problem, I'm going to head over to Supabase and go to authentication. After going to authentication, you're going to go to sign in/providers. Then we're going to turn off confirm email. Okay. And that's going to allow us to use emails that are not valid to actually test our application. Okay. So I'll click on save changes. Now, when you are building a production application, you should not turn this off because you don't want users to actually spam your Supabase database with random Gmails. Okay, so you want users to really be able to register with valid email address. Now, I'm actually doing this because we're actually building a project. I don't want to use my Gmail. Okay, so I want to head back to my project. I'll try to actually sign up the user again. Click on continue. There's going to say sign up successful. I want to head over to Supabase. I just go to my authentication table. I'll refresh this. I'll just refresh this. And you can see we have a user right here. You see the user ID, egbon@gmail.com. Then the provider, we use credentials, so it's going to be email provider. Then created that last sign in, just like that. Okay. But when we head back to the project and try to sign up this user again, click on continue. You're going to say it's going to say user already registered. Supabase is going to return an error that this user is already been registered because every user is going to have their own unique email. And also, when we head to local storage, to go to local storage, you're going to right click on your web page and go to inspect. Then we'll go to inspect. We're going to go to this right here, application. Then we're going to see this right here, local storage. Okay, local storage. You can see it right here, local storage, HTTP localhost 3000. Click on that. Now we'll go over there. You can see we have a token right here, SB auth token, and this is the Supabase token to show that this user is authenticated. So in Supabase, when the user signs up, by default they get logged in. Okay, and this user is already authenticated, but we're going to delete this for now because we actually want to actually create the code to actually log in a user. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll create another function in my auth.ts. I'll create another service function. Down here, I'm going to say export. Sorry, spell that export correctly. Export const sign in user is equals to an async function. This function is also going to take an email and a password. So I just copy this. Also going to take two arguments, email and password. Then we'll create a try catch block. And inside the catch, we're just going to paste the same code right here. We just copy this. Then we just paste that right here. Then inside the try, we're going to say const. We're going to destructure the values is equals to await Supabase .auth.sign up with password, sign a user in with password. Then we'll pass in the email. Then we're going to pass in the password. All right. Then we're going to destructure add the error. So say error. So basically, we're going to check if there's an error. I'll just copy this. Then I'll paste that underneath here. So if there's an error, we're going to return an object that's going to have a key error. Then the error message. Okay. I'll save that. Then we're going to head over to our login page and actually handle that. First of all, I'm going to create our state. So I'll just copy this state from here. I'll copy this state. I'll paste that state up here. And we have to make this a client component. So up here, I'm going to say use clients. Then I'll import use state from React. Then we're going to wrap this button and this input in a form tag. Wrap them in the form. Just paste them right here. Get rid of this action. And now I'm going to link the state to this input right here. So the input is going to have a value that's going to be the image state. Then on change of this input, I want to run an out function. I'm going to take an event. Then we're going to we're going to set our image state to the event.target dot the value. Then also do the same thing for the password input. The value is going to be our password state. Then on change of our password state, we're going to run an arrow function. It's going to take an event. Then we are going to set our password to event.target dot the value. Great. Then up here, I'm going to create a function const send in is equals to an arrow function, which is obviously going to be an async function, and it's going to take an event. It's going to be of React dot form event, and I want to submit the form. So I want to add a on submit event handler on submit. I want to run that function send in. Okay, great. And as usual, we have to prevent the default behavior. We have to validate it. So I'll just copy this, then I'll just paste that up here. Okay, then after that, I'm going to say const result is equals to, I'm going to await send in user. I'll call the function. That's the function we just created right here. This send in user function we just created. Then I'm going to pass in the email. Then we're going to pass in the password. So down here, I'm going to check if results.error. If we get an error, then we're going to set our message state to results.error. Okay. As if we don't get an error, if the user was logged in successfully, we're going to say set message to login successful. And lastly, we actually have to output our message. Okay, so I just go to my sign up page. I'll copy this paragraph tag, then I'll just paste that right on top of this form right here. Okay, great. So let's actually test this out. So I'll go to my sign in page. I'll use egbon@gmail.com. I just use a wrong email, the email we've not registered, to see what we get. 1234. I click on continue and we get invalid login credentials. Then when we actually use the one we used to register, continue, we're going to get login successful. And when we head over to our application, you can see that SB Auth token is actually back, which means this user is actually logged in again. Great. So now that we're done with the code of signing up a user, actually signing in a user, now we have to actually work on actually creating a user profile, so that when a user registers, the user have to set up their profile before they can actually proceed to the application. Before we can do that, we have to create a new table for our users. Okay, because in Supabase, the auth table is only going to take important details like the email, the password. Okay, so we have to actually create a new table to actually accommodate things that our user profile picture, that is the avatar, and also our user's username. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to go to Supabase. I'll go to table editor. I'm going to create a new table. I'm going to call this table profiles. And the first column I'm going to add is going to be the username. Then I'm going to say this is going to be Vercel variable length. Then we don't want this to be nullable, so I just uncheck this. Then now I'm going to add another one. I'll call this one avatar URL. Then I'm going to choose this is also going to be Vercel, and also this is not going to be nullable. After that, I'll create another one for the user's name. So I'll say name. Then this is also going to be Vercel, and it's going to be not nullable. And before we save this table, I'm going to change this to, because I want the ID to be UUID. That is universally unique identifier. Okay, I want each of the ID to be unique and random. So I'm going to click on save table, and it's going to start actually creating the table for us. And after a while, it's going to create this table for us right here. Okay, you can see the table right here, create that username, avatar URL, name. Okay, great. Now, after actually creating a table in Supabase, that's not actually all. We have to actually create policy. Right now, this table now, users will not be able to write to this table, like insert data to this table, also fetch or view data from this table. So we have to actually create policies to allow users to be able to access this table. So to do that, I'm going to click on this button right here, add iOS policy. I'm going to click on create policy. Then I'm going to give this policy a name. I'm going to say allow auth users to insert, okay, or let me say insert data to this table. Then the rule is going to be auth.row is equals to authenticated. That's if the user is authenticated, then the user will be able to actually insert into this table. Okay, so we're going to click on insert, not select. It's going to be insert policy. Now click on save this policy. I've added the insert policy. Now you have to actually add a select policy so that users will be able to read from this table. That is public read access. So I'll create a policy, and this one is going to be enable public read access. Then down here, I'm simply just going to say true. Okay, we want this to be public. Now click on save policy. And we've created the two policies we need for this profile table, the insert policy and the select policy. Great. So I'm going to go back to our project. Now, the way we want the authentication flow to be is that when a user registers, the user is going to be taken to a setup profile page where the user can actually set up their profile, like upload their profile picture and also set up their username. Okay, so let's actually do that. So my Visual Studio, I want to create another folder inside this auth folder. I'll just close this up. Inside my SRC folder, inside this auth folder, create another folder. I'll call this folder callback. This is going to be a callback page after the user completes their registration. Then inside this folder, I'm going to create a page. I'll call this page.tsx RFC. Great. Change this to capital case. And the JXS of this callback page is going to be similar with our sign up page. So just copy the ones from our sign up page. Just copy this JSX right here. Then I'll just paste that right here. And obviously we have to get rid of some stuffs. For this right here, we don't need this right here. I'll get rid of this. And also we don't need this dates. Obviously we don't need all these dates for now. I'll get rid of this. Then also I'll get rid of this on submit handler. And also I'm going to get rid of this. I'll just comment this off for now. Great. I'll save that. Now to head to this page, I'm going to go to localhost port 3000/auth/callback. Okay. I'll just click on enter. It's going to bring us right here. I'm going to change this to sign up to X to basically set up profile. So up here, I'm going to say setup profile. Okay, great. Now this is not going to be email. This is going to be full name. Then this one is going to be user name. Then we're going to have another input. I'll just drag this down. And this one is going to be of type file, not text. It's going to be of type file. Okay, great. And it's basically going to be the input the user is going to use to actually upload their profile picture. Okay. So the label, I'll just give it a label. I'll give it a label for avatar. Then it's going to simply say profile pic. And right here, just pass in the ID. And the ID is going to be avatar. Save that. And we should be able to see that input right here. Okay, great. Full name, username, and choose file. Let's choose your profile picture. Great. So first of all, we're going to make use of a side effect to actually determine if a user is actually authenticated or if a user already set up their profile. Okay, so up here I'm going to create a use effect hook, because to do side effects in React we make use of the use effect hook. So I'll call the use effect hook. Then I'll pass in the dependency array. Now, since I'm making use of hooks in this page, I'm going to make this a client page. So up here I'm going to say use client. Okay, inside this use effect we're going to create a function. I'll call this function handle auth. It's going to be equals to an async function. So first of all, we have to check if the user that's trying to set up their profile actually have a registered account in our Supabase server. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the result is equals to awaits Supabase. I'm going to import that Supabase instance we created. Okay, dot auth dot. We want to get the user. Now I'm going to destructure the values. We're going to destructure the error. I'm going to name this error user error, and also I'm going to destructure the data, and I'll just destructure the user from the data. Okay, great. Now down here I'm going to check if user error, if we get an error, or if we didn't find a registered user. If we didn't find a registered user, if any of this is true, now if any of this is true, then we're going to route the user to the sign up page. Okay, so I want to get my router instance. Say const router, create a new router instance equals to use router. I want to get that from next navigation. Then down here, if we can't find a user, if no user is registered, then we're going to say router dot replace. We're going to send that user to /auth/sign up. Okay, great. Then after that, we're just going to return. Okay, basically stop executing the code right here. Great. So for this one right here, we are basically just checking if a user has registered. Okay, so after that, we have to check if a user has already created their profile. We don't want users to be able to create another profile after they've created a profile before. Okay, so down here I'm going to say check if user already has a profile. So to do that, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure out the result from the query. Then we'll say awaits Supabase dot from the profiles table we created dot select star dot eq, where the ID feed matches user dot ID. Okay, now this user right here we are using is the user we are getting from our auth table, our Supabase auth table. Okay, and we are checking if this user has a profile. So we are checking for the ID, whether ID of the profile matches the user ID. Okay, I just format this. Then I just want one, so I'll say dot maybe single. I'll just get that, just get one of it, because we're obviously going to get one user, so I just get one. So the reason I'm not using single is because when we use single in Supabase, it's expecting at least one row. If it doesn't get one row, it's going to throw an error. Okay, but when we use maybe single, if it doesn't get any row, it's going to return null. It's not going to throw an error. That's why I'm using maybe single. Great, because we want to check if this is actually null. So right here, we can actually destructure the values. We'll destructure the data. I'm just going to call this the user profile. Then I'm going to destructure the error. I'll call this profile error. Great. Format again. So after that, you have to check if profile error. Now, if we get a profile error, we simply just want to route the user back to the sign up page. Okay, we just want to take the user to the sign up page. Then after that, we're going to say if profile, if the user has a profile, they will simply just want to route the user router dot replace, have the user to the home page. Okay, which means the user already sets their profile initially. But if the user has not set up their profile before, then we don't want to do anything. You just want to keep the user in this page to actually set up their profile. Okay, great. Now, after creating this function, we have to call this function. So when we hover on this, you're going to notice right now, say handle hot is declared, but its value is never read. Now we want to call this function when the component mounts. Okay, so down here, we're just going to say handle auth. Okay, I'm going to call that function. Then right here, I have to pass in this router as a dependency. So I'll say router. Okay, since we are making use of a router in our application, it actually depends on this router. And after that, I'm going to head to my sign up page, because when the user signs up and is successful, we want to route that user to that callback page so that they can actually set up their profile. So down here, after the user signs up and is successful, I want to set a timeout. And this timer is going to run after 2 seconds, which is basically 2000 milliseconds. Then in here, we can see router. And we've not created a router instance. So let's do that. So up here, I'm going to say const router is equals to use router. I'm going to get that from next navigation. Then down here, I can say router dot replace. When the user signs up and is successful, has the user to the auth dot callback page. Okay, great. And I think that's all. We can actually test this now. So we're going to go back to our sign up page and actually test this out. Auth dot sign up. I'll use a different Gmail, igbon50@gmail.com. Then for the password, I'll say 00000000. Then I'll click on continue. Sign up successful, and after 2 seconds, it's going to take us to the setup profile page, and it's actually going to keep us in this page because this user has not set their profile, and this user is actually authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, it's going to send the user to the sign up page. And also, if the user has set their profile before, they already have a profile in our server, it's going to route the user to the home page. Like right here, if the user has a profile, it's going to route the user to the home page. Great. So now that we've written the code to actually check if a user has a profile, we have to actually write the code to actually set up a user's profile. So let's do that. So I go back to my Visual Studio Code. Up here, I'm going to create some states. I'll just wrap up this use effect tool. Up here, I'm going to create some states. I'll say const image set image is going to be equals to use states, and this is going to be null by default. And it's going to have a type. The type is going to be of type null, or it's going to be of type file. Okay. After that, we'll create another state const name. That's the user's full name. Set name. So I spell that correctly. Set name is equals to use states, and this is going to be an empty string. Then we'll create another state const username. Set username is equals to use state, and this is also going to be an empty string. Then we'll create another state const message, which is going to take our message from Supabase, or if we have an error, set message is going to be equals to use states, and also this is going to be an empty string by default. So now we have to actually connect those inputs to these states. Okay, so down here, we just scroll down, and it's going to be the input for the name. So I'm going to say the value is going to be the name state, and on change of this input, once we run an arrow function, it's going to take an event. Then we want to set our name state to event.target.value. Okay, then I'll just copy this, I'll paste that down here, and I'm going to change this to the username. Then it's going to be set username. And for the image input, first of all, tell this input to accept images. Okay, images extension. And we're going to add an onChange handler to this onChange. I want to run an arrow function. It's going to take an event. Then any file we upload, I want to set it to a variable. So I'll say const files is equals to the event.target dot the files. Okay, now if no files was uploaded, if no files, I just want to return. Okay, so I'm going to negate this. If we don't have any files, if no files, simply just return. I'm going to get the first file, say const file is equals to files. Then I'm going to get the first one, okay, because this is going to return an array. Even though we are uploading just one image, one file, it's going to return an array of files with just one object. So we just want to get the first one. Then we're going to set our image state to file, just like that. Great. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page, and everything actually is looking really good. Everything is working fine. And I cannot see that label. Let me just check why can I not see that label. So I just add some styles to this. Sorry, some Tailwind utility class. I give it a text of white. Save that. I should ensure that we can actually see that. You can see that label right here, profile pic. So I want to give it more style. Just give it a display of block so that I can add some padding to it. Padding vertical. I'll give it 2. Yeah, profile pic. Great. And also we're going to uncomment this right here. So I'll just uncomment this. Okay. So now we have to write a function that when we submit the form, the function is going to be fired and it's going to actually send our data to our Supabase server. So let's actually do that. So up here, I'm going to create a function. I'll call this function const set up profile, or I'll just call it setup user profile. It's equals to an async function. And this is going to take an event that's going to be of React.form event. Then we're going to prevent the default behavior of the form. So event.prevent the default behavior of the form. Now I already explained what this event.prevent default is going to do. Okay, it's going to prevent the form from being submitted and refreshing the web page. Okay, great. Now when we submit this form, I'm going to say on submit. We want to run the function set up user profile. Okay, just like that. So down here we want to do some validation. So we're going to check if we don't have a name, or if we don't have a username, or if we don't have any image file in that image state, then we're going to just, I'm going to go here. I'll just get that right here. I'll just get this right here. Then I'll just paste that in here. It's going to set our message state to all fields are required. So if we try to submit the form now without actually filling this field, it's going to say all fields are required. If all the fields are filled up, we actually want to send this data to our Supabase server. So down here, we're first of all going to upload user's avatar, as a user's profile picture. Okay, so down here, first of all, I want to say const timestamp. I want to get a unique identifier for each of the profile picture, because we don't want a duplicate of a profile picture path in our server. So we're going to create a timestamp. So I'll say dates dot now. Then I'm going to create the image path. I'm going to say const image path is going to be equals to, and make use of backticks. Then I'm going to say $. I'm going to pass in the timestamp. I'm going to make use of an underscore here. Then this time around, I'm going to add another dynamic variable, which is going to be the image state dot the name of the image. Okay, great. That's the name of the image in your local machine. Okay, it could be file.jpg. That is basically the name of the image in your machine. Now, what is going to do, our file path is going to be something like this. It's going to be the current date. Let me say 25/12/01, and also I think the current time, something like that. Then it's going to be underscore, then the name of the image. If the name is file.jpg, and this is going to be the file path, okay, in our server. Great. So I'll just go back. Now we've gotten the path, but before we can actually post it, we have to create a Supabase bucket to actually upload this file. Okay, great. So let's actually do that. I'm going to head over to Supabase. Then I'm going to hover on this left sidebar right here. You're going to see right here storage. I'll click on storage. Then you're going to see no new buckets are available. Create a new bucket. I'll go to new bucket. I'll call this bucket avatars. Then this is going to be a public bucket. Okay, then I'll just go to create buckets. And that is not actually all. Just like tables, after creating buckets in Supabase, you have to actually add policies, okay? So that users can actually write to this bucket, actually upload files to this bucket and delete files from this bucket, okay? So we're going to add some policies. So I'm going to click on new policy. I'll go for full customization. Then we want to actually select and also insert to this bucket. So we're going to click on insert, and also we're going to click on select from this bucket, okay? Then up here, you have to give it a policy name. We have to say allow users to select and insert to this bucket. Okay, now click on review policy, and we have a policy for insert operation. Also, we have a policy for selecting. Okay, so I'll click on save policy. Great, just like that. And now we have a policy for this bucket. Now back in my Visual Studio Code down here, I can actually now upload files to that bucket. So down here, I can say const. I'm going to destructure out the values from the results equals to, I'm going to await Supabase dot storage dot from which storage, from the avatar storage, avatars, as the avatar storage we just created, dot upload. We're going to pass in the image path we just created, and also we're going to pass in the image. Okay, great. That is image state, and the image file, the file itself. All right. After that, we're going to destructure out the error. Then we're going to call this img error or image upload error. I just call it img error. Now, if we get an error when actually uploading, so if img error, if we get an error, we'll simply set our message state to img error dot the message. Okay, and then we're going to actually stop executing the code. We just simply just return down here. But if we don't get an error, then down here we can generate the public URL from the image uploaded. Okay, so down here we can say const. I want to destructure the result is equals to Supabase dot storage dot from the avatars table dot get public URL. Then we're going to pass in the image path, because we need the image path to actually generate a public URL. Pass in the image path. Okay, that's this image path we created up here that we use for our image path. That's this image path up here. Okay, so now we're going to destructure out the data, and from the data we're going to destructure out the public URL. Okay, I'll format the document, and this public URL is going to be the public URL to the image we just uploaded. Now this is the public URL we're going to insert in our avatar table. This is going to be the path of the user's profile picture. Great. After we are done with that, we can actually now insert the user's data to the table. So down here we can insert data to the table. Okay, to the profiles table. I just say to the profiles table. Profiles table. So down here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure as the result we get is equals to, I'm going to await Supabase dot from what table, our profiles table dot, I want to insert into that table. What are the values you want to actually insert to that table? First of all, I want to insert the username. Now I've inserted the username. We have to check other values we need to insert. So I go to my table. We need the ID. We need to insert the user's ID. The username, we already done that. The avatar URL, the name. And I think we also need the email. So I'm just going to edit the table. I'm going to add one more field. This one is going to be for the user's email. Then it's also going to be Vercel. Then it's not nullable. I'll just save that. And we've added the email feed right here. Okay, great. So what we are going to do is that, remember that we are getting the user in this user fetch hook. Inside this user fetch hook, we're actually getting the user. So just before we actually fetch the profile, we are going to create a state and set that state to that user. Okay, so up here I'm going to create a state. I'll say const user set user is going to be equals to use state, and by default this is going to be null. Then down here, after we've gotten the user, just before we fetch the profile, we're going to set that user state to the user. Okay, to this user we just actually got from the database, and it's going to say arguments of type user is not assignable to parameters of set state action null. Okay, now that's because TypeScript is going to throw an error, but TypeScript doesn't know the type this user is going to take, so we have to specify the type. So up here we're going to say this is going to be null. It's either going to be null or it's going to be user, and we're just going to import that user from Supabase. Great, now it's going to get rid of that TypeScript error. Okay, so now we have access to the user in this user state. So right here we can say the email is going to be the user dot email, the email of the user. Then the ID is going to be the user dot the ID of the user. Great, just like that. Then the name of the user is going to be the name state, and also I think that one is going to be the avatar URL. The avatar URL is going to be this public URL right here. Okay, our image public URL, just like that. Great. So now we're going to destructure add error. Now if we get an error, I just call this insert error. Now if we get an error down here, I'm going to check if insert error. Then we're going to set our message state to insert error dot the message. Then we're going to return, stop executing the code right here. But if we don't get any error, we're going to set our message state to profile. So a profile created. Okay. Then after that, we're going to set a timeout. And it's going to run after 2 seconds. Then it's going to wrap the user router dot replace. It's going to route the user to / the home page. Okay, great. Now we can actually test the application. And before we test the application, I'm going to head over to Supabase and actually check if our username is unique, because we want the username and the email to have a unique field. We don't want duplicates of the username and the email. Each user should have a unique email and username in their profile. So right here, I just go to settings. I'll say is unique. Then also for the username, I'm going to say this is going to be unique. Okay, to prevent two users from having the same username. So I'll click on save. And that's going to ensure that the username and the email fields are actually unique. Let's actually test this out. I'll select a name, Egbon Emmanuel. Then I'll select a username, Egbon. Then for profile pic, I'm going to select a profile pic. I'll head over to my desktop. I'll go to Twitter clone assets, and I'll just pick this profile picture right here. I'll click on open. For the username, I'll just change this to Egbon Tech. Then I'll click on continue. And it's going to say profile created. Then it's going to route me back to the home page, just like that. Okay, great. Now let's actually check if this user's profile is actually inserted into our Supabase table. So go back to our Supabase table. I'll just refresh. You can see right now we have that profile right here. You're going to notice that this ID is going to match with the user ID in the auth table. So when we go over to our authentication table, you're going to notice that the ID right here, this user ID is 8.50. This is ends with D9203. Now when we go back, you're going to notice that it's going to be D9203. The ID is going to match the ID of the user's profile, and also the username is Egbon Tech. The avatar URL is right here. Then we have the name of the user and the email of the user. And when we head over to our storage bucket, we are going to find that profile picture right here. Go to avatars. We're going to find that profile picture right here. Okay. Now when we try to access the callback page, I'll go to the auth/callback page. I'm going to notice that it's going to take us back to the home page because this user already set up their profile. This user already has a profile. Okay, so it's going to route us back to the home page. All right. Now, since we've done creating the user's profile, we're going to work on actually getting the user profile and displaying the user's profile in the UI. But before we can do that, we have to work on actually checking if a user is authenticated, because we don't want to display this input when a user is not authenticated. We don't also want to display this profile right here when a user is not authenticated. So let's actually work on that. To do that, I'm going to create a custom hook. So I'm going to create a folder. I'll call this folder custom hooks. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a file called user session.txt. Then I'm going to export const user session is equals to an arrow function. I'm going to create a state for our session. So say const session. Set session is going to be equals to the useStateHook from React, and by default this is going to be null, and the type is going to be of type. It's going to be either be null or it's going to be of type session. I'll just get that from Supabase. Okay, great. The TypeScript type is going to be of type null or it's going to be of type session. Great. And after that, I'm going to create another state. I'll call this loading const loading set loading. It's going to be equals to use states, and this is going to be by default, it's going to be true. All right. Now after these two states, we're going to create a use effect hook. And this use effect hook is going to fire when the component mounts, only when the component mounts. So we're going to pass in an empty dependency array. Then inside this use effect, we're going to create a function. Okay, so I'm going to say const fetch session. It's going to be equals to an arrow function, and this is obviously going to be async. We're going to be await the data. Then down here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the result. It's going to be equals to await Supabase. I'm going to import Supabase in from our Supabase client file .auth .get the user session, get session. Then after that, I'm going to destructure the data. I'm going to destructure out the data. Then from the data, I'm going to destructure out the session. Then down here, I'm going to set the session to the session we just destructured from the data. Okay, great. And after that, we can set our loading states to false and format the document. Now, after writing the function, we obviously have to call the function for when the component mounts. Okay, so down here, I'm going to say fetch session. I'll just call that function right here. Now, we are not actually done. Now, we have to actually create a subscription that's going to actually listen from when we actually update the state. Okay, now we have to monitor the state of the user session. When a user logs out, we want to actually update the session, and also when a user logs in, we want to actually update the session. Okay, so let's actually do that. So down here, after this function right here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the result. It's going to be equals to Supabase .auth .on state change. So I'm going to take an event. Then I'm going to get the session. Then we're going to set. So I want to call it on a new session because we're going to actually use it to update the session. Okay, new session. I want to set my session state to the new session. Okay, great. And basically what it's going to do is that if a user is logged in, which means the session is set to logged in, user is actually logged in, we have a session. And when the user logs out, we actually want to update the session, this session state to logged out so that the user is no longer authenticated. That's why we're actually doing this. We're going to set our session state to the new state on auth state change. Okay, so now I want to destructure the data. Then from the data, I want to destructure the subscription. I actually need this subscription to actually remove this subscription for when the component unmounts. So down here, I'm going to return a subscription. For when the component on man, I'm going to say return. And our function is going to fire this right here, subscription dot unsubscribe. And this is very important when you're adding subscription or event listeners in your application, when you're making use of side effects or the use effect hook. You always have to unsubscribe or remove the event listener for when the components unmount. Okay, so you have to perform a use effect cleanup to actually prevent memory leaks and other performance issues. All right, great. Now just format this document. Now we're actually done creating this custom hook, but we have to actually export the session on the loading because we want to ensure that wherever components we call this session, we can access the session of the user and also the loading state. So let's actually do that. So after the use effect hook, I'm going to say I want to return these two values right here, the loading state and the session, just like that. Then anytime we call this custom hook, we're going to have access to the loading and the session. We can actually use this session to check if a user is logged in or not. All right, cool. I'm going to save that. So now that we have the custom hook to actually check a user's session if a user is logged in, we can now conditionally render parts of the UI. Okay, so let's start with this profile right here. First of all, I'm going to create a component for this. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll create a new component, SRC component. I'm going to create a new component. I'll call this component profile.tsx RFC. Then this profile component is simply just going to return the user profile. So where are we going to find that? We're going to find that in our left sidebar. Okay, I think it's actually this right here. I think, let me open this up. It's actually this. Now just copy this. I'll just cut it off basically because I just want the component here. Then I'll paste that in that profile component. Just going to return this. Then obviously we have to import this from next image. And we also have to import this icon from React icons. I'll save that. Then in our left sidebar, instead of having that, we're just going to call the profile component. I just call the profile component right there. Then I'll get rid of this icon. Then I'll get rid of this next image right here. Okay, I'll save that. And this is going to seem like we didn't change anything. We're still going to have that profile right here. Okay, but now we have that profile in its own component. Great. Now inside this profile now, we actually want to now get the user from the server. Okay, get the user's profile. Okay, if the user is actually logged in, you want to actually get the user's profile. So let's actually do that. So we're going to create another custom hook to actually fetch the user details. So I'll go to my custom hook. I'll create another custom hook. I'll call this one use get user.tx. So inside this hook, we're simply going to say export const use get user is equals to an out function. Now first of all, we're going to create some state. First of all, we're going to create a state for our profile. Say const profile set profile is going to be equals to use state from React. Okay, and this is going to be null by default, and it's going to be of type profile or it's going to be of type null. Okay, and we have to create this type. So up here I'm going to create a type. I'll say type profile is going to be equals to an object, and this is going to take a username that's going to be of type string. It's going to take a avatar URL that's going to be of type string. It's going to take an email that's going to be of type string. And last is going to take a name that's going to be of type string. Then after this, we're going to make use of our use session hook. That's this use session hook we created right here because we need this loading state and we need this session. Okay. So after that, I'm going to call that hook. I'll say const. I'm going to destructure the values we are getting. It's going to be equals to use user session. I'm just going to import that in, and we can actually destructure at the loading state and then we can destructure out the session just like that. After this, we are going to create a use effect hook. We're going to perform some side effects. First of all, we have to check if we have a user, because we don't want to run a fetch function and make a network request to get a user from our server if no user is actually logged in. So I want to get the user ID. I say const user ID because I need the user ID to actually fetch the user's profile. It's going to be equals to, if we have a session, there's going to be equals to the session dot the user ID. Okay, but if we don't have a session, then it's going to be equals to null. So what I'm basically doing right here is I'm setting this variable name user ID to, we're going to use ternary operator to check if we have a session. If a user is logged in, it's going to be equals to the user's ID. But if a user is not logged in, it's going to be equals to null. So inside this user effect, we're going to check, say if no user ID, which means the user ID is actually none, then we're just going to return. Okay, basically stop executing the code. But if we have a user, so we're going to fetch that user. So down here, I'll create a function, const fetch profile. Sorry, I'll spell that correctly. It's going to be equals to an async function. And inside this function, I'm going to make a request to the Supabase server. So I want to destructure out the results. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await it, Supabase. I'm going to import Supabase from Supabase client. Okay, our Supabase instance dot from which table? From the profiles table dot select all dot eq, where the ID field matches this user ID dot maybe single. Okay, I'll just format this. Now I'm going to destructure out the value. I'm going to destructure out the data we are getting. Then I'm going to destructure out the error. Okay, now if we get an error, so down here I'm going to say if we get an error, I'm going to log the error to the console.log. I'm going to call it profile error, so we know the name of the error. Then I'll just pass in the error dot the message from the error right there. Then I'm going to set the profile, to null. As if we don't get an error, which means we're successful in actually getting the profile, we're going to set our profile state to the data we got. Okay, and after that, we're just going to call this function. So I'll say fetch profile. Now, since we are making use of this user ID variable inside this user first, we're going to pass it as a dependency. So I just pass in the user ID. And after that, we're going to return this user first is going to return the user's profile. It's going to return the session, and also it's going to return the loading state we got from our use session. Okay, great. So anytime we call this use get user, we're going to have access to the profile, the session, and the loading. I'll save that. And let's actually make use of this hook inside our profile component. So first of all, I'm going to make this a client component. So up here, I'm going to say this is going to be a client component. I'm going to make use of use client. Then up here, I can make use of that hook. I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure add the result. It's going to be equals to use get user. I'm going to destructure add the session, the loading, and also we're going to destructure add the profile. Then if we don't have a session, if the user is not logged in, then we're going to return, this company is going to return, it's going to return null, it's not going to return anything. Okay, the user is going to see this component where the user is not actually logged in. And also if it's loading, then we're going to return h1 tag that's going to say loading. Now for now, I'm going to make use of this h1 tag as our loading, but later on I'm going to try to create that loading spinner. Okay, so now we can actually update the user's details from what we are getting from our Supabase server. So for the profile image, I only want this to be rendered when we have a profile image. So I want to say profile.avatar URL. If we have an avatar URL, then we want to render this image component right here. SRC is going to be our profile.avatar URL. Then for the name, it's going to be profile.name. Then for the username, we'll get rid of this. It's going to be profile.username. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, we're going to get invalid SRC from on next image hosted. Now, the reason we are getting this error is because when you are pulling an image from a different domain from your domain, right now the domain of this application is localhost 3000, and we are pulling this image from the Supabase server from another URL. You have to actually register it with Next.js. So let's actually do that. To do that in Next.js version 15, we're going to go to our next.config.ts, this file right here in our root folder. I'll just close this up. This file in our root folder, go to next.config.ts. In here, we're going to see the configuration is going to be for our images. Then we're going to say remote patterns. The protocol is going to be HTTPS because this is actually HTTPS connection. We are pulling this from Supabase, which has HTTPS protocol. Then the host name is going to be our project URL. So I'll say host name. It's going to be our project URL. So I just go to my env. This project URL right here. This is going to be our host name. I'll just copy this. Then I'll paste that right here. And after that, I'm going to add the path name, which is going to be /storage /v1 /objects /public then /*. Okay, asterisk. I'll save that. Then I head back to my project. I'll just refresh this. And we are still getting an error. Why are we getting an error? HTTP. That's because we are adding this HTTPS again. We're not supposed to do that. We already added the HTTPS protocol. We are not supposed to add it to this anymore. Okay, we just pass in the host name just like that. I'll go back to the project. I'll refresh again. And that error is actually gone. And we can see the name right here, Egbon Emmanuel, username at Egbon Tech, and then the image. I'm just going to refresh that again. I'm going to refresh this again. And I can now actually see the loading text. Let me actually add some styles to this. I'll give this a Tailwind utility class of text 2XL, then a text of white. I'll save that. I'll refresh the web page again. And we still cannot see the loading text. Okay, we are not seeing the loading text. Why is that? Refresh that again. And we are not seeing the loading text. Let me actually test something out. Instead of using the loader, I'll say true. If true, which means it's always going to be shown to the user, then it's actually there. But when we are actually pulling the user profile, it's not there. Maybe that's because we are using the loading from the use session. Okay, I just go back to that custom hook. Where's that use get user hook? And instead of making use of this loading we are getting from our session, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to create a loading state for this custom hook. So down here, I'm going to say const loading set loading, and by default it's going to be equals to use state, and it's going to be true. Okay, and just after we are done fetching the user, if we got the user, if we got an error, after both of that, we're going to set our loading to false. Okay, I'll save that. Then I'll check that again. I'll go back to my profile component. I'll just, if loading, I'll save that. Then I'll refresh the web page. You can see we have that loading right there. You can see immediately we actually have that loading right here. Okay, great. And we have to do the same thing for this create post component. We don't want this to be shown to the user when the user is not logged in. Okay, I also want to display the user's profile picture right here. So let's do that. So I go to my create post component. Well, that's the component we have that input to actually create a post. So up here, we're going to actually get that custom hook. So up here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the result we are getting is going to be equals to use get user. Okay, and then we're going to destructure out the loading states. We're going to destructure out the session, then we'll destructure out the profile of the user. Great, just like that. And down here we can check if we don't have a session. Now if the user is not logged in, if no session, I'm just going to negate this. If no session, then we want this component to return none. Okay, we don't want this to return this component when the user is not actually logged in. Then if loading, if we are loading the user, then I'm going to return a h1 tag, assuming not say loading. They also has some styles to this. Give it a text of 2xl and a text of white. Okay, now this is actually temporary. We are going to actually have a loading spinner here, but this is just for now, just add the loading text. Great. Now we can actually render the profile picture. So I'll just cut this off. Then I'm going to check if profile.avatar URL, if it's set, then we're going to render the profile picture. And the profile picture is actually going to point to that avatar URL. So the SRC is going to be the profile.avatar URL. Okay, great. I'll just format this page, format this file. Great. I'll go back to the web page. Now when I refresh, you're going to notice that we're not going to see that component. It's going to be loading. It's going to actually loading. Then it's going to load and the component because this user is actually authenticated. Now when we implement the logout functionality, you're going to notice that when we log out this user, we're not going to see the profile, and also we're not going to see this create post input. Okay, let's actually just work on the logout functionality. Okay, so I'm going to change this button to logout. So I'll go to my left sidebar so that button can be useful for us. I'll go to my left sidebar. I'm going to change this button from post to log out. I'm going to create a new component for this logout button, okay, because I want this to be on its own component. So I'll create a new component. I'm going to call this component log at button.csx rsc, and this is just going to return that logout button. So I'll go back to my left sidebar, I'll just cut this off, and I'll just paste that right here. It's going to return our logout button. Then right here, I can just call that logout button. First of all, I'll save this. Then I'll just call that logout button right here, logout button. Okay, great. Then inside my logout button, first of all, I'm going to make this a client component because we're going to make use of hooks in here. So I'm going to say use client. Then we're going to get our session to know if a user is logged in or if a user is logged out. So down here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure at the result is going to be equals to use user session. Okay, then we're going to destructure at the session. Then we can check if the user is logged in, if we have a session, then this user is going to see this right here, log out. But if we don't have a session, if the user is logged out, then we're going to see this right here. This is obviously going to be a link because it's going to send us to the login page. So I just add a link tag. Also, I'll just add a link tag here, closing link tag. Then I'm going to get this from next link. Okay, then instead of logout, it's going to be log in. Then I'm going to pass in the href, and this is going to go to the /, which is basically our home page. Okay, great. Now when the user is logged in, the user is going to see the logged out button to actually log out. Then when the user is not logged in, the user is going to see the login button. I'll save that. Now obviously we're still going to see the logout button because this user is actually logged in. Okay, when we log out this user, that's only when we're going to see the login button, the link to actually go to the login page. Okay, so let's actually work on logging out this user. So up here, I'm going to create a function const log out user. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. It's obviously going to be an async function because we're going to await async. Then
Then we're going to say const, we're going to destructure out the result is going to be equals to await Supabase dot auth. I'm going to import Supabase into this component. I just import that Supabase instance dot sign out. Now I'm going to check if we have an error. So I just destructure out the error. Then down here I'm going to say if error. If we get an error, then we'll simply just log that error to the console.log error.message. I'm going to give it a name. I'll say this is going to be log out error. Okay, great. So now we can make use of this function. So I'll just copy this function name. Then when we click on this logout button, I'm going to add an onClick event handler. OnClick. I want to fire this function right here, logout user, just like that. Great. So let's actually test this out. So when I go back to the application, I'll just click on logout. It's going to actually log out this user, and when we log out the user, we no longer can see that profile, and also cannot see that create post input. And this is how we're going to conditionally render part of our application based on whether a user is actually authenticated or not. Okay, so I just quickly align this text to the center. I want this login button right here. I want this login text at the center of the button. So I'll just give this a text of center. I'll save that. And that's going to position the text at the center of the link right here. Okay, great. Now you're going to notice that when we actually logged out this user, the web page did not refresh, but this button changed to logout. We can no longer see our profile. Also, that create post component has actually disappeared. Okay, now the session actually updated. That's why we added this right here. When we go to our where's our use session hook, that's why we added this line of code right here. Okay, to actually watch for when our session actually changes. Supabase.auth.onState change. Okay, so whenever a user logs out, it's going to update our session. When a user logs in, it's going to update our session. That's why we hold this code right here. Okay, great. Now, when we register a new user, the user is going to be taken to the profile page to actually set up their profile. Okay, and when we log in a user, the user could already have a profile, or the user might not have a profile. For example, now the first user we created, egbo@gmail.com, that one doesn't have a profile yet. Okay, so when we log in that user, we want to take that check if that user has a profile. Okay, now if that user has a profile, we're going to route the user to the home page. But if the user doesn't have a profile, we're going to route the user to the setup profile page. Okay, so let's actually work on that. I'm going to go back to the sign in page, which is our home page. Go to our home page, which is the sign in page. Now, after a user is successfully signed in, we're going to make use of a set time out. Then I'm going to set the time to 2 seconds. Then in here, I'm going to route the user. So I'll just create a router instance. I'm going to say const router is equals to use router. Okay. Then I'll simply just route the user. Router dot replace. I'll route the user to /the auth /call back. Okay, and this is where we're going to check if the user already has a profile. Okay, we are basically already checking there. So I go to that callback page. Now inside this callback page, remember we have a user first hook to check if a user already has a profile. Okay, so when we are checking, what we are going to do is that we're going to create a loading state. So up here, I'll create a loading state. So it const, I'll just say is checking. Set is checking, and by default, when the user lands in this page, the is checking is going to be set to true. Then we're only going to set this checking to false if a user doesn't have a profile. So right here, when we check if there's that hook, so right here inside our user first, when we check if a user has a profile, if a user has a profile, then we're going to route the user to the home page. Okay, then we're just going to return right here. But if the user doesn't have a profile, then we can set is checking to false. Okay, just like that. And when it's actually checking, we can actually return a loading screen. I just say return. If it's checking, I'm going to return this right here. return a h1 tag. So you return a h1 tag. I simply going to say checking profile. Okay, then we can add some classes to this. I'll give it a text of white and a text of XL, just like that. So basically, if the user has a profile, we're going to route the user to the home page. Okay, then we're going to stop executing the code right here. But if the user doesn't have a profile, then we're going to set its check into false. Then the user can actually see this callback page, this setup profile page. I'll save that. Let's actually test this. Let's log in the other user that doesn't have a profile as a false user we created. And we have an error in our sign in page. Why do we have an error in our sign-in page? I think it's coming from our, we are making use of Nest router. Nest from Nest router. No, it's supposed to be Nest from Nest navigation. Nest router is when we are using Next.js version 13 and below. Okay, we are using the page directory. I'll save this. Head back to the web page, and that error is actually gone. Now let's actually sign in this user. So I'll say egbon@gmail.com. Then for the password, I'll say 0000000. Then I'll click on continue. Login successful. There's going to take us to checking profile. Then since the user doesn't have a profile, it's going to set its check into false so that this user can actually set up their profile. Now for this user, I'm going to say the full name is going to be Egbon. Then I'll just use a random name, Egbon John. Then for the username, I'll say John. Then for the profile, I'll just pick a profile picture. I'll go to, let me use this. I'll open this up. Then I'll just click on continue. Profile created is going to take this user to the home page right now. Great. And you can see right now this user has a profile right here. You can see the image, John Egbon John @John. Okay, great. So now I'm going to try to access the callback page. Let's go back to the callback page. auth/callback. It's going to say checking profile. It's going to route us back to the home page because this user already has a profile set up. Great. Now what we are going to work on next is actually protecting certain routes. Now when a user is actually signed in, the user should not be able to access the sign in page and the sign up page. Right now, if I go to the sign up page, or let me just go to the sign in page, I can still access the sign in page. Okay, we don't actually want that. So what we are going to do, we're going to create a use effect hook inside this page to actually check if a user is authenticated. Now if a user is authenticated, it's going to route the user to the home page. Okay, so inside the sign in page, I'll look for that sign in page, src app page.css. Inside this sign in page, we're going to create a use effect hook. So down here, I'm going to use a side effect. And this is only going to run when the component maps. So just use an empty dependency array. Then in here, we can see Supabase. I'm going to import Supabase from my Supabase client .auth.get session .then. Then we're going to destructure as the data, and from the data we're going to destructure as the session. Okay, then we're going to check if the user is signed in. If the user has a session, then we're not going to route the user to the home page because there's a possibility the user might not have their profile set up yet. So we're going to router.replace. We're going to route the user to /auth/callback. Okay, just like that. And also for additional check, when a user forcefully tries to go to the home page without actually setting up their profile, we just want to return null. Okay, so right here we're also going to check if profile, if no profile. If the user doesn't have a profile, we don't want this to return anything, return null. Okay, and same thing for our create post components. If a user doesn't have a profile, we want that to return none. So the user has to set up their profile before they can actually see their profile picture or their profile. Okay, great. So inside this login page now, we can actually test if this is working. So I'll go back to the login page. Again, notice that when I try to access that login page, so it's going to route me back to the check profile page. Then it's going to route me back to the home page. Okay, great. So I'm gonna do the same thing for the sign up page. So I just copy this use effect hook. I head over to my sign up page, sign up. Then I'm just gonna paste that down here. Okay. I'm gonna import use effect hook from React. Then I'm gonna import Supabase. Save that. Then we'll try to go to the auth/sign up page. When the user is already logged in, it's going to ask the user back to the check profile page to check if the user has profile. If the user has a profile, it's going to ask the user back to the home page. Great. So now that we are done with authentication, we have to actually start creating tweets in this application. Okay. So I'm going to head over to Supabase. I'm going to create a new table. I'll call this table tweets. Then for this table, we're going to add some columns. First of all, this ID, we're going to make this a UUI ID, universal. Where's that? Universally unique identifier. And the first column we are going to add is going to be the user ID. So I'll say user ID. And this is going to be UUI ID too. So it's just going to be UUI ID. And it's not going to be nullable. It's not going to be nullable. So I'll just get rid of this. Because we're going to be inserting the user ID. That is the ID of the user that actually created these tweets. After that, we're going to add another column. Now this one is going to be the content. That's the actual tweet text. It's going to be of type text. Then obviously this is going to be nullable because the user could just upload an image as their tweet. Okay, so add another column. This one is going to be the image public URL, and this one is going to be Vercel, and it's also going to be nullable. Then we add another column for the image path. We're going to need this. We want to delete the image as the image path. Then I'm going to choose it's going to be Vercel, and it's also going to be nullable. I think that's about it. We've created a tweets table, but there's one thing we have to do. I have to add a foreign key. Now, what is a foreign key? Now, when a user creates a tweet, the user's ID is going to be present in that tweet. Now, we have to tell this tweet table that we have to reference that tweet, that user ID to the profiles table, so that when we are pulling the user's tweet, we can actually pull in the user's username, the user's profile picture too with the tweet. So to do that, we have to add a foreign key relationship in Supabase. Okay, so let's do that. So right here, I'm going to add a foreign key, and the schema is going to be public. Then for the table we want to reference to the profiles table. Okay, and for my tweets table, it's going to be this user ID. This user ID is going to reference to this public profiles ID. Okay, so the user ID in my tweets table is going to reference to the ID field in my profiles table. Okay, so down here also, if reference now is action if reference row is updated, we don't want to perform any action. Now, action if reference row is removed. Now, when a user is deleted, we want to delete the user's tweets too, because we don't want to have the user's tweet with the user's ID in our tweets table when the user has been deleted. So what we are going to do, we're going to say action when the user is deleted is going to be cascade, basically telling it deleting a record from public.profiles will also delete any records that reference it in this table, which means if we delete a user, if a user is deleted from our server, it's going to actually delete the user's tweets too. Great. So I'm going to save this table. Click on save. And with that, we have a table for our tweets, and you can see all the feeds we have right here. Okay, great. Now we are not done. We obviously have to create policies for this table. So let's actually do that. So I'll click here. Now go to view policies. Then I'm going to create a new policy. I'm going to create policy. And this first policy is going to be an insert policy. It's going to be enable inserts for auth users, so users that are authenticated. Then right here, we're going to say auth row, where the auth row is equals to authenticated. Okay, when the user is authenticated, then we want to allow the user to actually insert into this table. So I want to click on save policy. So now we're going to create a delete policy because a user should be able to delete their tweets. So I'm going to create policy. Then for this one, I'm going to say enable auth users to delete their tweets. Then right here I can click on delete. Then I'll also just auth row, where auth.row is equals to authenticated. Then I'm going to click on save policy. And finally, we're going to create a policy for actually viewing data from this table, which is going to be select policy. So this is going to be select, say allow or enable. I'll say allow public. So I spell that allow correctly. Allow public read access. Okay. Then this is going to be true. Now click on save policy. Now we have the 3 policies we need for this table. So now we have to create a bucket for our tweet images. So I'll go to my storage. I'll create a new bucket. Create a new bucket. I'm going to call this tweet images. Okay, we call this tweet images. Then this is going to be a public bucket. And I'll just save this bucket, create this bucket. And now we have a bucket for our tweet images. And now also we have to create policies for these tweet images. We want to be able to insert into this tweet images bucket, delete from this bucket, and also select from this bucket. I'll go to new policy, I'll go to for full customization. Then I want to select, I want to insert, and also I want to delete from this bucket. Then I'm going to say allow users to select, update, delete, and insert to buckets. Then I'll just click on review. Then I'll click on save policy. And now we have policies for our tweet images too. Great. So with that, we have to start working on the code on actually sending user tweets to our Supabase server. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. Inside my services folder, I'll create another file. I'll call this file tweets.ts. And this is where we're going to write all the service function for our tweets. So I'm going to create a function const create tweets is equals to an arrow function. It's obviously going to be an async function. And this function is going to take 3 arguments. The first one is going to be the user ID. So anytime we call this function, we have to pass in a user ID. It's going to be of type string. It's going to take a content. It's also going to be of type string, or it's going to be null. Remember I said that the user could actually post an image without actually typing anything. Okay, so the content could either be a string or it could be null. And also it's going to take a tweet image that's going to be of type file, or it's going to be null. Okay, so I just format this. Great. So inside this function, first of all, I have to check if a user uploaded an image. Now, if a user uploaded an image with a tweet, then we are going to handle the image. But if a user only submitted the content, the user didn't upload an image, then we're just going to send the content to the server. So I'm going to say if tweet image. If the user uploaded an image, then we're actually going to handle that image. So up here, just label this handle image uploaded. And if a user did not upload an image with a tweet, then down here we're going to save tweets without image. Okay, without an uploaded image or image. Great. Now before we handle the image, first of all, we're going to set a global state. Okay, because if the user did not upload an image, then our image feed is going to send null. Our image URL is going to be null. We're going to send null to our server. Okay, so let's actually do that. First of all, we're going to create a variable. I'll say let image URL equals to null. And remember, this is going to be of type null, or is going to be of type file. Okay, we're also going to do another one, and this one is going to be the image path. Okay, because the image path is also going to be null if we do not have an image uploaded. So down here you can get the timestamp. Say const timestamp is going to be equals to date dot now. Spell that now correctly. then const path or image path, or just call this path so that it doesn't conflict with this global variable. Const path is going to be equals to, I'm going to use backticks. I'm going to add a dynamic variable. It's going to be our timestamp underscore, and add another dynamic variable. It's going to be the tweet image that was uploaded dot the name. Then down here we can actually upload that image. So I'll say const, I'm going to destructure add the values that we'll get from our result. It's going to be equals to await Supabase. I just import Supabase in dot storage dot from with storage. It's going to be the tweet images dot upload. Then we're going to pass in the path. As this path right here, this path we created for our image. Then we're going to pass in the tweet image that was actually uploaded to this function. Okay, I will pass to this function. This tweet image will pass to this function right here. Then we're going to destructure add the error. I'm going to call this error img error. Then down here, just format this document. Then down here, I'm going to check if img error. If we have an error when uploading the image, we're just going to log that error to the console.log. I'll call this tweet image upload error. I'm going to pass in the img error doth the message. Then we're going to return, basically stop executing the code right here. But if we don't have an error, then down here we can get the public URL. I'm going to structure the results. It's going to be equals to Supabase dot storage dot from dot tweets images buckets dot get the public URL. Then we're going to pass in the path right here. Okay, then we're going to destructure out the data, and from the data we're going to destructure out the public URL. So now that we have the public URL, we can now actually update this variable, which means if we have a tweet image, this image URL and this image path are not going to be null. This image URL is going to be set to the image URL we just created when we uploaded the image, and this image path is going to be set to the image path in our server. Okay, great. But if we didn't upload an image, you remember that if we uploaded an image, we're going to handle the image. But if we don't upload an image, we're going to save the tweets to the tweets table without this image. So which means this image URL and image path are going to be null if we don't upload an image. Okay, great. So now we're going to update. I'll say image URL is going to be equals to now public URL, while the image path is going to be equals to the path we created. Okay, this path up here, this path up here. Okay, but we're having an error. I'll just hover on this. Type string is not assignable to type file. Oh, this is not supposed to be of type null and file, because we are not actually setting the file to this right here. We are setting the public URL, which is a string, to this image URL, and also we are setting the path. Remember that this path name is going to be a string. Okay, so we are going to change this to, they are going to be string, not files. They're going to be of type string. Okay, great. So basically, this line of code right here is only going to fire when an image is uploaded, if an image was uploaded. But if an image is not uploaded, this image URL and this image path are going to be null. Okay, great. So after that, we can actually save our tweet. Okay, let me just say save tweet instead. So down here, I can say const. I'm going to destructure and the result we are getting is going to be equal to await Supabase dot from what table, the tweets table dot insert the user ID in our table is going to be equal to the user ID we actually pass. Remember that when we call this, anytime we call this function to actually create a new tweet, we are going to pass in the user ID content and tweet image. This is the user ID we are going to pass to Supabase. Great, we are sending to Supabase. Then the content, let me get the name correctly from my Supabase table. Where's that table? Go to my Supabase table. I have to be sure this is actually content. And the content, if we have a content, then it's going to be the content. Okay. Now, if a user only sent an image, user did not type anything in the input, then it's going to be null. Okay. If we don't have a content, great. And the image URL is going to be equal to the image URL variable we created, and the image path is going to be equals to the image path we created. Then we're going to destructure add the error, and I'll call this one insert error. So we spell that correctly, insert error. Then down here, if we get an insert error, say if insert error, then we're going to log it to the console. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste that right here. This one is going to be insert error. Just call this tweet insert error. Tweet insert error, and it's going to be insert error dot the message. Great. Then we're just going to return. Then if we don't get an error, we just simply return true. Okay, now we actually inserted the tweet to our server. Great. Format. Let me actually break down what we are doing here. So what this function is going to do is that anytime we call this function is going to take 3 arguments. It's going to take the user ID. It's going to take the text we actually type, which is going to be called the content. Then it's going to take the tweet image. Now, the content and the tweet image could be none because the user can just type, this is my first tweet, then post without uploading an image. So the image could be null. The tweet image could be a file or null. And also, users can also upload a file without actually typing a tweet, then upload that file as a tweet. Then in that case, the content is going to be null. So it's going to be a string or it's going to be null. So the only argument that is not going to be null is going to be the user's ID. This is always going to be a string because we always have to pass the user's ID to know which user actually created a tweet. And up here, we are creating this variable right here, let image URL is equals to null and let image path equals to null. Great. The reason we are doing that is because if we have a tweet image, then we want these variables to be the public URL and the image path. Then we're going to insert it to the server, okay, as the image URL and as the image path. But if we don't have an image uploaded, by default, they are still going to remain null, okay? So when we actually insert them to the database right here, they are going to be null. Great. And finally, we have to actually export this function. Okay, when we hover on this, we're going to say create tweet is declared, but its value is never. We have to export this function so we can make use of this function anywhere in our application. So back here, you can say export const create tweet. Okay, great. Now we can make use of this service function anywhere in our application. So now that we are done creating this service function, we can actually make use of this service function to actually insert a new tweet to our Supabase server, okay, to our tweets table. But we don't want to do it directly. What we want to do is I want to use mutation to actually add a new tweet to the server, okay? That way, when we add a new tweet, we can easily invalidate it and update our tweet list to actually show the new tweet in the UI, okay? So I'm going to teach you how to actually do this. Now, the library we're going to use for that is going to be React Query, okay? So I'm going to actually install that library now. So I'll open up my terminal. I just go to this PowerShell right here. Then I'm going to say npm I at /react query npm install at react query. I click on enter, and with that I've actually installed that package. I'm going to go to my package.json. You can actually see that package right here at react query version 5.86.0. okay, great. I'll close up this terminal. Then I'm going to close up this package.json file. Now, to actually make use of React Query in our application, we have to wrap our entire application using the React Query provider, okay? Now, since we're going to wrap the entire application, we're just going to wrap the layout file, okay? But we're not going to make use of this layout file right here, this layout file inside this app folder right here. We're not going to make use of this one because this one includes our
auth pages, our login and our sign in pages. We don't have, React Query doesn't have any business with those pages, okay? So we are going to add it to this other layout right here, okay? This layout right here is our home layout, okay? Great. So up here, what we are going to do, we are going to say const query clients is equals to use query clients, okay? They're going to get that from React Stack React query. Now after that, I'm just going to cut this off. Then right here, I'm going to say query provider, query client provider. Then I'm going to paste that right here. We're going to wrap our application with the query client provider. Then we're going to say the client is going to be this query client we just created, right? Query client. Okay, great. I'm going to save that. Now when we head over to our application, we are going to get an error. Okay, attempted to call use query client from the server, but query client is on the client. Now what's happening is that since this is this use query client, this is a hook, and remember you cannot make use of a hook inside a client component. Okay, so we only can make use of hooks inside client component. Right now this is actually a server component because by default every component you create in Next.js is a React server component. So to actually make this a client component, up here we're going to say use client. I'm going to save this and I'll head back to the web page, and we are still getting an error. Why are we still getting an error? Okay, query client equals to use query client. Oh, not use query client. We make use of use query client. We want to invalidate the query. Sorry, not use query client. Query client is going to be equals to new query client. Okay, it's going to be equals to new query client. Sorry. Then I'm going to go back to the web page and just refresh. Then you see that that error is actually gone. So with that, we'll be able to make use of React query in our application. But everything seems okay, but this right here is actually wrong. And the reason this is wrong is that what we did, the code is actually correct, but based on the fact that we are working with Next.js and there are some certain parts of our application we want to be server components. For example, now our Postview page, we want it to be rendered on the server. Okay, but we using use client in this layout component is going to force all the entire pages, both our home page, our Postview page, to be client components. Okay, so every page we render, this home page right here, the Postview page, I click on this, it's going to take us to the Postview page. The Postview page, all are going to be automatically client components by we doing this right here, use client. Okay, but how do we now actually use React query in our application without actually making this layout file a client component? Now I'm going to teach you how to actually do this. So basically I'm just going to undo what I've done right here. I'll teach you the best method to actually make use of React query or set up React query in a Next.js 15 application. So I'm going to go back, just Ctrl Z. Then what we are going to do, we're going to create a file. So I'll create a new folder. I'll call this folder providers. Inside this providers, we're going to create a file called query providers.tsx. Then we're going to say export default function. The name of the function is going to be query provider. I'm going to destructure the children from this prop. Now I'm going to explain what I'm doing. Then this is going to be of type children, which is going to be of type React node. I'll just import that from React. After that, I'm going to create an instance of our query. I'm going to say const query. I'll set it to a state. So I'll say query client is equals to use states, and the state by default is going to be the new query client. Okay, now this is going to ensure that anytime this component mounts, we're going to set this query client to this state right here. New query client is going to be set to this state query client. So anytime the component re-renders, as long as our query does not change, our query client does not change, because it's not going to change, this state is not going to actually update. And this is going to ensure that for every time this component will render, it's not going to actually create a new instance for our query client every time. Okay, then down here, we're simply just going to return a JSX of our query client provider. Then we're going to pass in the client, which is going to be our query client. Then inside here, we're going to render the children. Okay, I'll just format these documents. Then to actually make use of this provider, we're going to go to our layouts. Now we don't have to call React query anymore. All we have to do is just call our query provider from our provider. Then we just paste all this in between this query provider. Then I'll format the document. Great. And now I won't go back to the web page. When we refresh and we have an error, we are not making this a client component. This is supposed to be a client component. So say use client. I'll save that. Go back to the web page, and yeah, we have no error. Now let me actually explain what this is going to do. Now when we call this component is going to take, remember that in our layouts we use this component, this query provider, to wrap around this right here, which means this is the children of this component. Okay, whatever we place in between the opening query provider and the closing query provider are going to act as the children, which means when we use the query provider to wrap this, these are acting as the children and they are going to be rendered right here. Okay, which means our React query client provider, it's still going to wrap around the children, but that way we don't have to make this a client component. Okay, and this is actually best practice in Next.js so that you don't force your entire application to be a client component. So I want to close this up. I'll close this up. So with this now, we now have access to our React query. Now after that, I'm going to create another custom hook that we're going to use to actually mutate when we're actually sending tweets to our server. So I'll create a custom hook. I'll call this hook use tweets.tx. And the first mutation we're going to perform is for posting tweets. I'll say export const use post tweets is going to be equals to an IO function, and this is going to return use mutation. Then in here we're going to call a mutation function, and the mutation function is going to be our service function. So I want to call that function. What's the name of that function from our service function? Tweets.ts. Now we've create tweets, so I'm going to call the create tweets function. Okay, and remember that this function is going to take 3 arguments. It's going to take the user ID, the content, and also it's going to take the tweet image. Okay, so first of all, we're going to pass the arguments to the mutation function. Okay, so we're going to pass in a user ID, pass in a content, then we're going to pass in a tweets image. Okay, and then we're going to specify the type. The user ID is going to be of type string. The content is going to be of type string. And lastly, the tweet image is going to be of type file, or is going to be null. Same thing with the content. The content is going to be of type file, or it's going to be null. Okay, so now we can pass the arguments to the function. So user ID, then we're going to pass in the contents, then we'll pass in the tweets image, just like that. I'll just format this. So anytime we call this custom hook, it's going to return this use mutation right here. It's going to run this mutation function, which is going to fire this create tweet function, and this create tweet function is actually going to execute this right here. This create tweet is actually going to create a new tweet in our tweet table. Great. Now we're actually not done. Now this right here is the main reason we're actually using mutation to actually send a new tweet. Okay. Now after the mutation is actually successful, we want to actually update, because when we start making use of a React query to actually fetch our tweet, we are going to be caching those tweets. Okay, so React query can fetch like 3 tweets from our server. When we add a new tweet, we're going to have 4 tweets. Okay, but the page is not going to refresh, so we have to tell React query to say, hey, update the UI, because we have 4 tweets in our server now, but we have 3 tweets in the UI. We have to tell React query to, after every successful tweet is created, after every tweet is created successfully, we want to update the UI with the new tweets that we sent to the Supabase server. Okay, so after we run the function, we're going to say on success. So now on success, we want to actually invalidate the query. So we're going to create a new query client instance. So up here, I'm saying const query clients. So let me just make this capital. Query clients is going to be equals to use query clients. Okay, so when we are successful in actually creating a new tweet, I'm going to say query client.invalidate queries. Then we're going to pass in the query key, which is going to be tweets. Okay, so this is the same name. This is the query key name we're going to give to our query when we start actually fetching our tweet in our UI. So it's going to match with this right here. Okay, great. So that React query knows which tweets to actually update, which cache to actually update. Now we are done creating all the functions or code we need to actually create a new tweet. Now we actually have to use these functions. So we're going to go to our, let me just close all these files. I'll say close saved. Then I'll just go. Then I'll go to my SRC components. I'm going to go to my create post right here. That's this component right here. This component right here. Now we actually have to send a new tweet to our server. Now in here, we can actually send our tweet. Okay. So let's make use of that hook. So down here, I'm going to say const. I want to destructure the result we are getting from the hook. It's going to be equals to use post tweet. Okay. Now we're going to destructure add the mutate. Remember that when we call this use post tweet, it's going to return a use mutation, which means we're going to have access to mutate. Then we're going to destructure add the mutate. Then we're also going to have access to is pending. It's basically the loading state for when the post is being sent. Okay, great. Now let's actually make use of this mutate. So when a user actually clicks on this button, I want to run a function. When a user clicks on this post button, I want to actually run a function. So up here, I want to create a function, const post tweets. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. Then in here, we can do an additional check. Remember that our input, when we created the UI of this input, if we don't tap on this input or if we don't select a file, then we cannot actually post. The post button is going to be inactive. Okay, but we just have to do an additional check. I'll say if no post, if we don't have any text in our post state, or if no, what's the name of the image state? If no, I don't think we're actually handling the image yet. We are handling the image preview, yes, but we don't have a state for the image we want to actually send to our backend. Let's quickly do that. So underneath here, I'm going to call this, I want to say const tweet image set tweet image is going to be equals to use state. And by default, this is going to be null. And this is going to be of type. Is it not going to be null? Or it's going to be, or it's going to be a file. Then down here, where we are setting our image preview to the object URL where we are creating, we also have to set our tweet image to the file. Okay, basically setting our tweet image to the file. And also when we remove the image, we also have to set our tweet image, set tweet image to null. Great. So now you're going to check if we don't have a tweet image. Okay, now if any of these return true, then we are simply just going to return, stop executing the code. And remember, we have to say post.trim. Great. And this is actually not going to work because we are saying, or what this if statement is going to do is that if we have a tweet image, but we don't have a content, we don't have a post, then it's going to return true. Then this code is going to stop executing. Same thing, if we have a post, but we don't have a tweet image, it's going to return true. So instead, we want to check if both of them are empty. That's only when we don't want to run and post this tweet, because we can post just this one, just the post, and we can post just the image. So we can say and. So we only want this to run when both of them are actually empty. After that, we're going to check if a user is actually authenticated and if the user has an ID, because we need the user's ID to actually create a new tweet. So I'm saying if session.user.id. If the user ID is there, then we want to continue executing the code, but we're going to check if no session ID. Then if no session ID, then right here, we're just going to return. Now, if both of this is not empty and we have a session ID, then we're going to call the mutate function, mutate. And this is going to take a user ID that's going to be equal to session.user.id. After that, it's going to take a content. That's going to be post if there's a post, or it's going to be null if we don't have a post. As if the user didn't type on the post field, the user only uploaded an image. Then we're going to have a tweet image, which is going to be equal to tweet image. If there's no tweet image, it's going to be null. And after that, we're going to say on success. Now, if we successfully send the data, and we'll set our post state to an empty string. I'm going to set our image preview to null. Then finally, we're going to set our tweet image also to null. Then we're also going to check on error. If we get an error, I'll just call the error. Then we're just going to log that error to the console. Say console.log the error message. I want to give it a name. It's going to be feed to post tweets. So finally, we are going to actually copy this function name and hook up this function to our active button. I'm going to scroll down. Remember, we have two buttons. If it's disabled, then this one is going to be the button. This one is disabled. We're not going to add any function to this one. We're not going to hook up any function to this one. We're going to hook up a function to this one right here for when the button is not disabled. And we just paste that function in right here. Great. And finally, we have to actually handle the is pending. When it's pending, when we are sending a tweet, when it's pending, we have to handle it and show to the user that a tweet is being sent to the server. Let's do that. So what we are going to do is that if it's pending, we're going to add some dynamic styles to this component right here. So I'm just going to cut this off. I'll cut this off. I'm going to use backticks. Then I'll paste that right here. Then in here, I'm going to add some dynamic styles. I'm going to say if it's pending, I'm going to give it an opacity. I'll give this component opacity. I use opacity 30, which is 0.3 in CSS. I'm going to use an empty string. Great. So if it's pending, we're going to give it an opacity of 30. It's not going to have that opacity of 30. So I'm just going to save this. Let's actually test this out if it's working. So go back to our project. Then right here, we're going to say first tweet. I click on post tweet. You can see the opacity reduces. You can see right there, the opacity actually reduces from when the tweet was being sent. Let's do that. You can say second tweets. Then I'm going to upload an image, so that's going to take a little bit of time. Second tweet. Spell that tweet correctly. Then we just upload an image. I use this image right here. This image one, this image right here. I click on open. You can see the image right here. Second tweet. I click on post tweet. You can see that the opacity reduces for a while, then the tweet is actually sent. And let's check if we are receiving these tweets in our Supabase server. And refresh. It's actually refreshing. And we can see the tweets right here. First tweet and second tweet. Now, remember that our first tweet, we didn't send any image. So the image URL is going to be null and the image path is going to be null. Then for the second tweet, we have the image URL right here and we have the image path right here. Okay, great. And you can see the content, second tweet, first tweet, the user ID and the created at, then also the ID of the tweet. Now let's check our bucket if our image was actually uploaded. Go to storage. Now go to tweet images and we have an image right here. Okay, you can see the image right here.
So now that we are done with creating tweets, we have to work on actually pulling those tweets and actually displaying those tweets in our UI. Okay, so let's actually start working on that. So I'm going to go back to my service file, my tweets.js service file. Yeah, I'm going to create another function. Down here, I'm going to create another function. Just scroll down. Down here, I'll say export const get tweet. It's going to be equals to an async function. Inside this function, we're going to make a query to Supabase to actually fetch the tweets. Okay, fetch all our tweets. So in here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to structure the result we are getting. It's going to be equals to Supabase dot from which table, the tweets table dot select star. I'm going to order these, order by created at. I want this to be arranged in a descending order. Okay, I want the new tweets to be at the top and the old tweets to be at the bottom, not ascending order. So I'm going to say ascending. I'll say first. Okay, I'll format this. Now, this right here is actually going to fetch our tweet for us, all our tweets. But we don't just want to tweet. Like I said, when we created this right here, when we created this relationship, I'll just go to my tweets table. Where is that tweets table? I'll go to edit table. And when we created this table, we created a foreign key where the user ID of our tweets table references to our public.profiles.id. That's the ID feed in our profiles table, which means we can actually, as we are fetching the tweets, we can fetch the user's details and actually created the tweet. That's how we created this relationship. Okay, so in here, when we are fetching all the tweets, select star, we have to fetch the user's details, actually created the tweets too. To do that, instead of this, I'm going to make use of backticks here. Now, so this is also going to be star. We're going to fetch all. Then after that, we're going to get the profiles. Go to the profiles table. We're going to get the user's ID, the user's username, the user's name, and the user's avatar URL. That's the user's profile picture. Then obviously, we have to pass in await here. We have to await this. Then I'm going to destructure the error. Then I'm going to check if we get an error. If we get an error, I'm saying console.log. I call this fetch tweets error. Then I'll just pass in the error dot the message from the error. And after that, if we don't get an error, if we are successful in getting the data, then we're just going to destructure out the data. Then we just return. This function is just going to return the data. Okay, great. So with that, we are done creating the service function. We need to actually pull tweets from our Supabase table. Okay, so let's actually make use of this. So we're going to go to our custom hook, our use tweets, and actually make a, now for sending data to a server, we make use of a mutation, use mutation. That's basically mutation in software development. But from pulling data from the database, we're going to make use of query. Okay, use query. So I want to create another function. So down here, I'm going to say export const use get tweets. It's equals to an arrow function. Now this is not going to return a use mutation. Instead, it's going to return use query. Okay, we're going to return a use query. I have to ensure we've imported that use query here. Yeah, use query from Stack React query. Now, inside this use query, we're going to pass in the query key. Now remember, I said that when we are fetching the tweet, the query key we are going to use has to match this query key we are invalidating here. Okay, so whenever we are successful in creating a new tweet, React query is going to actually update this cache right here. Okay, this tweet cache right here. So I'll say the name is going to be tweets. Okay, then the query function is going to be that function we just created here. This function we just created here, gets tweet. So I'm going to call that function here, gets tweets, just like that. All right, format this. So all we have to do now is actually make use of this function to render the tweets in our UI. Okay, but before we can do that, we have to create a tab for our tweets. Okay, so let's actually do that. So I want to create a tab. I'll just call this file, create a folder. I'll call this folder tabs. And inside this folder, I want to create a file. I'll call this file tabs.ts. So when I want to say tab tweets is going to be equals to. So right here, you have to specify all the key values of our tweet. So first of all, our tweet is going to have an ID. It's going to be of type string. It's going to have a user ID. It's going to be of type string. It's going to have a content. That's going to be of type string. And then we're going to have an image URL. Now this right here, this key we are passing here has to match with the name of this table right here. Okay, they have to match right here. Okay, so those keys has to match the name of the values in the table. Okay, so this one is going to be image URL. It's going to be of type string. Then we're going to have a created at that's going to be of type string. I'm also going to have an image path that's going to be of type string. Remember that we are pulling the profiles of the user with the tweet, so we have to actually specify that to TypeScript. After this is going to take a profiles object. Now each of these profiles is going to have an ID that's going to be of type string. It's going to have an avatar URL that's going to be of type string. It's going to have a name that's going to be of type string, and last is going to have a username that's going to be of type string, just like that. I'll just format this. And before we can make use of this tab, we just have to export it. So I'll say export tab tweet. That way we can make use of this tab anywhere in our application. I'll just close this up. So now I'm going to go to my post component and actually render the tweet to the UI. So I'll go to SRC component. I'll go to my post component. And inside this post component, this is where we actually want to render the tweets to the UI. So first of all, we're going to make this a client component. So up here, I'm going to say use client. Now all we have to do is call that use get tweet. This use get tweet right here. Okay. So down here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the result we are getting from the use get tweet. It's going to be equals to use get tweets, just like that. Now this is going to return a loading state. It's going to be is loading. This is going to return an error state. Is error. It's going to return an error. It's going to return the data we're actually trying to get. And I'm just going to rename this data tweets. Okay, just like that. Then down here, I'm going to check if it's loading. For now, I'm going to return a loading text, return a h1 tag. That's going to say loading. I want to add some styles to this. It's going to be text white and text of XL. Great, just like that. Then if we have an error, so I'll say if is error. If we have an error when fetching the tweets, I'm going to return a h1 tag. I'm going to have a Tailwind utility class of text to XL test of white, and then we're going to output the error dot message. Great, just like that. Now if it's not loading and there's no error, then we want to actually render our tweets to the UI. So I'll check how many div we have there. We have 1 and we have 2. We only need 1, okay? So I'm going to get rid of 1. So I'll get rid of this very first one. So now we have just this one right here, okay? So I'll just cut this, then I'll cut this off. Then in here, I'm going to say tweets dot map. Now after we are done, after we map through the tweet, it's going to return this JSX right here, okay? Then every time we map through the tweets, we're going to call each of them a tweet, okay? And now we have to pass a unique ID. Just format this. I have to pass in a unique ID because we had to expect each of the lists to have a unique ID for it to actually identify each item in the list. So we're going to say the key is going to be equals to the tweets dot ID, and we've not passed the type, so we're not getting that to completion. So we have to pass in the type we just created. So the type is going to be of type tweet. That tweet we just created in our types. Great. So right here we can say tweets dot ID, just like that. And you can see that when we actually place in that dot, it's going to also complete. TypeScript is going to actually auto complete it, and we can see all the values we can actually click on. But right now I just want the ID feed. Great. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. Based on the fact that we have 2 tweets in our database, we're going to actually have 2 tweets right here. So now we can dynamically render out the items of the tweet. So let's do that. And for this one, I'm going to get rid of this because I want to display the user's profile picture right here. So I'll get rid of this. I'll say this is going to be the tweets dot the profiles dot the avatar URL of the user. Okay. After that, you have to actually display the user's name. So right here, I'm going to say this is going to be the tweets dot profiles dot the name of the user. Then we're going to display the user's username. The user that created the tweet is going to be tweets dot profiles dot the username. Then right here, I'm going to display the created and when the tweet was created, but I'm going to format this later. But for now, I'm just going to display the tweets dot created at. Great. Now for the content and for the image, remember I said that this either of them could be null, so we always have to check first if they are null. So I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to check if tweets.content, if tweets.content, if we have content in this, that's only when we want to render this text right here, and we're going to actually display the tweet text right here. So I'll say tweets.content. Then for the image, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to check if we have an image URL. So I'll say tweets.image URL. If that's true, only then do we want to render this right here. And right here, we have to pass in the image URL as the SRC. So I'll say tweet.the-image URL. Great. So I just format this document. So I'm going to save that. Then I'm going to head back to the web page, and we can actually see those 2 tweets right here. I just refresh the web page. And you can see it's going to say loading it. Then it's going to pull in the tweets just like that. Great. And you can see the first tweet we added. First tweet. This one doesn't have an image. And then you can see the second tweet. And you can see the name of the user that created this tweet, the user's name, the username, and the profile picture of the user. So now we have to actually format this data. I'm going to make use of a library for that. And the library I'm going to use is going to be Moment. So I'll just open up my terminal. I'm going to go to PowerShell. Then I'm going to say npm I moments. Install Moment. And that is going to actually install Moment for us. We can actually make use of Moment in our application. Now, I want to head over to package.json. You can see that library we just installed, Moment version 2.30.1. I'm going to close it back up. Now I can actually make use of Moment to actually format our date. Where is that date? This right here. So I just cut this off.
Then I'll say moments. I just import that in from moments. Import moment from moments. Then I'm going to paste in that time right here. And after that, I'm going to say dot from now. Okay, great. I'm going to save that. I want to head over to the web page. You can see right now that our date is now formatted. You can see right now, instead of that custom date 17 hours ago, we posted this 17 hours ago. And also, it's going to see the date right here. First tweet 17 hours ago. Great. So now we are done actually fetching the tweet. Let's actually test this out. So I'm going to say this application is amazing. And I'll click on Postview. Now you're going to notice that since we are invalidating the query, remember that when we make use of, when we send a tweet, up here, when we send a tweet, when a tweet is successfully created, it's going to invalidate our query, it's going to refetch our query, like basically updating our cache. Okay, so it's going to update our UI with the new tweet. So let's actually test this out. So I just click on post tweet and see it loads, and then you can see the new tweet right here. This application is amazing, and this was posted a few seconds ago. Now when we click on a tweet, we want to be able to view that tweet in our post view page. Okay, so let's actually work on that. First off, I'm going to update the links in our post page. Okay, I'm going to update the links. Right, this href is no longer going to be hash. It's actually going to lead to the post view page. So the href is going to be, I'm going to use backticks. It's going to be /home/ I think that's actually inside a post folder. Let me check. After our home folder, we have a post folder. Then we're going to have the page.tsS, the post page. So /post, then /, we're going to add a dynamic variable, which is going to be the tweet.the ID of the tweet. Okay, great. Same thing with the image. We'll just copy this href over here. Then we'll just paste that right here, just like that. Then I'll save that. Now when we click on the tweet, when we click on this tweet, it's going to take us to the post view page. It's going to bring us right here to the post view page. Okay, but you can see right now, obviously we do not have our tweet right here. We don't have our tweet right here. We still have the one we had coded when we were creating the UI. So now let's actually work on actually fetching the tweets in this page, the individual tweets we're actually trying to view. But we're going to do this differently. We're not going to use client server. We're going to render this on the server. For that, we're going to make use of React server components. I'm going to teach you how to actually do this, because we want the content of this page to be rendered on the server. So let's do that. So I'll go to my post page. I'll go to that page.css file. Now right here, this is where we're actually going to fetch the individual tweet when we're actually viewing the tweet. Now first of all, since we want this page to be rendered on the server, we have to first of all make this component an async component. So I want to say this is going to be an export default async function. Okay, and now we can actually fetch the data from the server before we actually render the page. So up here, I'm going to say const get tweets. Sorry, spell that correctly. Tweets is going to be equals to an async function. Now, anytime we call this function, we have to pass an ID to the function. That's how Supabase is going to know which tweets to actually fetch for us. Now, in our URL, you can see right now at the end of our URL, we have this string right here. And this is the tweet ID. Okay, this is the tweet ID. So this is the URL, and this is the ID we are going to pull with Next.js to actually use to fetch the tweets. Okay, but for now, when creating the function, we're going to say this is going to take an ID that's going to be of type string. Then inside this function, we can fetch the tweet as a constant. I want to destructure and the result we are getting is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Supabase dot, I want to import this Supabase instance to this component dot from which table dot tweet table dot select star, and also we have to get the profile. So I'll say profiles. I get the ID, I get the username, I get the avatar URL. Then I'm going to say dot eq
the tweet where the ID call you matches with the ID we pass to this query right here. Okay, that's the ID we are getting from our URL. Now, since we expect to actually get a record, because obviously if we click on a tweet, which means the tweet actually exists in our server, we don't have to use maybe single, then we can say dot single because we expect a record. Okay, now just format this, and after that I can check. I can say if there's just the structure at the error and the data error, then the structure at the data. If we get an error when fetching this tweet, then we just log the error to the console.log error dot the message. Okay, and this is actually going to be logged to our server because this is actually running on the server, because this is a React server component right now. Then down here I can say if we don't get an error, then I can return. The function is simply just going to return the data. Okay, great. Now we can actually make use of this function. So first of all, we have to actually pull the ID from the URL. Every dynamic route in Next.js have access to a prop called params. Okay, so first of all, we're going to get that params. I'll say params. Now you have to specify the type. So I'll say this is going to be of type params. And remember that this params is going to have a property called post ID. So I'm going to destructure and that property. I'll call it post ID. And this is going to be of type string, just like that. And now you are going to wonder, where are we getting this post ID from? Okay, we are getting this post ID from the name of this dynamic folder. Post ID is actually lowercase I, not uppercase I, lowercase I. So whatever you name this your dynamic folder right here, because when you are making a dynamic route in Next.js, you have to use this square bracket to wrap the folder. So whatever you name this is going to be the name of the dynamic variable you are getting from your URL. So in our case, it's actually the post ID. Great. Now you can use this post ID to actually fetch the tweet from our server. So down here, we're going to make a request with this function. We're going to call this function right here. Okay, so I'm going to say const tweets. Remember that our tweet is going to be of type tweet, as a tweet type we created. It's going to be of type tweet. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await get tweet. Okay, our get tweet function. This get tweet function we created up here. Okay, now our ID is going to be the params dot the post ID. Okay, great. Then I'll just format this. So now we're actually done fetching the tweet in this server component. Now we actually have to render the tweet for when this page actually loads. So let's actually do that. So right here, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to say this is going to be the tweets dot profiles dot the avatar URL. That's the profile picture of the user that created this tweet. Then this is going to be the tweets dot profiles dot the name of the user. Then this one is going to be the tweets dot profiles dot the username of the user. Then finally we have to put the date the tweet was created. So this is going to be the tweets dot created at, and we obviously have to put this in a moment. So I'll just call moment. Then inside this moment, I'm going to say the tweets dot created at, then I'll say dot from now. Okay, great. And after that, we have to actually render this conditionally. So I'll just cut this off. Then I'm going to say if tweets.content, if we have a content, then we are going to render this, and then we are going to output the tweet content, the tweet.content. Then same thing with the image. I just cut this off. Then I'll say tweets.image URL. Then that's only when we want to render this. Okay, and then we just pass in the src, which is going to be the tweets dot the image URL, just like that. I think we are done. Okay, so I'll just format this, and I'll save that. Head back to the web page. Just refresh this,
And just like that, we have our tweet right here. You can see right now, second tweet. You see the image, you see the profile picture, and we cannot see the name of the user. Why is that? We actually had put in tweets.profiles.name. That's because we're not getting the name of the user from our profile. So we just say the name. We also want to get the name of the user. Okay. Yeah, we can see the name right now. Igbon John at John, then 17 hours ago. Second tweet, then the image of the tweet, then the profile picture of the user. So I just want to go back and click on another tweet. I click on this one. I can actually view the tweet. This application is amazing, and this one doesn't have a profile picture, obviously. Now head back. I'll click on this first tweet, and you can see right here, first tweet, just like that. Great. Now let's actually test this with another user. So I'm going to log out this user. I'll log out this user, then I'm going to log in another user. I'm going to log in egbon50@gmail.com. Then password 1234, basically 80. I just click on continue. Login successful. It's going to log this user in. Checking the profile of the user. Then it's going to bring us right here. And you can see the profile picture is actually different. I just create a tweet with this user. I'll say this is the user's face. So this is my first tweet. I click on post tweets, and you can see right here that the profile picture is fetched, and you can see that it's actually different from this one. Great. Igbo Emmanuel, Igbo John. And we can view this user's tweet. Click on view tweets, and you can see right here, this is my first tweet. Great. Just like that. And you see the username at John at Igbon Tech. Great. So next, we're going to actually work on actually deleting tweets now. So first of all, we are going to actually focus on rendering the delete button, because when a user is actually logged in and the user actually creates a tweet, we want to show the user a trash icon that the user can actually use to delete their tweet if ever they want to delete their tweet. But if that tweet does not belong to the user, or the user is not authenticated, then we want to show this retweet right here to the user. Okay, the user will not be able to see the trash icon. So to do that, first of all, we have to ensure that this right here is inside its own component. So let's actually work on that. So I'll go back to my project. I'm going to create a new component. I'll just close this up. I'll create a new component. And this component, I'm going to call it tweet actions.tsx RFC. Now this is actually going to return that JSX. So I'm going to go to my post component. I'll just cut this right here. I'll just cut this. I'll cut these buttons. Then I'm just going to paste that action buttons right here. Okay, and we have to actually get the icons. So I go to my post component and get the icons. We're going to get this right here. Cut this. Then we are going to paste that icon up here. Just paste the icon imports right here. Okay, format this. Great. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we no longer have those action buttons right here, and our tweets are actually looking weird. So what we are going to do, we're just going to call that component in our post component where we cut off that right here. Just below here, we're going to call that tweets actions component. Now save that. Then it's going to look like we never actually took them off. Great. So inside these tweet actions, now we're going to actually get the user session. So up here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the results we are getting. It's going to be equal to user session. Then I'll just destructure out the session, okay, from our custom hook. Then down here, I can say const user ID is going to be equals to session.user.the ID of that user. Great. Now we can use this user ID to compare the ID of the user that created the tweet to check if this was the user that created the tweet. And if this was the user that created the tweet, then we're going to render the trash icon. Then the user can actually delete their tweet. You're going to see the delete button. Else, you're going to see the retweet button. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to pass a prop from this parent component, from this post component to this tweet actions right here. So we're going to pass in a prop called creator ID. It's going to be equals to the tweets dot profiles dot the ID of the user that created the tweet. Okay, obviously TypeScript is going to throw an error because we've not created this tab in our tweet actions component. So let's actually do that. So up here I'm going to create a type. I'll just create a type up here. I'm going to say type tweets actions prop. It's going to be equals to the key value I'm going to pass is going to be the creator ID. It's going to be of type string, and then we can destructure the props we are getting from the parent component, the creator ID, and this is going to be of type tweets action prop. Okay, that's going to get rid of that TypeScript error just like that. Great. So now we can actually perform the comparison for this retweet button. If the ID of the user that is logged in match with the ID of the user that created the tweet, then we're going to render the trash icon. Else we're going to render the retweet icon. Okay, great. So I just get rid of this. Then I'm going to say creator ID. If it's equivalent to the user ID, then we're going to render this as we're going to render this. But for this one, we're going to actually render a trash icon. So I get rid of this. Then I'm going to use a trash icon. I'm going to say far trash. Just get that for fourth. Awesome. Then I'll change the color of this icon from text secondary text. I'll just use text red 700. I'll save that. Now, if a user is logged in, you can see right now that this user that is logged in created this tweet, so the user can see this trash icon. Okay, I'll just get rid of the hover property. Don't want any hover property for this button. Just get rid of the hover property and basically just wrap this in a button instead of a div. Wrap it in a button. Format this. Now you can see right here that this user that is logged in created this tweet right here. This is my first tweet. While the second user created this tweet. Now, since this second user is not the one that is logged in, we cannot see the trash icon. We can only retweet this post. Though we are not going to work on the retweet functionality in this project, but you get what we are trying to do. If a user is logged in, they can actually see the trash icon and delete their tweet. Else, they are going to see the retweet button right here. Okay, great. So now let's actually work on actually deleting the tweet. So I'll go to my table, my tweet table, and check if I have a policy to delete a tweet. Go to RLS policies, allow to read. Yes, we already added a policy to delete tweets. Okay, great. I'll just go back to table editor. So first of all, I'm going to write the service function we need to delete a tweet from our tweets table. So I want to go to my services folder. I'll go to my tweets.ts. I want to create another service function. So down here, I'm going to say export const delete tweets is equals to an async function. Now to delete a tweet, we need two arguments. First of all, we need the ID of the tweet we want to delete. Secondly, we need the image path, because if a tweet has an image, we need the image path to actually delete the image from the server after deleting the tweet. Okay, so we're going to say this is going to take an ID, and this ID is going to be of type string. Then it's going to take an image path that's going to be of type string. Mind you, not every tweet is going to have an image. There are some tweets that the image path could be null. So we have to specify to TypeScript. Then we're going to say this is actually nullable. Then first of all, we're going to delete the tweets record. So
So down here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure of the result we are getting. I'm going to be equals to, I'm going to await Supabase dot from which tables, from the tweets tables dot we want to delete from that table, where dot eq, where the ID column matches the ID we pass to this function right here. Okay, I'll just call this tweet ID for a better naming convention. The tweet ID, then right here we'll just pass in the tweet ID, just like that. Then I'm going to destructure out the error. I'll call the error delete error, format this. Then down here we can say if delete error. If we get a delete error, then we're going to log that error to the console.log. I'll call this error delete tweet error. Then I'm going to say delete error dot message. Okay, great. And if we have an error and we logged it to the console, we just want to return, stop executing the code right here. Now, if we don't have an error and we're successful in deleting the tweet, we also want to delete the image if the tweet has an image. So down here, we can check if image path, if we have an image path, then we can make a request to delete it. So I'm just going to destructure the result. So it's going to be equals to await Supabase dot storage dot from which storage the tweet images storage. Let me see if I'm getting this name correctly. Tweet images. I'll go to my storage bucket. Yeah, tweet images bucket dot remove. Then we're just going to pass the image path right here that we actually want to remove. The path of the image we want to remove from our server. Then we're going to destructure out the error. Call this error image error or image delete error. Format this. Then down here, I can say if image error, if we get an error when deleting the image error, then we're just going to log that to the console. I'll just copy this, then I'll paste that right here. There's a console.log image delete error, image delete error. Then this is going to be the image error dot message, image error dot message. Great. Now we're actually done creating the service function. Now we have to create the mutation to actually fire this service function. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to head to custom hooks. I'll go to use tweet. Okay, now we already have this one for posting a tweet. We have this one for getting a tweet. So down here we're going to write a mutation for deleting a tweet. So I'm going to say export const, sorry, spell that const correctly, use delete tweets equals to an arrow function. So in there I'm going to say this is going to return a use mutation. Okay, and in here I'm going to pass in a mutation function, and this mutation function, when it's called, is going to fire the function we just created, this service function we just created right here, delete tweet. Okay, and remember the service function expects at least two arguments, a tweet ID and an image path. Okay, so I'm going to get that from this mutation function. So this is going to take a tweet ID and also it's going to take an image path. I'll just spell this correctly, tweet ID. Now I'm going to specify the type. The tweet ID is going to be of type string, while the image path is going to be of type string. Okay, and it's actually nullable. And we're still getting a TypeScript error. That's because we didn't spell this correctly. It's not capital case and lowercase I. Okay, so now we can pass this tweet ID and image path arguments to this service function right here. Then we're going to pass in a tweet ID. Then we're going to pass in the image path, just like that.
Now, after we are successful in deleting it, we'll say on success. If we are successful in deleting this tweet, then we're going to invalidate our tweets. Okay, so up here I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to use query client. Then if we are successful in deleting the tweet, then I'm going to say query client dot invalidate queries. Remember, we're going to actually make use of this tweet. This is actually the key right here. We're going to pass in the query key, then we're going to pass in that key right here, the tweet, so it knows, it knows which tweets to actually update after we run the delete mutation. So now we can actually make use of this mutation in our tweet actions component. So I head over there. First of all, we have to get our image path, and also we have to get our tweet ID. Okay, great. So up here, I'll say this is going to take a prop called tweet ID, which is going to be of type string, and also is going to take a prop called image path that's going to be of type string. Okay, great. So when we actually call this component inside our post component, we're going to pass in a tweet ID, which is going to be equals to the tweets dot the ID of the tweet. Okay, and also we have to pass in the image path. So image path is going to be equals to the tweets dot the image path. I'll just format this. Great. Now inside our tweet action component, we can actually call that mutation hook. So up here, I'm going to say const, I'm going to destructure what we are getting. It's going to be equals to use delete tweets. Okay, and this is going to return a mutate, and now we can call this mutate to actually fire that use mutation and delete a tweet. So down here, I'm going to create a function const handle delete tweet. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. Now here I'm going to call the mutate. We'll pass in the tweet ID, and we're not actually destructuring this tweet ID, so we're going to destructure this prop tweet ID, and also we're going to destructure the image path. Okay, so we're going to pass in the tweet ID, then we're going to pass in the image path. Okay, now since the image path, because in our post component this image path could be undefined, because if this tweet, if this image path is null, this is going to return undefined. Okay, that's why we added this optional chain right here. When we created the types in our use tweet, we added this optional chain because it could be undefined. Okay, so right here, we'll say this is going to be image path, or it's going to be undefined. I'm going to save that. Then I'm going to copy this function name. I'm going to hook up this function name to that delete button. Then I'm going to say right here, I'm going to say on click, fire this function, handle delete tweet. I'll save that. Now let's actually test this out. I'll go back to my application, try to delete a tweet. I'm going to do this first. This is my first tweet. I'll click on delete, and the tweet gets deleted. Now let's actually check our table. I'll go to my table editor, and you can see that the tweet is actually deleted. We now have TV tweet. Okay, now we don't just want to delete tweet when we're in the home page. We want to click on the tweet. When the user clicks on the tweets, we want to be able to delete the tweets too. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to create another tweet with this user so that we can actually say the delete button. I'll say test tweets. Now click on post tweets. You can see the tweet right here. Click on this tweet to actually view these tweets. Now I've not actually added that tweet action component right here. Let's do that. So I'm going to go to my post view page. So I'll just scroll down. I'll get rid of this right here. I'll get rid of all this. I'm going to call the tweet actions component. Basically, I'll just copy it from here. I'll just copy this tweet actions component. Then I'll paste that down here. Okay, great. I'll just import this from tweet actions, and I'll format the document. And also, we're going to pass the tweets or the profiles or the ID, the tweet ID, and also we're going to pass the tweets or the image path. Okay, great. So I'm going to save that. Then I'll head back to this page. And we have to make this component a use client component. Now, the reason we didn't get this error initially was because we were using this component inside this post component right here. And this post component is already a client component. But now we are using this component inside a server component. So what we are going to do, we're going to go to our tweet actions. So say we want this to be a client component. So I just say use client. Okay, I'll save that. And that's actually going to get rid of that error. I can actually see the tweet actions right here. You can see the delete button. Great. Now, when we delete a tweet and we are in the post view page, we want to route the user to the home page. But when we delete the tweet page, when we are in the home page, we just want to invalidate the query. So we have to check which page we are in so we know what to do on success. So I'm going to pass a prop thing to this tweet actions right here. The prop thing is going to be, it's going to check is tweet post view page. We are checking if we are in the tweet post view page. Okay, if we're in the view page, then this is going to be boolean. Okay, is either going to be true or is going to be false. Now, when we use this inside in our post view page, I'm going to say is post view page. We're going to set it to true because we are inside the post view page. But when we make use of the component inside our post page, we are listing out our post and say is post view page. This is going to be equals to false. Okay, great. Now, after deleting the tweet inside our tweet action, we are going to now check which page we are in so that we know which action to perform. So after this, I'm going to say on success, we are going to check if is, I'm going to destructure that out. So we're not destructure that prop. So I'm going to say is post view page, is tweet post view page. Okay, if is tweet post view page is true, then we want to route the user to the home page. So we're going to create a router instance. So what I say const router is equals to use router. I'll just get that from next navigation. Then down here I can say router dot replace. Then we're going to take the user to / the home page. Okay, great. So this is only going to fire if we are in the post view page. I'll just save this. Now I can actually test this out. Now, if we delete a tweet in this page right here, I just will click on delete tweet. After the tweet is deleted, it's going to take us back to the home page. Now let's say test again. But if we delete a tweet in the home page, it's just going to invalidate it and actually update our cache. It's just going to invalidate it and update our cache just like that. So next, we're going to start working on actually implementing comment functionality. Okay, so first of all, we have to create a comment table. So I'm going to click on new table. I'll call this table comments. Then I'll scroll down there. I'm going to add the first column. And the first column is going to be the user ID. It's going to be UUI ID, universally unique identifier, and I'll do the same thing for my ID. It's going to be UUI ID. Then I'll just get rid of this. Then this is not going to be nullable because we obviously need the user ID to know which user actually left a comment. Then we also need the tweet ID. So I'll say tweet ID is also going to be a UUI ID. Get rid of this. And this is not going to be nullable because we need the ID of a tweet a user commented on. And lastly, we're going to add the actual content, which is going to be the comments. And this is going to be of type text. Then it's not going to be nullable. You always have to leave a comment. Great. So we have to actually relate this table to the user to actually know which user actually left this comment. So when we are pulling the comment, we can actually pull the user that actually created the comments. We're going to click on add foreign key relationship, and this is going to be towards our profiles table. Then our public comments user ID, the user ID of our comments column is going to match
is going to actually reference to the ID column in our profiles. Okay, great. Now we have to actually specify the action for when the user is deleted. When the user is deleted, we want the user's comment to be deleted. So we'll say cascade. Then I'm going to click on save. Now we've added a foreign key that our user ID references to profiles.id. Okay. Now we also have to add another foreign key, because remember that each comment is going to be attached to a tweet. So we have to add a relation between the tweet and the comment. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to add another foreign key, and this one is going to reference to the tweets table. Then this one is going to be the tweet ID in this our comments table. Is going to reference to the ID of the tweet in the tweets table. Okay, then we're going to say when the tweet is deleted. When the tweet is deleted, we want the comments of the tweet to be deleted too. So we're going to say on delete if the reference table is deleted, cascade. Okay, now this is going to deleting a record from public.tweet. We also delete any records that reference it in this table, which means if we delete a tweet, if we have 2 or 3 comments attached to that tweet, those comments are going to be deleted from our database. Okay, so I'm going to click on save, and now we have 2 foreign key relationships. We have a relationship with the profiles table, and we have a relationship with the tweets table. Then I'm going to click on save table. Now the table has been created. You can see the feeds right here created as user ID, tweet ID, content. I want to hover on this. You can see right now that this one relates to the public.tweets.id, and this one also references to public.profiles.id, just like that. So next, we're going to create policies for these tables. I'll go to add RS policies. I want to go to create policy. Then right here, I'm going to add the first policy. It's going to be for the insert. I say allow auth users to insert to this table. Okay, then right here we're going to say paste that right here where auth row is equals to authenticated. Now if the user is authenticated, the user should be allowed to actually insert into this table, insert a comment to this table. I'll click on save policy, and now we're going to add policy so that a user can actually delete their comment. So I'll go to create policy, and this time I'll click on delete. Then I'm going to paste that here again where auth row is equals to authenticated. So users can only delete comments if they are authenticated. Then right here for the policy, I'll say allow auth users to delete comments. Okay, then I'm going to click on save policy, and now I'm going to add a policy for select. So I'll go to create policy. Now this is going to be for select. I'll say allow public read access. Okay, so users don't have to be authenticated to actually view comments. Right here, I'm just going to say true. And I'll click on save policy. Great. So now we've created a table, and also we've created the policies we need to actually interact with this table. So I head back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm actually going to start writing the code to actually insert comments into our table. So I'll go to my services folder. I'm going to create a new file. I'll call this file comments.txt, and in there I'm going to say export const create comments, spell that create correctly, create comments is equals to an async function. Now anytime we call this function is going to take 3 arguments. It's going to take the user ID that created a tweet, which is going to be of type string. It's going to take the tweet ID, which is going to be of type string. And also it's going to take the actual content, the comments content we're trying to insert to our table. And this is also going to be of type string. Okay, just like that. I'll format this. And inside this function, we can actually make a query to insert the comments. So down here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the results we're going to get from the query. It's going to be equals to await Supabase. I'm just going to import that Supabase instance dot from which table, the comments table dot insert. I'm going to pass in the key from our table, which is the user ID. It's going to be equal to the user ID we pass to the function. Then we're going to pass in a tweet ID, which is going to be equal to the tweet ID argument we pass to the function. And lastly, we're going to pass in the content. Okay, just like that. Then I'm going to destructure add the error. I'll call this insert error.
Now, if we get an error, so down here, I want to say if insert error. If we get an error, I'm going to log that error to the console. Console.log. I'll call this commit insert error. I'm just passing that insert error right here. Insert error dot the message. Then just simply just return. Okay. Now if we don't get an error, then this function is simply just going to return true. Okay. I will successfully actually inserted a comment. Just format this. Now we have the service function, we can actually create the mutation to actually insert this comment, just like we did with our tweet. Okay, so I'm going to go to my custom hooks. I'll create a new hook. I'll call this one use comments.tx. In here, I can simply say export const use create comments equals to an out function that's going to return use mutation. We're going to call a mutation function, and that function is going to fire our service function, which is going to be this service function we just created, create comments. Also create comments. I'm going to fire that service function. Remember that this service function expects 3 arguments, so let's actually get that argument from the mutation function. And this function is going to take 3 arguments, the tweets. So I want to start with the user ID, the tweets ID, and also the contents. Okay, now we have to specify their types. So the user ID is going to be of type string. The tweet ID is going to be of type string, and also the content is going to be of type string. Okay, I'll format that, and now we can actually pass those arguments to this create comment. So we're going to pass in, I'm going to check in the order we're going to pass it in. We're going to pass in the user ID first, the tweet ID, then the content. So we're going to pass in the user ID, the tweets ID, and then the contents, just like that. Now on success, we want to actually invalidate our comments query, though we've not fetched our comments yet. But we're going to actually invalidate the query and refetch our comments, update our comments cache when we successfully create a new comment. Okay, just like we did with our tweet. So up here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to get my query client. Query client is going to be equals to use query client. Then in here, you can simply say query client dot invalidate queries, pass in the query key. Then we're going to pass in the key, which is going to be comments. Okay, and this is the same name we're going to give to our use query when we're actually fetching our comments. Okay, now we are not actually done yet. Now when we actually use this for our tweet, remember that our tweet was not linked to any table. If we have 3 tweets in our database, we are going to fetch that 3 tweets, but for comments they're actually different. If we have 3 comments, each of those 3 comments could belong to different tweets. Okay, say for example now we have 2 tweets in our database, and each of these 2 tweets has 3 comments. Okay, when we fetch a tweet, we are going to fetch that tweet comment. So we are going to be fetching 3 comments from our comments table. We won't delete a comment from that tweet. We are not going to invalidate the entire cache of our comments. We are going to invalidate the cache that is specific to that tweet. Okay, that's what we want to do. Now, trying to invalidate all the comments at the same time might cause some performance issue. Okay, so what we want to do is I want to cache the comments based on their tweet ID. So each tweet is going to have their own unique cache for their comment. Let's actually do that. To do that, we need the tweet ID to actually cache each comment individually. To get the tweet ID, we have to actually get it from this onSources. And this onSources is going to have access to data, and also is going to have access to variables. Okay. Now this data is going to be whatever this function returns. When we create this comment, remember that this function is going to return true after we are done inserting the comment. So that's what this data is going to return. It's going to return whatever this service function actually returned. While these variables right here is going to be whatever we pass to the mutation function. When we hover on this data, you can see right now that I say the data is going to be true or undefined. Okay, while for the variables is going to be either be username, tweet ID, or content. So whatever argument we pass to this mutation function can access it in these variables. So to actually cache these comments based on the tweet ID, what we are going to do is after we call the key down here, we're going to say comma, then we're going to say variables dot the tweet ID. We want to cache each comment based on the tweet ID. Okay, that way when we delete a comment or add a new comment, we're not going to be refetching all the comments from our comments table. We are only going to refetch the comments that has this tweet ID. We're going to invalidate the cache of the comments that has this tweet ID right here. Okay, great. I'm just going to format this, and now we've created the mutation. We need to actually add a new comment. So I'm going to head over to my create comment component. What was the name of that component? It's going to be the reply post component. Now this is the component we're going to actually send that reply. That's a comment. Okay, and we actually need 3 values to actually send a comment. We need the content. Okay, that's the actual reply state. We need the user's ID, and then we need the tweet ID. So first of all, we're going to get the user's ID from the session. So down here, I'm just going to get this session. So it const. I want to destructure what we are getting. The result is going to be equals to user session. Okay, great. And then we're going to destructure the session. Say session. And down here, we can just set a variable for the user ID. Say const user ID is going to be equals to the session dot user dot the ID of the user. Great. And now we have the user's ID. So now we need the tweet ID. So we can pass the tweet ID from our Postview page. Okay. So I'm going to head over there, head to SLC, head to app folder. I'm going to head to home, then post, then I'll go to the Postview page. Then right here in this reply post, can pass the tweet ID to this reply post. So I'll say the tweet ID is going to be equals to, then we can just pass the tweet dot the ID. Okay, and obviously you have to tell this reply post that it's going to be expecting a prop. So let's do that. So up here we can just destructure add the prop or say tweet ID. Now specify the type. This is going to be tweet ID is going to be of type string, just like that, and that error is actually gone. Great. So now we have access to the tweet ID, and also we have access to the user ID, just like that. So now we can add validation to this component because we don't want users to be able to see this reply input when they are not authenticated. So down here, just before we return this JSS, we're going to check. We'll say if session, if a user is logged in, if the user has a session, then we want the user to be able to see this. But if the user doesn't have a session, just negate this. If no session, we want this component to return null. Okay, it's not going to return anything. That way, when the user is not authenticated, I'll just go to my project, I'll go to my Postview page. When a user is not authenticated, the user will not be able to see this reply input right here. Okay, great. So let's actually test this. I'll just log out. I can see right now that I can no longer see that input right there because I'm not actually logged in. So I'm going to log in this user again. And I've logged in the user again. Okay, great. So now we can go back to our code and actually send that comment to our mutation function so that we can send it to our service function, and then we can send it to our tables. So down here, create a function called const post comment is equals to an arrow function. And inside this function, first of all, I have to check if we have a comment in our reply state. I'll say if reply. If we don't have anything in our reply state, any string in our reply state, I'll say dot string, then we're simply just going to return. Okay, that means if a user does not type in the input and this reply state is an empty string, we are going to return. And also we're going to do an additional check for our user ID. So we need the user's ID to actually create a comment. I'll say if no user ID, then we're also going to return right here. Okay, now we can actually call our mutate function. So up here, I'm going to actually call that mutate. I'm going to say up here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the results we are getting. It's going to be equals to use. What did we call that function in our use comments? Use create comments. Use create comments. Okay, and then we're going to have access to mutate, and then we're going to have access to is pending. And down here, we can simply just use and mutate. Okay, so down here I'm going to say mutate. Now you're going to pass in the user ID. It's always going to be first. Tweet ID, and last you're going to pass in the content. And the content is going to be our reply state. Okay, great. And it has to be in this order: user ID, tweet ID, then content. It has to be in the order of user ID, tweet ID, then the content, just like that. Then on success, when we are successful in sending this data to our mutation hook, on success, we want to set our reply state back to an empty string. Okay, set that input back to an empty string. Then I'm going to copy this right here. I'm going to hook this up to the active button. Which one is the active button? Just go. Is this when this is disabled? This one is going to be the disabled button. Then this one is going to be the active button. So I'm going to say on click. When someone clicks on this button, I want to fire this function post comment, just like that. So finally, we're going to handle the spend loading state. So we're going to add some dynamic styles to this. So just cut this off. I'm going to make use of backticks. I'll paste that right here. I'm going to add some dynamic styles. I'm going to check is spending. If it's spending, then we're going to add an opacity of 30. Reduce the opacity to 30. But if it's not pending, then we're going to use an empty string, just like that. I'm going to format this. Let's actually test the comment. If we're actually sending the comment, I'll tell us first comment. I click on post. And you see that the comment is actually sent. So let's check our database. I'll go to the comments table editor. And right here we have a comment right here created at the UID, the user ID that created the comment, the tweet ID. Then we have the content here, first comment, just like that. So now I can actually now work on actually fetching the comments and displaying that comment in our UI. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio. I'm going to go back to my service file. This comments.ts right here. I'm going to create another service function to actually fetch our comments. So down here, I'm going to say export const get comments. It's going to be equals to an async function. And this function is going to take a tweet ID because we need the tweet ID to actually fetch the comments. Okay, and it's going to be of type string. Now in here, we can make the query to actually fetch the comment. So I'll say const. I'm going to destructure the result we're going to get. It's going to be equals to await Supabase dot from which table the comment table dot select star. And don't forget that we already created the relationship between our comments table and the user's profile. So as we are fetching the comments, we can also fetch the user's profile. So I'll say profiles. Then I'm going to get the ID. I'll get the name of the user. I'll get the username of the user. And also I'm going to get the profile picture of the user, which is the avatar URL. Okay, just like that. Dot EQ. Where the tweet ID column in the comments table matches the tweet ID we are going to pass to this function. Dot order. I'm going to order by the created at. Then I'll say ascending. I'm going to say false. Okay, because I want the new tweet at the top and I want the old tweet at the bottom. Okay, so I want ascending to be false. Then we can destructure out the data. Say the data. Then we can destructure out the error, just like that. Just format this. Then down here we can check if we get an error. If error, then we're just going to log that error to the console.log. I'll call this error fetch comment error. Then I pass the error dot the message of the error. Then I'm just going to return. Then if we don't get an error, then we're going to return the data. Okay. Now, unlike when we were getting our tweets, where we are obviously going to get tweets, some tweets might not have a comment. Okay. So we have to actually validate that. So we're going to say this is going to return a data But if we don't have any data, we're not getting any data from Supabase, then we're going to return an empty array. Okay, great. For tweets that don't have comments, it's going to be an empty array of comments. I'll save that. Now we can actually use the get query hook to actually fetch this. I go to my use comments. I want to create another function down here. So down here, I'm going to say export const use get comments. It's equals to an arrow function. And this function is going to take one argument called tweets ID that's going to be of type string, and the function is just going to return use query. The query function is going to be get comments. This get comments service function we just created right here is going to be get comments, and then we're going to pass in the ID. Remember, the function needs an argument called tweet ID. We're going to pass in that tweet ID. Then we have to specify the query key. So query key is going to be comments. Remember that the query key has to match with the query key we're actually invalidating. Okay, so whenever we add a new comment, we're invalidating this key right here, comment. So this has to be the name of our query. Okay, so our React query understands that this is a comment query that's actually going to update the cache, and then we're going to pass in the tweet ID. Okay, because React query needs the tweet ID to know which cache to actually update. And lastly, we're going to say enabled. Now this enable is going to take true or false. If it's true, then it's going to fetch our comments, but if it's false, it's not going to fetch our comment. The reason why we are using this is because we don't want to waste time and actually fetch our comments and make use of this query when we don't have a tweet ID. Okay, so to actually ensure that this returns true or false, what we are going to do is say exclamation exclamation. They want to pass in the tweet ID. And what this is going to do is that these two exclamation marks is going to convert whatever this return to Boolean. If this return true that we have an ID in this tweet ID variable, then this is enable is going to be true. This is going to return true. But if we have an empty string, then this is going to be false, which means this use query is going to fire only when we have a tweet ID. Okay, I'll just format the document. I'll save that. Now we can actually make use of this use get comments in our comments component. So I'm going to head over to our comments components. Our comments, I'm actually going to make use of this. I'm going to make use of that hook to actually fetch our comments. So first of all, I'm going to make this a client component. So up here, I'm going to say use client. Then we can actually fetch our comments right here. First of all, this comments component needs the tweet ID, okay, to actually fetch the comment. So we're going to need to pass the tweet ID from its parent component. Now this parent component is this page.css file right here. So we're going to pass in the tweet ID, that's our Postview page. Tweet ID is going to be equals to tweets dot the ID of the tweet. And now we have to actually specify the type inside this comments component. So up here, we're going to destructure out the tweet ID, and then we're going to specify the type. The tweet ID is going to be of type string, just like that. Great. So up here we can make use of that function. Say constant. I'm going to destructure the results we are getting. It's going to be equals to use get comments, and then we're going to pass in the tweet ID, just like that. Okay, and then we can destructure out the values we are going to get. Destructure out the error. The is error. The structure is loading, and finally we're going to destructure the data. Okay, great. I'm going to rename this data comments. Now if it's loading, if it's actually loading, we're going to return a h1 tag that's going to be loading. Okay, add some Tailwind classes to this. I'll give it a text of whites and a text of 2xl. Okay, great. Just use XL. Then for the error, I'm going to say if it's error, then we're going to return a h1 tag that's going to render out the error dot the message from the error. Then add some Tailwind classes to this, a text of white and a text of 2xl, just like that. And if it's not loading and we don't have an error, then we can actually render the comments. Okay, So now, just like we created a tab for our tweets, we're going to create a tab for our comments. So I'll save this for now. I'm going to go to my tabs folder. I'll go to tabs. I'll go to tabs. Then I'm going to actually create a tab for our comments. So down here, I'm going to say export type comments. It's going to take an ID that's going to be of type string. It's going to take a user ID that's going to be of type string. Then we're going to take a tweet ID that's going to be of type string. It's going to take a content that's going to be of type string, and also a created that's going to be of type string. And also remember that this is also going to have the profile. So I just copy this, then I'll paste that right here. Okay, it's also going to have the profiles. I'm going to save this, and now we can actually make use of this type anywhere in our application. I'll just close this up, head back to my comments. Now I can actually map through the comments we are getting from this data. So I'm going to close this up. Then right here, I think we have 2 comments in the UI. Let me check. We have 2 comments, right? 2 comments we had coded. I'm just going to get rid of 1. We only need 1. Just get rid of 1. Yeah, we only need 1 of this. Now I'm going to cut this. Then in here, I'm going to say comments dot map. Anytime we map through these comments, we're going to call each of them a comment. Then we're going to return this GXX right here, just like that. And remember, we always have to pass in a key because we need that key to track the item of the list. So the key is going to be the comment dot, and we've not specified that type, so let's actually do that. It's going to be a type comments. I just get that for my tabs. Great. So the key is going to be the comments dot the ID of the comment. I'll just format this. Now when we save and head back to the web page, we're obviously going to get just 1 because we have 1 comment. Let's actually try and add another comment. I'll say comments. I'll just say new comments. I'll click on post. And you can see we have 2 of them. So let's actually render out the details. Okay. Right here, I'm going to get rid of this. It's not going to be hard coded anymore. This is going to be the comments dot profiles dot avatar URL. And this one is going to be comments dot profiles dot the name of the user. This one is going to be the username of the user. So it's going to be comments dot profiles dot the username of the user. And this is going to be the created app. So we're going to make use of moments here. So I'll say moments. We're going to get moments from moments. Then in here, we're going to say the comments dot the created at. Then we can say dot from now, just like that. Then right here, when we are putting the text, when we are coding the text, just get rid of this, get rid of this. Then this is going to be the comments dot the content of the comment. I think that's about it. I'll save that. Head back to the web page and we can actually see the comment right here. Let's just try that again. I'll say testing comments. I'll click on post comment. You can see right here testing comments. And when we go to and click on another post, I'll click on this post right here, second tweet. And you can see that this post has no comments. Okay, so each comment is attached to each tweet. Okay, click on this one. We're actually going to see the 3 comments of this one right here. So now we can actually work on deleting comments. So we're going to do what we did with our tweet action. We're going to create action components for our comments. So I'll create a new component. I'll call this comments actions .tsx rfc. Then this is going to return this div right here. Just get rid of this div. This is going to return this gxx right here. Why do we have an empty div here? I'll get rid of this. This is going to return this gxx right here. I'll just cut this. Then I'll just paste that right here. I'm going to get the import statement. So up here, I'll just get this React icon import statements. Then I'm going to paste that up here. Get rid of this. Paste that up here. I'm going to format this. Great. Then we're just going to call that component right here. Okay. After this div, we're just going to call that component right here. So comments comment actions. I won't head back to the web page. So you're going to see that component right here. But now I want to actually render the delete button because I want to actually work on deleting comments. So we're going to do what we did with our twist actions. We're going to get our session. So I'll go back to my comment action. So up here, I'm going to say const. First, I have to make this a client component. So up here, I just say use client, just like that. I'm going to destructure the result we are getting from the use session. So use user session, and then we're going to destructure of the session. From this session now we can get the user ID. So I'll say const user ID is going to be equals to session dot user dot the ID of the user, just like that. I remember that to actually render the trash icon, the ID of the user that is logged in has to match with the ID of the user that created the comment. So I'm going to say this is going to take a creator ID. So up here, I'll create a tab for that. So I'll say tab comment actions prop or props is equals to, first of all, it's going to take creator ID that's going to be of type string. Then we're going to destructure out the ID. So you're going to destructure out the creator ID, and this is going to be of type comment action props. Okay, so whenever we call the component, we have to pass a creator ID, and the creator ID is going to be the user that actually created the comment. So the creator ID is going to be equals to comment dot profiles dot the ID of the user that actually created the comment, just like that. Then we can go to our comment actions, and so now we can actually check if the creator ID matches with the user ID. If the creator ID matches with the user ID, then only then do we want to render the trash icon. So just get rid of this. Then right here, I'm going to call an icon far trash. Just get that from Fort Awesome. Then we only want to render this button. I just call this a button instead. Button. We only want to render this button when the creator ID matches with the user ID that is logged in. So I just cut this off. And I'll say user ID is equivalent to creator ID. Only then do I want to render this JSX right here. Okay, great. I want to head back to the web page. You can see right now, I can see that trash icon because the user that is logged in was the one that actually created this comment. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the background color of this button from text secondary text. I'll just use text red 700. Great. Yeah, it's way better. Great. I'll also get rid of that hover effect. I don't want that annoying hover effect on this button. Yeah. So now we have to actually write the code to actually delete a comment. So I go to my comments.ts inside my service folder. I'm going to create a new service function to delete comments. So down here, I'm going to say export const delete comments is equals to an async function. And this is going to take a comment ID because we need the comment ID to actually delete the comments. It's going to be of type string. Then in here, we can actually make the query to actually delete a comment. So I'm just going to destructure the result we are getting. It's going to be equal to await Supabase dot from which table the comments table dot delete. Then I'm going to say dot eq where the ID field, the ID column matches the comment ID we pass to this function. I'm going to destructure add the error. Now if we get an error, down here I'm going to say if we get an error while deleting the comments, I'm just going to throw the error. Okay, I'm basically just going to throw the error, throw new error. I'm passing the error right here, error dot the message. Okay, now if we have an error, I just want to throw the error. Okay, I don't want to log the error, to throw the error. Now I'm going to format this. Now I can actually write the mutation we need to actually fire this service function. So I go to my use comments. Down here I'm going to say export const use delete comments is equals to our function, and this is going to return
use mutation. We're going to call the mutation function. That mutation function is going to fire our service function we just created, which is going to be delete comment. So I'll say delete comment. And remember, this delete comment requires one argument. When we hover on this, it requires one argument. Anytime we call this mutation, we're going to pass into argument. We're going to pass in the tweet ID, and then we're going to pass in the comments ID. Spell that comments correctly. Now we actually need the tweet ID to actually know which cache to actually update after deleting a tweet. Remember that when we actually fetch tweet, we use the tweet ID to cache the tweet right here, okay? So we need that tweet ID to actually know which tweets to actually update the cache when we actually delete the tweet. That's why we need the tweet ID. Then we can specify the type. We're going to say the tweet ID is going to be of type string, and then the comment ID is also going to be of type string, just like that. And then we can pass in, because for the delete comments, we only need the comments ID. We don't need the tweet ID. So we can pass in the comments ID to this delete comment right here. Okay. Now just format this. Then on sources, so we're going to create a new query instance. So up here, I'll say const query client is going to be equals to use query client. And when this is deleted successfully, you actually want to invalidate the query. So I just go up here and copy this right here. I'll just copy this. And down here, I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay. Just paste that right here. Query client.invalidate queries. So now right here, you can just destructure the data that is going to return and the variables. Okay. And now we can actually invalidate that particular comment list. Okay. When we actually delete a comment. So we can make use of this mutation instead of our comment actions component. Actually delete a comment. So up here, actually going to delete a comment. You can simply just create a function up here. Say const handle delete. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. And inside this function, we're simply just going to call our mutate to actually get that. So up here, we can say const. We're going to destructure the results we are getting. It will be equals to, what did we call that function? Where was that use function? Use delete comments. We're going to make use of that. Use delete comments. Okay. And then we can destructure add the mutate from here. Just destructure add the mutate. Then right here, we can simply just say mutate. And then we can pass in the two arguments we need. We need the tweet ID. And we have to know the order. It's going to be, first of all, the tweet ID, then the comment ID. We're going to pass in the tweet ID, and then we're going to pass in the comments ID. And the comment ID and the tweet ID, we are not actually passing that to this component right here. So up here, we're going to say this is going to receive a prop called tweet ID, which is going to be of type string. And this is going to return a comment ID, which is going to be of type string, just like that. Then right here, we can actually destructure as those values. We can say this is going to take a comment ID, and also going to take a tweet ID. So anytime we call this comment actions component, we have to pass in those props. Okay, we're going to pass in the comment ID, which is going to be equals to the comments dot the ID of the comments. Then we're going to pass in the tweet ID, which is going to be equals to the comments dot the tweet ID of the comments, just like that. And we have an error just over on this comment actually has no closing tag. Just pass in that closing tag right there. Now I'm going to format this. Great, just like that. So we can go back to our comment actions component and we can handle the delete. And when we handle the delete, we're just going to call the mutate. Then we'll pass in the tweet ID, the comment ID. So all we have to do is just take this, actually pass this to the delete button, which is going to be this right here. So I'll say on click, run a function called handle delete. Then we can simply just save that and actually test if this is working. Now let's test if this is working. I'm going to delete this testing comment. I'll click on delete. The comment gets deleted. And let's check our, we have two comments. Let's check our Supabase database. I'll just refresh.
and we have 2 comments here. If I delete another one, I'll delete this one right here. We're supposed to have 2 comments in our server, in our table, and we have just 1 comment right here, just like that. Great. So next, what we're going to work on is I want to actually count the number of comments each tweet has, and we want to display that number of comments right here. Okay, so let's actually work on that. So I'm going to first of all create a service function for that. I'll go to my comments.ts inside my service folder, and now I'm going to create a service function for that. I'm going to say export const get comments count is going to be equals to an async function. In here, we're going to pass in the tweet ID. As the tweet that has the comment, we're going to pass in the tweet ID, which is going to be of type string. And then we can make the code to actually get the comments count. So I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the results we are getting. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Supabase dot from which table, from the comments table dot select. I'm not going to select all because we just want to count the number of rows we have. So just select ID instead. Then we're going to say we want head to be true because we want to make a head count. And also when I'm making the head count, we want the count to be exact. Okay. And after that, I'm going to say dot eq the comment where the tweet ID matches this tweet ID we are passing to this function right here. I'll just format this. Then I'm going to destructure out the error. If we get an error, so down here, if we get an error, we're just going to log that error to the console.log. I'll name this error comment count error. Okay, I'm going to pass in the error the message of the error, just like that. Now, if there's no error and we were successful in actually getting the comment count, then we're just going to destructure out the count, or going to destructure out that. Then down here, I'm going to say return count. But if there's no count, then I'm just going to return 0. Okay, just like up here, if there's no data, we're going to return empty array. If there's no count, if we don't find a comment, if there's no count, we're just going to return 0. If we don't have any comment in the table, in the comments table that matches this tweet ID, this count is going to be 0. But this is just an additional check. Okay, so now we can write the query function to actually fetch this. So I'm going to go to my use comments. Down here, I'm going to say export const use comment count is equals to an arrow function, and this is going to return a use query, and in here we're going to pass in a query function that's going to be the function we just created right here, which is going to be the get comment count. Obviously, when we call this function, it's going to take a tweet ID, which is going to be of type string, and then we can pass that tweet ID to this right here. Okay, great. Now after that, we're going to pass in the query key, which I'm going to call comment count. Okay, and then we also have to pass the tweet ID so that when we actually caches the comment count, it's going to cache it based on the tweet ID, just like we did when we were fetching the comment. Okay, and we don't want this to be fired when we don't have a tweet ID, so I'm going to say enabled. It's going to be based on the tweet ID if we have a tweet ID, just like that. So I'll format this, and now we can actually make use of this use comment count function inside our tweet actions. Okay, because now we actually want to count the number of comments each tweet has. So I'm going to go to that component, which is this tweet actions right here, tweet actions. Then up here, I'm going to make use of that hook. I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the result we are getting. It's going to be equals to use comment count,
and then this expects an ID, the tweet ID. So I'm going to pass in the tweet ID just like that. Okay, then we're going to destructure add the values. We only need the data, so I just destructure add the data. Then I'll rename this comments counts. Okay, great. So now we can render this comments count right here. Instead of we just outputting this right here, I'll just get rid of this, and then I'll just paste that right here, comments counts. Very simple, just like that. And I'll save that. Then when I head back to the web page, you can see right now that this tweet has 1 comment, so the total comment count is going to be 1 right here. So let's add another one. I'm going to say new comments. Then when I add this comment, you're going to notice that we now have 2 comments right here, but we still have 1 count right here. That's where we have to actually invalidate the comments count too. So what we are going to do when we are adding a new comment, we have to invalidate it and actually update the comments count. And also when we delete a comment, we have to invalidate it and actually update the comments count too. Okay, we have to tell React to always update this cache too. Okay, so let's do that. So we're going to go to we'll go back to our use comment right here. Now after we actually created a new, just up here in our use create comment, after creating a new comment, we have to actually invalidate that key, that comments count key. So down here after this one, I want to say query client.invalidate queries. I'm going to pass in a query key, and this is going to be our comments count. That's to match with the comments count. This comments count right here, when we are getting our comments, it has to match with this. And then we're going to pass in the tweet ID, which we're going to get from the variables dot tweet ID, just like that. Okay, format this, and we also have to do the same thing for when we delete a comment. So I'm going to copy this. I'll just paste that after this one. I'm going to paste that right here. Okay, great. I'll save that. Let's actually test that again. So I'm going to go back to my application. You can see right now this is actually updated. Let's delete a comment. I'll delete this one right here. You can see when I have count 1. Let's add a new comment saying this is a new comment. I click on post comment. Then you can see when I have 2 right here. It updates whenever we create a new comment. The cache right here, React is going to update the count. So with that, we are basically done with the comment functionality. So now we're going to start actually working on actually liking tweets. Okay, so I'm going to head over to Supabase. I'm going to go to new table, create a new table for our likes. I'm going to call this likes. And the likes table doesn't need much. We just need a column for our tweet ID and a column for the user that actually liked a tweet. Change this to UUID. Then I'm going to add a column which is going to be the user ID, which is going to be UUID. I'll just get rid of this. And this is not going to be nullable. We'll add another column, and this one is going to be the tweets we are trying to like, the tweet the user actually like, the tweet ID. Then we're just going to call, it's going to also be UUID. Get rid of this too, and this is not going to be nullable. This like is going to be referenced to the user, and also the like is going to be referenced to the tweet, which means we need to add foreign key relationships. Okay, so let's do that. So now you're going to add a foreign key, and this is going to be towards the profiles, which is going for the user ID. Then we can say for this our table, the user ID is going to reference to the profiles ID. And when we delete a user, we're just simply going to delete the likes of the users. Whatever the tweet the user likes, we're going to delete those likes. So I'll say cascade. Then I'm going to click on save. And after that, I'm going to add another foreign key for our tweet ID. Then we're going to say for this one, for the tweet table, we're going to say the tweet ID here is going to reference to the ID of the tweet table. So the tweet ID has to reference to the ID feed of our tweet table. Then when we delete a tweet, we want to delete the likes of the tweet. So I'll say cascade. Then I'm just going to save that. I'll save that. And so we have our likes table. So I want to click on save table. And with that, we've created a likes table. So next, we're going to create policies for this table. Okay, so we're going to go to add ROS policies.
Now we have to add policy because we want users to be able to create to delete their like, to unlike a tweet, and also to see the total likes. So we're going to add 3 policies. So the first policy is going to be for inserting. So I'll say allow auth users to insert to likes table. Then this is going to be for the insert. Then right here we can say where auth row is equals to authenticated. Where the user is authenticated, the user can actually insert to this table. I'll click on save policy. So after that, we have to create a policy for unliking it. So that's, I'll go to create policy. Then right here I'll say allow auth users to delete from likes table. Then it's going to be delete. Then we can pass that right here again, where auth is equals to authenticated. User can actually unlike their tweet if you're authenticated. I'll click on save policy. And finally, we have to add a policy for select, so the users will be able to see the total likes of each tweet. I go to create policy. Then this is going to be a select policy. Say allow public read access. Then this is going to be true. Okay, I'll click on save policy. So now we have all the policies we need for this likes table. So now that we've created the 3 policies we need, we're actually not done. Now for the likes table, I'm going to go to that likes table editor. You're going to notice that we're going to be having a user ID tweet ID pair, which means when a user likes a tweet, the user ID is going to be paired with the tweet ID. Okay, now we want to prevent duplication. We don't want a user and a tweet ID to be 2. We don't want a user to like a tweet twice. Okay, so we have to actually prevent user ID tweet ID duplication. So to do that, we're going to run an SQL. So I'll go to my SQL editor. I'll click on this icon right here, SQL editor. You can see the icon up here. I'll click on that. Now I'm actually going to write an SQL that's going to help us prevent user ID tweet ID duplication in this table. So I'm going to say create unique index if not exists. I call this likes tweet user unique on the likes table. And now we have to specify the feeds, which is going to be our tweet ID and also our user ID, just like that. Create unique index if not exist. Like I want to call this likes tweet user unique. So we want the tweet and user ID pairing to be unique. Okay, not a user cannot like a tweet more than once. On the likes table, then the 2 fields are going to be the 2 columns are going to be the tweet ID and the user ID. Then I'm going to click on run. Okay, and this query involves running a function. Are you sure you want to execute this? I'll click on run this query. Success, no rows returned. Now this SQL query has been run, and this is going to help us prevent tweet ID user ID duplication in this table. Okay, so now I can start writing the code we need to start liking tweets. So I'm going to go to my service folder. I'll just go to that services folder. I'll create another file. I'll call this file like.txt. And inside this file, I'm going to have a function called const toggle, because the function is going to actually like and unlike a tweet. I'm going to export this. So export const toggle like. It's going to be equals to an async function. Now this is going to take 3 arguments. First of all, it's going to take the user ID, the user that actually likes the tweets. It's going to take the tweet ID, and also it's going to take a boolean called has liked, okay, to check if a user has liked the tweet before. If the user has liked the tweet before and they click on the like button again, it's going to unlike the tweet. Okay, great. Let's actually create a type for this. So up here, just create a type. I'm going to say type toggle like is equals to an object. There's going to be a user ID. It's going to have a user ID that's going to be of type string. It's going to have a tweet ID is going to be of type string, and also it's going to have a has liked that is going to be boolean, just like that. And here we can pass that type right here. I'll say this is going to be of type toggle like, just like that. I'll format this. Great. First of all, we have to check if a user has liked a tweet. So I'll say if has liked a tweet, if the user has liked the tweet before. Now, if the user has liked the tweet before, we'll click on the like button. We want to actually unlike the tweet. Then we can write that query as const. I want to structure the results we are going to get. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Supabase dot, from which table? It's going to be from the likes table dot delete the like, because when a user unlikes a tweet, we want to delete that like from the likes table dot eq, where the tweet ID has to match with this tweet ID. Where the tweet ID matches this tweet ID, we are passing to the function, and also dot eq, where the user ID matches with the user ID, we are passing to this function too. So which means for a user to unlike a tweet, the tweet ID must match the tweet ID, and also the user ID, it must be the user that's actually trying to unlike that tweet. Okay, then we just destructure add the error. If we get an error, simply just log it to the console. If error, I'll just throw the error, then throw new error, then I'll just pass the error in there, error dot the message, just like that. Now if the user has liked the tweet before, we're going to unlike the tweet. We're actually going to insert that like to the likes table. We're simply going to say const, I'm going to structure and the result, so it's going to be equals to await Supabase dot from which table, the likes table dot, we want to insert a new like. We're going to pass in the tweet ID, which is going to be the tweet ID we are passing to the function, and then we're going to pass in the user ID, which is going to be the user ID we are passing to this service function right here. Okay, just format this, and now we can destructure at the error. Now if we get an error when trying to like the tweet, I'll say if error, we just want to throw, I'll just copy this, just basically copy this, if new error, then throw a new error, throw the error, format. Great. So now I'm going to write a mutation function for this. So I'll go to my custom hooks. I'm going to create another file. I'll call this file use like the CS. Then down here I'm going to say export const use toggle like is equal to an out function, not square bracket, squiddy bracket. Now in this function, we're simply just going to return a use mutation. We're going to have a mutation function that's going to fire this function we just created right here. This function we just created, toggle like. So I'm going to call that function toggle like. Remember, this function needs 3 arguments. We're going to get that argument from this one right here. The structure the arguments from this mutation function. We're going to get, in what order are we passing this? It's going to be the user ID, the tweet ID, then has like. So I'm going to get the user ID, the tweet ID, and then has liked. And then we have to specify the type. So I just get that type from my like. I just copy this. Then I'll just paste that up here. Now say this is going to be of type toggle like, just like that. And then we can pass this properties in as an object to this toggle like. I just pass in, I just copy this in that order, then I'll paste that right here. Okay, and this is actually going to work because right here we're actually passing the values in as an object, user ID, tweet ID, and has like. We're passing as an object, which means we can also pass it in as an object where we're passing in the argument user ID, tweet ID, and has liked, just like that. Great. Format this, and after that we're going to say on success. If we are successful in actually liking or unliking the tweets, we're going to actually invalidate the lags. Okay, so I'm going to up here, I'm going to say const query client is going to equals to use query client. So after we successfully like or unlike it, we'll say query client dot invalidate queries, pass in the query key, which is going to be likes, just like that. Which is when we are fetching the likes and checking if a user has liked a tweet, we are going to name it likes. And also we have to pass in the tweet ID so that React knows to actually cache the likes uniquely. Okay, so right here we're going to get our data, then we're going to get the variables, and then right here we can simply just say variables dot need the tweet ID, just like that.
So now that we are done creating this mutation, we obviously have to actually make use of this mutation. Okay, so I'm going to actually create a component for my like button. So when we head over to our tweet actions, you're going to notice that, and this is the button we are going to be using. I just change this to a button, and this is the button we're actually going to click on to actually fire a like. Okay, so actually like and unlike. So actually create a component for this. I'm going to create a new component right here. Create a new component. I'll call this component like button.tsx. I'll click on enter. RFC. Now I'm actually going to just paste that CSS right here. So I'll get rid of this. Then I'll just cut this off. I'll cut this off. And I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, and get this from React icons. Format this just like that. And all we have to do, we just have to call that component right here. So I'll say like button. I'll just import that in. Okay, great. So I head back to the web page and we're still going to see that like button right here. Okay, but now we have it in its own components. Okay, so let's actually work on actually implementing the like functionality inside this component. Now, first of all, we're going to create a variable. Now, this variable we want to create, we're going to be getting it from when we are fetching if a user has already liked a tweet before. But for now, we're just going to create a variable. Okay, so now I'm going to say let as liked equals to false. And this is what's going to be the variable that we're going to use to check if a user has liked a tweet or not. Okay, and this is just temporary. We're going to be getting this from a hook that we're going to use to actually fetch if a user has liked a tweet before. But for now, we're using a hard code this variable just like this. And now we can actually use this to conditionally render the button. Now, if the user has liked the button before, we want to render that pink button to show that the user has liked this tweet before. Else, we want to render the outline button. Okay, great. So right here, we can cut this off. We can say in here, we can simply just say as liked. Now, if the user has liked a tweet before, then we're going to render this as we're going to render this. Okay, and we're obviously going to change the style of this button. And this one is going to be Fareg hat or regular hat. This one is going to be far hat. Okay, I'll just import this other icon. And also we're going to add some styles to this one. We're going to give it a background color of pink. I'll give it a test pink of 700. Then on hover, we're going to give it a test pink of 400, just like that. Okay, great. So I'll go back to the web page. Now, if a user actually liked a tweet, we're going to see a different button right here. So let me change this to true. So say, okay, this user has liked this tweet before. Say true. And you're going to notice that when we go back to the web page, we're going to see this right here. We're going to see this pink color right here. Okay. For now, we're going to leave it as false. We want to insert a like in our like table. So I'll say false. Okay. So next, we need the tweet ID and also the user's ID that's actually logged in to actually know which user is trying to like a tweet. Okay. So we need the user's ID and the tweet ID that the user is trying to like. So from this tweet actions component, we're going to pass in props. So down here, I'm just going to scroll to that like button. I'm going to pass into props. First of all, I'm going to pass in a tweet ID. And this is going to be the tweet ID. We are passing to these tweet actions right here. This tweet ID, we are passing to it. And also, I'm going to pass in the user ID that's going to be equals to the user ID we are passing to this right here. That is user ID we are getting from the session. Okay, great. And also, we only want to render this like button if a user is authenticated, which means if the user is not logged in, we don't want to render this like button. Okay, so we're just going to cut this off. Then we're going to check if session, if a user is authenticated, only then should the user see this like button. So now we can get these two properties from our like button. So I'll go to my like button. Up here, I'm going to create a tab for that. So up here, I'm going to say tab like button props. I'm going to take a tweet ID. It's going to be of type string. And also it's going to take a user ID. That's going to be of type string, just like that. And right here we can destructure and those prop. We'll specify the type. The type is going to be like button props, and then we can destructure the props as the tweet ID and also the user ID, just like that. And we still have an error. I'll just go back to that tweet actions and I'll hover on this. It's going to say type string or undefined. It's not assignable to type string. Okay. Now the reason we are getting this error is because when the component mounts and we are trying to check if the user is actually authenticated, when our use session is trying to run. Remember that we have a custom hook for checking if a user is authenticated, which is this use user session. And don't forget that this right here, this session could be null or it could be a session. Now if we are done checking if a user is authenticated and the user is authenticated, it's going to be a session. But before then, it's going to be null. The default state is null. And if the session returns null, our user ID is going to be undefined. So we have to actually specify that to TypeScript. So when we are creating this tab, we're going to say this is either where are we creating that type, the like button. This is going to be of type string or it's going to be of type undefined. Okay, it could be undefined. Okay, great. I'll save that. So now we can actually write the function to actually like a tweet. So down here, after this variable, we're going to say const. I want to destructure the result we are getting is going to be equals to use toggle like. I get that from the custom hook, and then we can get the mutate. The structure are the mutates. So now we have to hook up this mutate to this button. So down here, I'm going to say on click of this button, on click. I want to fire an arrow function. I'm simply going to mutate. I'm going to pass in the user ID, and in what order I will pass in this, I'm going to go to that use like. It's going to be the user ID, the tweet ID, then the boolean has liked. Okay, user ID, we're going to pass in the tweet ID, then we're going to pass in the has liked, just like that. Okay, and we have another error. Type string and undefined is not assignable to type string. So we also have to specify in this hook that this could be undefined. So I'll go to that use like. I'm going to say this is going to be of type string, or it's going to be of type undefined. Okay, I also have to do that for our service function. Okay, so I'll go to that like. Then up here, I'm going to say this is going to be of type string or it's going to be of undefined, just like that. Great. So that these functions know that this could be undefined or it could be a string. Great. Now inside this like button right here, we've passed the user ID, the tweet ID, and it has liked. So now we can actually do the same thing for this one. So I'll say on click. I'm going to run an arrow function. It's going to fire this mutate right here. And then we're also going to pass the user ID, the tweet ID, and then we're going to pass in the has liked, just like that. Great. Now, when we click on the like button right now, what is going to happen is that it's going to check if a user, remember that in our service function, when we pass the as like, it's going to check if a user has liked this tweet before. If the user has liked this tweet before, then it's going to actually unlike the tweet if the as liked is true. Else, it's going to create a new like. So since we want to create a new like, we're going to pass as liked as false. So which means the user has not liked this tweet before. Okay, so we can actually test if we can actually insert a like into our likes table. Great. So I'm going to save this and actually test this out. So I'll go back to the project. I'll click on this like button and after we click on the like, just alert a success message so that we know that it actually worked. So after this on success, I'm going to say alert tweet liked. Okay, so that we know that this is actually working. So I'll just go and I'll just click on like tweets. It's going to alert tweet likes. Let's check our table. I'll go back to the table. And you can see that we have one like right here. The ID of the like, the created as the user ID that liked the tweet, and also the tweet ID. Great. Now let's actually like another tweet. So I'll just go back. I like this one right here. I'm gonna like this one. Then I'll just say tweet liked. Now I won't try to like a tweet again. I won't try to like a tweet that we've liked before. It's not going to work. Remember that we already added a SQL query in our database. I'm clicking this right now. It's not going to work. So ensure that we don't have any duplication, okay? Which means if we already have a user ID, tweet ID pair, we cannot add similar user ID and tweet ID pair, okay? A user can only like a tweet once. That's why we run that SQL query, okay? Great. So when I refresh it, we're going to have two likes. I just liked another tweet. We're going to have two likes because I just liked this one, this second one too, okay? So now that we've inserted a like, we actually have to fetch if a user already liked a tweet, okay? Because if a user has liked a tweet, we want to actually display, right here, I want to display the pink button to show that the user has liked this tweet before, okay? So let's actually do that. So I get rid of this alert tweet liked. I get rid of that. Then I'm going to go to my like.ts and create a service function to know if a user has liked a tweet. So down here, I'm going to say export const get user like is equals to an async function. And this function is going to take two arguments. It's going to take first of all the user ID. And user ID can either be a string. Remember, it can either be a string or it could be undefined. Okay. And also it's going to take a tweet ID, and this is going to be of type string, just like that. And then in here, inside the function, we can make a code to actually get the user like constant. I'm going to destructure the result we are getting. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Supabase dot from which table, the likes table dot select star dot eq, where the user ID matches with the user ID we are passing to this function, and also dot eq, where the tweet ID column, the tweet ID matches with the tweets ID we are passing to this function. And it's possible this user might not have like this tweet here, so we're going to say dot maybe single. Okay, great. Now if we don't find any record, it's going to return null. Okay, and then we can destructure out the data, and then we can destructure out the error, and then we can check if we have an error. So I just copy this. If we have an error, I'm just going to show the error. So down here I'll say show the error. But if we don't have an error, then we're going to return data. Okay. Now don't forget, we want this data to be in form of a boolean. Okay. Remember that in our like button, we are using this as a boolean. Okay, as like equals to false. So if we found a record and we obviously have a data, we want it to return true. And if we don't find the data, the user does not like this tweet before, we want it to return false. So we're going to convert whatever this returns to a boolean. So to do that, we're going to use 2 exclamation marks right here, just like that. That way, if the user has liked the tweet before, it's going to return true. If the user has not liked it, we didn't find any record, it's going to return false. Okay, so I'll format this just like that. So now we're going to create the query we need to actually get the user like. So I'll go to my use like. So down here, I'm going to say function to check if user liked a tweet. So down here, we can say export const use user like is going to be equals to an out function, and this is going to take same argument this one too. It's going to take a tweet ID and a user ID. So I just copy it from the service function, then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, great. I'll format this, and now this function is simply just going to return use query. We're going to pass in the query function. It's going to be the service function we just created. What's the name of that service function? The get user like. So say get user like. Okay. Remember that this is going to take 2 arguments. So I just get the other. It's going to be the user ID, then is the tweet ID. So we're going to pass in the user ID, and then we're going to pass in the tweet ID, just like that. And after that, we're going to pass in the query key, and the query key this time around is going to be the likes. We're going to call it likes. Okay, remember that when we are invalidating the likes, we're going to call it likes right here. Okay, great. And also for this one, we want to cache a tweet based on the user and the tweet ID, not just the tweet ID. Okay, so we're going to say tweet ID, then we're going to pass in the user ID to cache the user as like, because we don't want this to cause any performance issue. Okay, so we want to cache the user as like based on the user ID and the tweet ID. Okay, great. And then I'm going to say enabled is going to be based on the tweet ID and the user ID. We only want to fire this query if we have the tweet ID and the user ID. So we're going to say tweet ID and I use 2 exclamation marks user ID. Now both of these string have to return true before we can actually fetch this query. Okay, before this query can actually run. So I'm going to save that and make use of this query inside my like button. So up here, I'm actually going to make use of that query. So I'm going to get rid of this let as like also false and actually get this as like from our custom hook we just created. So I'll get rid of this. So up here, I'm going to destructure the result we are getting is going to be equals to use user like. I'm going to pass in the 2 arguments this needs. First of all, I'm going to pass in I think it needs the user ID first, then the tweet ID in that order. I'll check. It's going to be the user ID, then the tweet ID, just like that in that order. Then right here, we're going to destructure the data this is going to actually return. And remember, this is returning Boolean. So we're just going to rename this as liked. Okay, great. So now we have access to that Boolean that this custom hook is going to return. Now we're actually getting an error. When I hover on this, it's going to say type Boolean and undefined is not assignable to type Boolean. Now that's because our use like, when we call this mutation, this expects this has like to be a Boolean, not undefined. And don't forget that when we actually make use of this use user like, when we make use of this use user like this, when we hover on this is either going to return Boolean or undefined. And the reason it's going to return undefined is because if we have the tweet ID and the user ID, then it's going to return either true or false. Okay, now if we have the tweet ID and the user ID, then it's going to return whatever this service function is returning, true or false, whether we have a data. But if we do not have this user ID, because there could be a time where we are trying to get the session, okay, so we might not have the user ID or the tweet ID. So in that case, this use query could return undefined until we have the tweet ID and the user ID. Okay, so to solve this, we're going to go back to our like button. Now we're going to say this, we're going to do something like this, has like is equals to true. Okay, that's what we want to do. So instead of just specifying true, we're going to specify that we're going to convert whatever we are getting as like to Boolean. Okay, so we'll do the same thing for this one. Just copy this. I'm going to do the same thing for this one, so I'll just paste that up here, just like that. And this is basically saying has like is also true or false. So whatever this actually returns, we're going to convert it to Boolean. If it returns undefined, we're going to convert it to Boolean, which is going to be false. And if it returns Boolean, if it returns true from our Boolean, from our service function, then this is going to be true, just like that. I'll save that. I head back to the web page. You can see right now that this is actually pink. That's because we've liked this tweet. Okay, that's why this is actually pink. So if we like this one, I'll click on this one. You can see that this one is now pink too. And when we refresh the web page, we still have that pink button right here to show that we've actually liked this. And we can actually unlike this. And when I click on this, it's actually going to unlike the tweet. Okay, I click on this again, it's going to unlike the tweet. When I click on this again, it's going to like the tweet again, just like that. And now we've liked 2 tweets. So when we go back to our database, we're obviously going to have 2 likes right here. Okay, you can see we have 2 likes, just like that. If we like another one, I'll just like this one right here. Now go back to the database. I'm going to click on refresh, and we have 3 right here, just like that. Great. So now we can actually work on getting the number of likes. Okay, that is total number of likes each tweet has. So let's do that. So we're going to go to the service function like.ts and create a function to actually get the like count. So down here, I'm going to say export const get likes count is equals to an async function. We can destructure how the results we are getting from the query is going to be equals to I'm going to await Supabase dot from which table, likes table dot select. I want to select the ID field because I just want to make it head count. Then right here I can make some configurations. Say head going to be equals to true. I want head count, and also I want the count to be exact. Okay, then we're going to say dot eq where the tweet ID matches with the tweet ID we're going to pass to this function. So we have to pass a tweet ID to this function. Say tweet ID which is going to be of type string. The tweet ID column in our table matches with the tweet ID we are passing to this function, just like that. Then we can destructure the data and also destructure out the error. And now you can check if we have an error. We're just going to throw the error. So down here, I'll just paste that right here. If we have an error, we're going to throw the error S. And we don't actually need the data, we need the count. So I'll just destructure out the count. S, we're actually going to return the count. Now, if there's no legs in the table, this is going to return 0. So we just do an additional check. Say if there's no count, return 0, just like that. Count. So I'll go to my use like, say export const use likes count is equals to an arrow function, and this is going to take a tweet ID that's going to be of type string, and then we're going to return a use query. I'll say return use query, and the query key this time around is going to be our likes count, and we're going to cache it based on the tweet ID. Okay, each tweet is going to have their own unique like cache. Okay, and then the query function is going to be the service function we just created right here. Is going to be use, what did I call that service function? Get like count. It's going to be get likes count, and then we're going to pass in the tweet ID as an argument. Okay, great. And we only want this to be fired when we have a tweet ID. So I say enable is going to depend on whether we have a tweet ID, just like that, so that this use query does not fire when we don't have a tweet ID. And that is all. We can actually make use of this inside our like button. So up here, you can get the likes count and simply say const. On the structure and the results we are getting is going to be equals to use likes count. Okay, I have to pass in the tweet ID, so I'll pass in the tweet ID just like that. And then we're going to destructure the data. I'll just rename this likes count. Okay, and then instead of outputting this right here, this 2.5k we had to go there, I'm just going to output our likes count. Then down here also output our likes count, just like that. I'll save that. I'll go back to the web page and we can see one like. I'm going to unlike this one. You know, see, and we are still getting one like. Okay, yeah, we are still getting one like. That's because when we unlike a tweet, we are not actually, when we like and unlike a tweet, we are not invalidating our query. Okay, we're not invalidating the likes count. So let's do that. So anytime we actually toggle the like, so I'll go to that use like. So anytime we toggle the like, we're going to invalidate the likes count. So I just drag this down. Then query key is going to be likes count. That way, anytime we actually like or unlike a tweet, it's actually going to invalidate our likes count and update our likes count cache. Okay, so I'm going to test that again. I'll go back to the web page. I'll click on like. You can see it updates. I'll click on unlike this one. You can see it actually unlikes. Then I'm going to like this one again. You can see it likes. Then I'll like this one again. You can see it's actually updating. Okay, great. So what we are going to do, I'm going to log in another user. So I'll log out this user. And now we have a problem. After logging out the user, we can no longer see the like button. And we want to be able to see the like button. So what we are going to do is that we're just going to get rid of that. I'll go to my tweet actions. I'll just go down because we want both logged in users and not authenticated users. Users are not authenticated to actually see the like count. So I'll save that. I head back to the web page. Yeah, we can see one like, but the user should not be able to actually try to actually like a tweet. Okay, so what we are going to do instead, we're going to create a function for liking a tweet. Then if the user is not authenticated, we're just simply just going to return. So I'll go back to my like button. I'm going to create a function up here. I will say const handle like is equals to an arrow function. And inside this component, we're going to check for the session. So I think I'll just pass the session from these tweet actions. So I'll just pass the session as a prop from this tweet action. So I like button, I'll say session is going to be equals to session. I think we are getting the session right here. Yeah, we are getting the session. Yes, we can pass the session as props. So in our like button, we can actually say this is going to receive a session. We'll say this is going to receive a session. It's going to be of type session. Just get that from Supabase. It's going to be of type session. Then right here we can destructure out that session, say session. And then we can check if no session, if a user is not authenticated, if no session, then we're simply just going to return. Okay, we're going to stop executing the codes inside this function. Just return right here. And then we're going to call them mutates, and then we're going to pass in the user ID, the tweet ID, and then we're going to pass in the has liked, which is going to be this has liked we are getting from our user like. Okay, great. So now we can get rid of this. On click of this right here, we're not gonna run the mutate here. We're just gonna run the handle like. So I'll say handle like, and also same thing for this one. We're gonna get rid of this. Then we're gonna say handle like, just like that. Great. So I just format this. And now we have the mutate inside a function where we can check if a user is authenticated. Now, if I try to run this without being authenticated, it's not going to fire any function. It's simply just going to return. Now, actually, I have to log in a user to actually like a tweet. So I'm actually going to do that. Now, I want to log in this particular user. Now, I've logged in this user. Let's try to like a tweet. I'll click on like. You can see right now that we have 2 likes. Okay, click on like on this. We now have 2 likes. So when we go to our likes table, we're supposed to have like 5 likes in our likes table now. Yeah, we have 5 likes in the likes table, which means our like functionality is actually working. We can actually unlike a tweet just like that. So now we are done with all the functionality of the application. We can actually start working on our loading spinners, and we have an error right here over on this type session. No, it's not assignable to type. Oh, remember that our session could either be a session or it could be null. Okay, so we have to specify to this like button right here. When we say session, it's either going to be a session or it's going to be null, just like that. Great. So now we are done with everything. Now when we refresh the web page, you're going to notice that we're going to have loading for just this post component. The loading for this profile and for this one is not actually being rendered. That's because remember that we are going to be checking for if the user is authenticated before we render this. Okay, and we're not passing that loading state. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to I'm just going to close all. Then I'm going to go back to my use get user. Go to this use get user. Remember that when we made use of this use get user, we were passing the loading state of this use get user to this export right here. Okay, but we actually need the loading state from this use session for when we are checking if the user is authenticated. So right here, I'll say get loading here. Then I'm just going to redeem this session loading. Or let me just getting session. Just rename getting session. Okay, so now we can pass this state right here to this right here. Just export this right here and actually use this in our profile. So I'll head over to the profile. Now, I don't have to do this, but I just want the loading state to show when we're actually checking. Okay, because when we refresh, you're going to notice that it's like this component doesn't exist. There's no loading state for this component. You can see right now there's really no. You can see when we refresh, there's no loading state for this component. So we want them to be a loading state to show the user that this component is actually loading. These are the profile components. So I want to go to the profiles component. Where's that profiles component? SRC component. I'll go to profiles.txt. Then right here, we're actually going to destructure out the getting session. Then right here, you can check if loading or if getting session. Say if getting session, okay? And then I'll just paste this right here, paste these ones right here underneath this loading state because I want the loading state to be above this right here, okay? Now I'll just go back, then I'll just refresh again. You can see we have the loading state right here. Great. So we'll do the same thing for this create post component. We'll just go to that create post component. Then here we're just going to destructure out the getting user, getting session, scroll down. Then where we're at putting the loading state, we just scroll down. Then we're going to say getting session. Then we're also going to cut these two and paste them underneath this right here. Then I'll save that. Now when we refresh, we're going to have loading state for this and this. I'll click on that to refresh. I'm going to have loading state and loading state right there. Great. So now I can use a loading spinner to actually output this right here. So let's do that. So I'll go back to my React. So I'm going to import a library called React Spinner. I think it's React Spinners. I'll create a new terminal. I'm going to say npm install spinners React. Click on enter and the library has been installed. So I'm going to close this back up. Then I'm going to check our package.json and we have that right here, spinners React version 1.0.11. Great. I'm going to close this back up and now I can actually make use of the spinners. Okay, instead of returning this load, I'm going to create a div here. I'll create a div. We're going to give this div some Tailwind utility classes. I give you the display of flex, justify of center, item center, and pad the vertical of 4. Now in here, you can actually render the spinner. I want the spinner circular fixed, okay? Then I'm going to give this a size of 25. And then for the color of the spinner, I want the color to be the color we use for our primary color. So go to the globals of CSS. These colors we are using for our primary color. So I'll just copy this one right here. I'll go back to create post. So I'll just paste that right here. Okay, I'll save that. Now I'm going to make this true so that we can actually see the spinner. So I'll just say if true. Then I'll just go back to the web page and we're going to see that spinner right here. You can see that loading spinner right here. Great. So I'm going to do the same thing for this getting session. So I'll just copy this div. And I'll just paste that right here in our format. Great. Let's actually test this out. So I'll just refresh. And you can see that spinner just before it actually loads in. Great. So we're going to do the same thing for our profile. So I'll copy this. And I'm going to head to that profile. And instead of outputting this loading right here, we're just going to output this div right here. Then we'll import this. And also we're going to get rid of this. Paste that right here. Then we're going to format this. I'll save that. Now I'll just refresh. And you can see the loading state right there. So finally, we just have to output it for this right here, okay? So let's do that. So we're just going to go to our post component right here. Let's go to our post component. Then up here, we just output, instead of it's loading, we're just going to output that div right here. And for this, I'm going to increase the padding vertical. Just use about 30. Save that. And also, we have to import this component right here. Format this. Save that. Then I'll just refresh again and we have the loading spinner right here. Now the post and the profile are being put very fast, so we don't really see that loading spinner. So what I'm going to do for this post page, I'm going to say if true so that we can actually see that loading spinner. So I'll say if true, save that. Then you can see that we have that loading spinner right here. Just that the post is pulling in very fast, so there's really no time for us to actually see the spinner. Okay, great. I'll just refresh again and you can see that loading spinners right there. So with that, we are done with the application. So now we have to run a lint check. Okay, so I'm going to go to my terminal. I'm just going to stop this terminal for now. I'll just stop this for now. Stop this terminal. I'm going to say npm run lint. I'll click on enter. I'm going to expand this so that we see what we are getting. We don't have any error, but we have a few warnings. Warning FireBook. In our post page, we are calling these icons, but we are not making use of them. So I go to our post view page, app, home, post view page. We are calling those icons. Yeah, right here. We are calling the icons, but we are not making use of them. So just get rid of that. Save that. And also in our SRC app page or TSS file, which is our home page, the login page, we have a use effect there. Missing the person use router. Okay, so we are making use of use effect. We are not passing in this router as a dependency. That's line 40. So I'll go to that page, line 40. Yeah, we're going to pass in router as a dependency because we are making use of router inside this use effect. So we have to pass in as a dependency. Then the last one we have for our comment action, we're importing this icon, but we're not making use of the icon in our comment action. So look for that component, comment actions. I'll just get rid of this icon right here. We are not making use of this icon. Great. I'll save that. Now we can actually run that lint check. You can say npm run lint check, run lint. And now we have errors in the sign up page and in that page.css. Okay, I didn't save that page.css file. I didn't save that. And also we have a warning in our sign up page. Go to auth sign up. Which line 38. Line 38. Okay, we didn't pass in the router. Yeah, I'm gonna save that. So down here I just wanna check again. npm run a lint check. And now the message we've been waiting for, no ASLint warnings or errors, which means we can now actually build this application. Great. So first of all, we have to actually push this to GitHub. Now, if you don't have a GitHub account, you can create a GitHub account. It's absolutely free. So I'm going to head over to GitHub. I'll click on new repository. Now you have to specify a name for this repository. For this, I'm going to call it Twitter clone Egbon Tech. Okay, because I want the URL to be unique. So Twitter clone Egbon Tech. Then you can make this public or private, but I'm going to make this private. Then I'll click on create repository. And then we have this command right here. So I'm going to copy up to this point. Now I don't have to run a Git in it because when we were building this application, Git was already tracking this application. When we create a new Next.js application, Git is actually initiated. You can see right now that Git is already tracking the changes in our code. Okay, so all we have to do now is say git add all. Okay, then after that, we're going to paste in the command we just copied up to this point. Okay, just paste in that command right here. Now click on enter. And that command is going to actually push this application to that GitHub repository we just created. I want to head back and refresh. You're going to see our repository right here. Okay, great. And before we actually build this application, there's something we have to actually do first. And when I tried to build this application, it actually crashed. So there's something we have to fix first so we can actually build this successfully. So I'm going to go to my SRC folder, go to my app folder, I'll go to the home folder, post folder, and then we're going to the post view page. Okay, I remember this page where I'm fetching the tweet on the server. Okay, where I'm viewing the individual tweet, we are viewing the tweet. Okay, now we have to actually say this is going to be a promise. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this off right here. I'll call this and I'm going to wrap this in a promise. I'll wrap this in a promise and I'll just paste that in here. Then after that, I'm going to get rid of this. And instead of we just passing the params directly, we're going to await the params. So before we actually call the function, before we call this get with function, we have to set our ID. So I'm saying const post ID is going to be equals to, I'm going to await params dot ID. Okay, great. Await params dot ID. Now we are doing this because remember that this is an async function, so we have to await the params. Okay, now after that, we're going to copy this variable name and then we'll paste this variable name as our argument to this getWith function. Okay, now everything is still going to work smoothly as expected, and this function is still going to run when we call this function right here. GetWith function is going to run and going to fetch
our posts. Okay, great. So now we can actually deploy this on Vercel. So I'm going to head over to Vercel. Now, if you don't have a Vercel account, it's very simple. You can actually create one, or you can log in using your GitHub account. Okay, so I'm going to click on add a new project. Click on add new project. And we're just going to import a project from our GitHub repository. We're going to import the one we just created, Twitter clone Eggbon Tech. I'll import this one. And now this is going to be the name of our project, Twitter clone Eggbon Tech. Then the framework is obviously going to be Next.js. And then we have to set environmental variables. Now remember that we had two environmental variables when we were actually connecting to Supabase. Okay, I'll go back to the project. I'm going to go to env.local, our environmental file. Now we have two environmental variables right here. Now when we push these codes to GitHub, these environmental variables are not going to be pushed to GitHub because environmental variables are very sensitive. If you look in our git ignore, you're going to see right here that our env is that our env, anything .env is going to be ignored by git. Okay, so our env files are not going to be pushed to git, which means this env file right here was not actually pushed to git. So we have to actually set these variables before we deploy our application on Vercel. Okay, great. So I'm going to copy this right here, next public Supabase UI. I'll copy this. I head over to Vercel. I'm going to click on right here. I'm going to say the key. This key is going to be next public Supabase UI. And then for the value, I'm going to copy this. This is going to be the value. Copy this, and then we're just going to paste that right here. Then we're going to add another environmental variable. Then this one is going to be our next public Supabase anon key. I'm going to copy this. Then I'll just paste that right here. And last, we have to copy the value of this next public anon key. This one is very long, so I'll just start from here. I'll just copy this up to this point. I'll check if I'm copying any blank space. Yeah, no blank space. And then we can just paste that right here, just like that. Okay, so now that we have the environmental variables, we can actually deploy these to Vercel. But don't forget that we made some changes to our code. Okay, we made some changes right here. Okay, we made the changes locally, but we've not pushed the change to GitHub. Okay, now I want to go over to this GitHub right here. You can see that in here we can see the changes we made. We just added this right here. So we have to actually push these changes to our GitHub repo before we can build this application, else it's going to break. So what we are going to do, we're going to add this, then we're going to commit that, then we're going to say modified the post view page. Okay, then we can save this, then click on this good over here, and then you can just sync the changes. Okay, so I'll click on sync changes. Okay, now this is going to push those changes to our GitHub repo. So we can head over to GitHub and click on this SRC right here. Then we'll click on, you can see right now, modify the post view page. We'll click on app, click on home, posts, then we'll click on the post view page. And in this post view page, you can see right now the changes we've made right here. You can see right here promise, and you can see post ID await params.post ID. So right now we've actually made the change. We have pushed the changes to our GitHub repo. So we can now successfully build this application. So right here, after everything is set, we set our environmental variables, we set the project name, we selected the framework Next.js. We can just click on deploy. After the deployment process, it's going to show us this congratulations message right here. You just deployed a new project. Okay, great. So I'm going to continue to dashboard. And now I can actually visit this application. So I'll click on visit. It's going to actually open up this application in a live server. Now we can actually create a new user. Click on sign up and sign up a new user. We're going to sign up in one of those accounts we created when we're actually building this application. So I'm going to use eggbon@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I'll click on continue. It's going to say login successful. It's going to take us to check our profile, checking profile. It's going to bring us right here to the home page. Great. Now we can actually like a tweet. You can see right now the like functionality is working. We can create a tweet. I can say this is the first live tweet. I click on post tweets. You can see right now the tweet is actually posted. Now we can view these tweets. You can see right now we're in the post view page. Okay, we are viewing the tweet. You can actually delete this tweet. So I'll click on delete this tweet. It's going to bring me back to the home page just like that. And also you can comment on it. You can comment on these tweets. I'll just comment and say, this is a nice post. I'll click on post. And you can see the comment is added. You can see the comment can't actually increase. We now have one comment for this. I'll go back. And you can see we have one comment for this. Okay, great. And this one we have two comments. When we click on this one, we have two comments for this right here. Great. So the application is working perfectly fine. And that is it for this project. If you enjoyed this project, you learned something from this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people just like you who are going to find this content helpful, and basically just consider it as a little way of you supporting this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next projects we're going to build together on this channel. I'll see you in the next video.